Hello everyone and welcome back to another day of LPL. We're back. Of course, there are a couple of days break now in the LPL week where we have Mondays and Tuesdays off. Well, most Tuesdays. There are a couple of Tuesdays which will be played in a few weeks. But yeah, folks, we'll be here. The week technically starting on, this day. Most days of the week. Wonderful to be back. Of course, today we have an IP versus IG, so we've got, some of the teams which were very close at the bottom end of kind of playoffs last split, but of course IG have now changed, and we get to see where that needle is moved. Is IG significantly better than they were before? For my money, yeah, I think they are. I think they're a lot better than they were, and I'm really looking forward to seeing, how that works. Anyway, we're gonna go get ready real quick, and we'll be back in just 1 second. Wait, Skewmod is playing Ornn jungle in solo queue? Good heavens! Hello everyone, I'm back. Oh no, it's gotten Blade as well. Okay, so IG and IP. Yeah, IG have significantly upgraded since the last time that they faced an IP. IG had some upper level. Oh, we could add this, did you?
精彩环节，我是主持人小优。
It's
我们
with
邀
Wei.
请到的是 IG 战队的打野选手威，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 打野小威。
欢迎小威。那首先第一个问题啊，新赛季你们的阵容短暂磨合之后呢，上一场便干净利落2-0取胜了，怎么评价队伍目前的竞技状态呢？
我觉得我们队伍就还有很大的上升空间嘛。
还是非常谦虚的啊。那其实今天对阵的 NIP 第一赛段你们的交手场面就十分的激烈，这一次再度相遇，那队伍会重点关注哪些方面呢？特别是野区的对位上。
就是顾问选手很擅长开团找机会吧，然后今天就是我也会多去对位他，找他的位置。好的，
也期待你们的赛场表现了，加油！欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人小优。我们邀请到的是深圳 IP 的打野选手顾问，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是深圳的 IP 的打野官。
好的，非常欢迎顾问来到我们的赛前采访。那首先第一场比赛看到你们全员是状态在线的，你也获得了大场 MVP 嘛？那么也想问一下，在新赛季个人和团队配合上有哪些新的提升和突破呢？
지난 경기 때 엄청 팀적으로 좋은 경기력을 보여줬는데 이제 본인도 MVP 받고 그동안 팀적으로 어떤 발전을 가져왔는지 알고 싶대요.
이제 저희가 등등조에 있는 속해 있는 선수들을 상대로 상대하다 보니까 저희보다 다들 좀 더 나은 부분도 있다고 생각하고 경기력적으로 좀 저희가 뭔가 부족한 부분도 있다고 생각하는데 약간 패배하는 거에 대해서 좀 두려움을 가지지 않고 도전하는 마음가짐을 가지고 좀 저희 최선을 다하자 이런 마음가짐으로 경기를 임하는 것 같습니다.
接下来面对的对手都是登峰组的队友嘛，觉得他们的实力可能要比我们还要强劲，所以我们就努力去训练，主要就是不怕失败，然后尽全力这种心态去面对吧。
好的，也希望能在赛场上愈战愈勇啊。那么即将迎战同样手感火热的 IG 战队嘛，那距离上次交手其实也才过去1个月，这场比赛想展现一个怎样的深圳 IP 呢？
이제 곧 경기력 좋은 IG랑 상대하게 되는데 저번에 이제 만난 지 한 달 지났잖아요. 그래서 오늘 경기는 어떤 모습을 보여주고 싶어요?
뭔가 무서울 건 크게 없는 것 같고 그냥 저희가 준비한 대로 잘하면은 쉽게 이길 수 있는 상대라고 생각합니다.
没有什么顾虑的点，只要把我们准备的东西打出来的话，觉得还是能轻松战胜他们的。
好的，谢谢顾问，加油！
I'm sure those are very interesting things heard from the players there. God, I tell you what, folks, I really needed the couple of days off because I hadn't quite ramped back up into doing games every day again. But yeah, IG versus NIP. I saw there was like some drama about Rookie, who's obviously not playing for IG right now. But if anyone has actual like information on that, maybe let me know, because I've seen some pictures of him been taken in public with walking around with certain people. I'm like, okay, this sounds like drama, but I don't want to say anything without having having any quote unquote proof, Plus, it's not always the place to say it on these kind of streams, is it? Okay, but yeah, Renard did really well in the last series that he was playing, but the big hero for somehow was Tsuyan in the top side. This top laner who I thought was not great the last time he started playing, did a really good job versus Flandre. The guy was really good, and just completely beat him, And thank you so much for the stream streak and the sub as well, Mac. I really appreciate you. 55 streams, that's almost a year.
Reminding me.
Oh yeah, Angie, go get your stream streak. Oh god. Hey Swana, who played? Yeah, I'd love one if don't grab that by the very top, because it does separate and it would have dropped onto my PC. That would have been very bad. Hey Pillow, hey Brackish. Hey Brisky, hey Montes, and who else have I not caught in chat? That Pentulus could see you on Pillow. I think I might have said Pillow. Anyway, the Pillow gets 2 hellos. He's very special today. You were about to say any streakers in chat, but it's kind of side-eye worthy. Yeah, wait. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Sam. I appreciate that. Okay, I need to change my camera lens over actually, because I've got the single-person camera lens on here. Rich said, "Oh, we load up our podcast with their cheap cameras every week," and I'm like, "This is not a cheap camera. It's actually very expensive." It's a Sony A6400, which are they are nice. They are nice. I got the recommendation from Rafa because Rafa had a really good home setup when he was doing tier 2. The first thing I noticed about Rafa was, wow, this guy has a really good camera setup. Okay, that looks fine to me. Sure looks like plant food to me. There we go, cool. All right, what costs more, your camera or your RAM? Well, the camera was like, with lenses involved too, like still like 2 grand or something. Okay, let's get ourselves into LPL Split 2.
掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com 虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。
Oh, the cost. Sony's pretty decent. They're tad upscale, but they're worth the difference in price. Yeah, this is the one which I got the recommendation for. Yeah, it's Sony A6400. I've got the Sigma 30mm lens on it a lot. I actually use the standard lens for when we're just doing 2 people because I need the variability of zoom. Exactly. Yeah, with cameras, like if you pay a lot, you do tend to get something good.
不凡，2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然占吧！奥风电竞椅连续6年中国电竞椅销量第1。
直接给他的一手点错，界面上中间，爸爸这时候很能滑，再滑一个。来了！抵消，小心不该属性抵消了哪儿的呢？有血手的伤害，找到了真好，把你摁在原地，画地为牢。阿兵还有动作，就是阿兵的青钢力。兵哥杀出了。
让我们有请深圳 Ninjas in Pajamas。
Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, please welcome to the stage NIP, the home team today from Shenzhen. Of course, on the other side, a team we've seen play already, a team we've seen beat anyone's legend, Top Esports. Their opponents today, a team which have been through the ringer a little bit, folks. Been through the ringer. Sorry, IG. Top Esports coming later. IG with the team that beat Top Esports. I tell you, folks, it is that time of the day before the brain has completely started working. IG, you know, a team which has improved no end compared to their first split of the year. You know, a team which, yeah, we had a lot of thoughts about. We had a lot of thoughts about them in terms of, you know, Mako
本场
coming
比赛
back,
是在庞州
Breathe
复
coming
兴
into the
未来
top
可
lane,
期
no more
的深圳
Sobro.
NIP 主场进行。LPL
How
第二
would
赛
this
段
change
主队
things?
赛第1周第3日第1场比赛
Turns out,
，IG
fair bit.
对阵深圳 NIP 即将开始。LPL 无畏
Yeah, I have to
进
say,
巅峰。
Sobro didn't really make the cut in the end, did he? One or two phenomenal laning phases, but just as many where he was bleeding out in whatever matchup you gave him became very frustrating to watch, I think, as an IG fan. And with Breathe available, you can see why the decision was made.
Yeah, and then on the other side of things as well, Muti in chat is asking, well, as a casual LPL viewer, is Renard any good? Well, he did win Demacia Cup in the preseason, which was, you know, something, but I think Renard has done a lot better than I thought he would do, especially because he's already played a series against Cream, did completely fine versus him. I actually think he's been a lot better than I thought he would be, and he was a very creative playmaker when we saw him in Demacia Cup. We didn't really see him in LPL regular season. Rookie came back, and we thought, well, you know, Rookie's pretty good, but honestly, Renard's a guy who I think should just be in LPL straight up.
Yeah, he's been legitimately good, I think is what I would say. I don't think I've seen enough of him yet to like truly have like an opinion. He's not had the most explosive start, but again, Demacia Cup win is no small thing. Actually, I mean, obviously that cup is a weird one to measure how seriously certain teams take it, but it was with full rosters for the most part. It wasn't just the LPL tournament, which it has been for many years before this, really.
Yeah.
It's only been over the last couple, really, where people have started to field more of their true rosters for it. And then on top of all of that, we are looking at a player who is starting to step into the shoes of rookie, which is all well and good saying you're good, but are you rookie?
Yeah,
that is a very different.
Yeah, are you rookie good?
Yeah.
Say it is a difficult thing to do that. Sam, I actually just need to do some stuff just before we get into
Yeah,
stream,
no worries.
I didn't really get a chance to step away from
That's
TC.
not a problem.
So good. So you might have to do the first half of the draft.
That's okay.
Set up as it is.
No worries. Chat, I shall look after you. I'll turn the camera off briefly while Alex is on a budge around. You can come back to me now. There we go. Hello, Trinity. How are we all doing? Probably let's do a little bit of that social media posting. Should be a good one today. NIPIG, Top Esports, WE. Some teams I think that will be trying to solidify themselves as a potential contender, right? I think we all know the teams that we are expecting to genuinely be good. I think some of these teams got to do a little bit of proving to it before we get to really make our decisions about them in the same way. So, just level up so we can see what's going on there. There we go. Game 1 on our screens. The picks and bans for it. NIP will have first pick, despite being over on red side. Oriana is banned, as is the Varus and the Karma. Vi taken off the boards. Rumble's up currently, always a big one. Jarvan 2 has been regularly on the ban list. I think all of those would be kind of fine. If we're looking at the players involved, I do think getting rid of something like that Jarvan probably isn't awful, considering Guwon and Wade do love to roll that one. The Cassante instead away from Breathe, and that's quite an interesting one, because when Breathe was struggling beforehand and he was on that RNG roster that was falling apart, the Cassante was probably still his most consistently dangerous champion. I can see what the thought process is there, though it is very much more a pocket pick against Breathe specific. Music is indeed groove. Rumble, last ban. That makes sense. So what are we looking at the first pick now? A couple options. The Jarvan's up. If you want to take that route. Got some bot laners, things like the Lulu a possibility if you want to look for some of those Nymaera or such like lanes. Has felt like things along those lines have often been our primary choices. That Jarvan I wondered about for Guwon will get locked in there. There we go. Sometimes I'm good at my job, guys. What's the response then? I'm assuming either a bot lane or jungle plus X. Both are fine. Depends whether you want to blind something. Again, the Ashe is up, as is the Seraphine. So if you want to go that route, very definitely possible. Chachi and Mako had a fairly decent shot at that one the other week as well. Let's pick up the Shinzao instead. Makes a lot of sense. Into the Jarvan, early AD skirmisher. Is Rookie going to play eventually? Is Renard going to stay? As far as we know, it's temporary. But that might change as yet. But allegedly temporarily, but we don't know for sure. The Ashe will get locked in alongside it. Jachi has loved that champion very much recently. Mako's got loving chances to play alongside it. Obligated now, I think, NIP to pick up the Seraphine, unless you want to give up the Ashe Seraphine. You could theoretically Caitlyn lane into it, but that will be the question being raised. What do you have to combat the Ashe Seraphine's very strong laning power? Rise plus a Gnar would be very strong solo lanes. The split push options definitely potent at this point. Seraphine will get locked, I think, here, pretty obviously. There we go. So, gone for jungle bot lane versus top side of the map for NIP. I think bot lane bans are now kind of on through. Probably things that can help match the Ashe Seraphine. So you could either look at the enchants like the Lulus and the Namis, or you can look at something like the Nautilus to just sort of say, actually, your option to flip it on engage will be just gone, because we think we can win a general war of attrition between ranged bot lanes. Bard, there we go. Kind of the best of both worlds on that front. Jace away from Breathe. Does Renard play it as well? I want to say he might, actually. I'm expecting now then a Lulu ban, probably. Nautilus, though, well, that's the other side of that equation I was talking about. Basically, the things that can actually get pick onto the very fragile members of IG's bot lane. They're backing themselves to be able to play their way through things like the Lulu, but don't want to have to deal with the flip options of the Nautilus and the Bard all leaning on you and getting those kind of big pick CC. Yeah, so the name by Mako and Jaw's name is the Captain Badges. They are the captains in this game, is what that little symbol is. Mako has returned and has become the captain for the team. Was rookie, but he has obviously stepped away for the split. Debating an Ambessa here. Got the Ashe, got the Seraphine. Pairs it well with the Xin Zhao. I like it. Can get bullied by the Gnar early, but once you get that Eclipse in level 6, things do begin to become a bit more viable again for you. Yunara Lulu would be my assumption. What do you know? Yunara Lulu. Oh, you see, yeah, I just saw Kanavi's Game 1 results scan out. Yeah, that was, yeah, he's having a good one, especially after a really rough last series where he was inted a bit. So we get to, you know, if you don't love Kanavi at his worst, you don't deserve him at his best. I love Kanavi come what may. He's a very entertaining player, certainly. Debating a Galio here, which I think would be fairly strong. You've already got the Ambassador and the Xin Zhao as a dive option. Add in the Ashe Seraphine to help set things up. And you're feeling pretty happy about that. Here are our drafts out. First pick, Jarvan, responded to by the Xin Zhao Ashe, ended up with a sort of like Ashe Seraphine and bot side of the map for IG, whereas NIP locked in solo lanes and jungle to start with.
I don't know if Sam's covered this, but the symbols next to the names of Mako and Draw is team captain, and that becomes important during stuff like playoffs. They're also the ones which kind of bump fist at the start of the series too. Well, IG have like pretty much, it's one of the variations of the Ashe Seraphine Xin Zhao combo. You have the Death Ball, right? You have two different variations really. One where you have the tank in top lane and you have DPS mid lane, and one where you have the DPS in top lane and then the tank in mid lane. But you do need an extra tank to make sure that that composition works well. This time they're using the Ambassador Galio to kind of provide that. We're going to go put on an ad break, folks, before we get into games. So if you don't want out of it, subscribe!
Subscribe!
Yeah. But yeah, I think that, you know, that's a very, traditional comp for this patch, really. the Ash Seraphine shins out, very nice. We've had a lot of teams try and take on the Ash Seraphine in very different ways, and this is one of those compositions with the Nymaera Lulu, which has some teeth to it, but whether it will actually be able to survive through the early game and get to the point where, you know, Ryze, Nymaera Lulu can kind of break open anything really, just with the amount of damage that they have will come online, that's the question.
Yeah. And again, basically what I started with in drafts, and I'd love to get your thoughts on this. Well, we got a second as well. Since this is the subscriber only moments, we get to have these in-depth conversations to make people.
Hey, thank you for following Commander. I'm Commander Choco, and this is my favorite stream on the Citadel. That's true.
My favorite conversation on the Citadel is we do head to the Rift, so I'll have to wait until after we've had the Gyos. But what's the best way to beat the Ash Seraphine in your mind?
Find out after the Gyos.
Do love a bit of reverb in this arena, it has to be said. Early bit of poke there from, I'm not sure if the Little Lance or the help picks. Didn't quite catch it, not gonna lie. Congratulations to NIP, by the way, for hitting 300 total games.
Within the LPL, yeah, I mean, of course, they came back. Well, NIP came in as a brand in 23, as you see the level 1 nasty stuff. Nymaera, very, very strong once that little bar under her HP bar goes to the top of it, because that means she gets her Q unlocked, she gets that auto attack reset, and then, of course, the empowered auto attacks after that point, too. The question you asked before we got through into things is, what is the best way to beat the Ash Seraphine? Well, there are a couple of different ways. One is having a composition with so many globals that they can never death ball. Two is having a better death ball than them. That's really hard to do. And then the third thing is having such a strong 2v2 that the Ash Seraphine never comes online. So that's stuff which has like a Nautilus or even a Blitzcrank can be really good at that, which just flips the lane very early on and they don't get to come online. And that's something which G2 did with the Nautilus MF at first stand as well.
Allow me a moment to be smug then, because you know what I called out in the ban phase? I bet they get rid of the Nautilus and the Bard. Guess what they got rid of? The Nautilus and the Bard. It's like, look, you could get rid of Lulu Nami if you wanted to basically say, we think basically to kind of remove the Enchanter options. But Bard and Nautilus feel like if there was ever a way to low roll and int the lane away because of a good hook, good bit of pick from those Qs of the various champions, well, that is the way you lose the lane more consistently, ironically.
Yeah, for sure. See the Breathe doing pretty well against Hoya. I have to say, when Ambessa was first released as well, Breathe was maybe our best Ambessa. This guy was really, really good, at least at the start of his tenure there. We also noticed that both jungles are heading topside. Breathe is chunked down. Hoya, in fact, he might kill with a good enough Q2 here. He's really, really strong. I don't think we need to tell you that. And also another thing you'll notice as well, so the runes haven't loaded on the overlay because he was looking for a flash Q2 there. He has Electrocute, which allowed him to burst out earlier. We saw a little bit of that in a few matchups last year. Less so now. He's kind of just been entirely grasped. But yeah, breathing really well against Hoya here, who's not enjoying the Ambessa matchup.
No, and that is going to be one of those questions we keep coming back to, because again, Breathe had his Cassante banned away from him in phase 1, because back when even when he was struggling on RNG, they got rid of that one. So that's fine, and they gave up the Ambessa, which I'm looking at this and going, Ambessa has been probably the premier top lane carry of the last 2 years.
Yeah, discounting Rumble.
Yeah, that's true.
But Rumble sits alone in his little pantheon, much like Incineroar in Pokemon or whatever. It's like, oh, guess this champion's is still around. Oh, guess he's top tier. Ooh, we gave over this. Isn't that wonderful? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Rumble, you're right. I kind of just hadn't judged Rumble properly there. Because he's like, no, it is Rumble.
Yeah.
Jackie is slowed down quite a little bit here. You have to be a bit careful because the flash is going to come on forwards from Azum.
He's got the speed up.
He's got the Kanmei step, but they just get the kill. Nicely done. Now Guwon's around as well. Can look to flag and drag and make all be forced to flash.
Yeah, Jackie really misjudging that, caught by a slow from the Glitter Lance, and that was pretty much it. Jackie, a guy we know can be a bit flippy in lane. This one was just, you know, it wasn't a necessary flip though. And Jackie will now have to be playing as a First Blood participant in the negative direction. Hang on, wait. I don't know.
I think there's a world where you could fly. I mean, there's the heal as the problem of polymorph, but you know.
I think the heal is just on cooldown still, actually, so wouldn't have had that. It was close, Sam. That was really close.
It is. They'll get the resets off. Nice pick up onto Jackie there, who did have the barrier still, I'll note. But again, I think with Guwon coming on down, realistically with the flash down, he would have died anyway. So, bit pointless burning that additional summoner. Care gets shoved in mid lane, but Renard will be able to reset here. Doesn't have a teleport though, so it's slightly frustrating for him, but Care is having a fairly good showing of it so far on the rise.
I'm just checking some audio stuff in the background, folks, because I changed the compressor settings, basically, and I think it's basically meaning that we're peaking less, which is good, but also means we're quieter, which is
unusual.
Yeah. Oh, Breathe, trying to use level 6 to level 5, misses the ultimate there. But yeah, folks, let us know what's happening on the audio side from your end, whether you want game louder, us louder in comparison to, you know, things like that.
If you tell us you want us muted, I'm going to be very upset.
Yeah,
none of that,
yeah,
right?
There were some like really funny comments which are just like completely closed to us. Can we just have the game? And I'm like, why are you here for that then? That's not the service we have advertised or provided. Oh god. Anyway, folks, we grouse. You know, it's our national pastime complaining. You know, apparently, if you complain too much, you wire your brain to, like, be more negative. I can understand a lot of things about my life. Now, Maker has no flash, but lands a good double E.
Jaw is a scary man on this lead. Remember, they've got the flash to work with, so he could keep potentially lurking heal. Now, available. Jachi's the barrier. Flash on 4-4. That's Glitterlance ×2. Jachi, I think, is just dead. And Assume is running over this lane with Jaw. In fact, Mako's dead as well.
Gets a double. Flash forward. There's a sidestep that when becomes lightning, and I think Wei just may make it out from that.
They are, because it doesn't have the extended range for the audacious charge.
The great sidestep. Oh my god, Assume and Draw. This is a bot lane I thought was fine last split. I thought they were okay, especially with, you know, Draw having some... He had a not great 2025, but, you know, before that, you look at his place in some other rosters before that. Draw has had some really good moments, and Assume is a guy that I thought was okay before, like I said, but I didn't think he was, you know, fantastic. I didn't think he was a person that would play particularly aggressive in lane. He's played so aggressively in this lane, and it's worked out really well. The calculations have been fantastic. Draw flashing forwards for the Glitterlance, and despite Mako having some pretty decent disengage here, just does not respect the auto attack up here. You don't have boots, the lethal tempo is active, that's the extra bit of damage needed, and the sidestep on the W is slick, and that gets him out to safety.
Assume survives. And unfortunately, Wade doesn't get what he was looking for. And that means that there's Lunara into a lane that we were saying, look, do you have an answer for Ashe Seraphine? It's the question that's being asked about bot laners everywhere. Has just been yes.
Yeah, has been Jachi and Mako on the other side. This is not the all-oppressive lane they want. Dunk onto Mako, he has no flash, but here comes Wade.
That's not a bad turnaround, actually. Now, Assume, I think, may be in danger. He doesn't have that much to work with, and the turnaround's begun to come flying on through. Guwon doesn't have a flag or die. He's getting slowed down by the Ashe passive. The Rangers focus still available. They can keep looking for more routes. That's a lot of CC, and the turnaround punish is good.
I think Wei should have gone in there. I think that's the second time, Sam, that Wei probably should have gone in there after an unexpected amount of damage came in from the Seraphine.
Unexpected damage in bagging area.
Unexpected damage in bot lane area.
Shout out to Legday on the Marvel Rivals broadcast, who had the phenomenal line, unexpected fragging in baggage area, which is where I've stolen it from.
Okay.
Absolutely exceptional.
That's really good. That's really good. But yeah, I mean, Wei manages to bring something back into order, and we'll see actually now that Jachi actually has a gold lead, because he has the CS lead, and I think that was a shutdown eventually onto Assume. He had 3 kills, so he's managed to slingshot himself back into an okay spot, and now he has the level 6 first. So IG, mission accomplished by that gank bot side. Of course, you want a significant lead on the Ashe Seraphine normally, but getting them out from the rut they were in, they'll take that for now.
Indeed, and it actually pulls the goal back to relatively even here in the bot lane. I will note there's a cull that's being slowly taken apart by Assume, just destacking that one as we go. Missing that attempted look in there with the Arc of Ruin. And that means the ult's been popped. They have gone beyond the turret. There's an arrow to turn around. I don't know about this one, NIP. There's a Galio coming, guys.
They had their rise on the roam as well, but yeah, Renard was there. Also on bot side jungle, both teams mid lane is very aware of the damage that can come out very quickly from this bot lane, particularly when you don't have something like a Leona or a Nautilus. It feels like, you know, the trades are quite quick and they're quite deadly, so you need to be very quick on getting there to flip these plays, but of course you're rewarded pretty well when it does happen. NIP, 1,000 gold in the lead. They have significant lead from Care in mid lane against Renard, actually. He's been doing quite well in the Ryze Galio matchup. Galio pretty good into Ryze's laning matchup. You don't expect him to, you know, win the lane heavily or anything, but you expect him to remain within 10 CS. Now it's gone to about 20, which is not great for Renard.
No, and again, considering there's some questions about how is Renard going to be doing, he's often played out team fights quite well, but there's been 1 or 2 laning phases where things have gone wrong. And against more experienced veteran mids like Care, you give up those small laning advantages, those slight missteps, they do tend to compound a lot harder at this level of play, just inevitably. And Renard, still quite a fresh player, not had that much tier 1 experience to say the least. It's just kind of getting taken to task here quietly by Care. You are still a Galio, you are still very useful in this composition innately, but it's not like you want to be playing from a deficit either.
Yeah. Another thing which I'm going to call out as well is this jungle matchup. Obviously we saw Wei and Guon both partake in their bot lane play. Guon was exceptional in NIP's first series. He was by far the player of the series there, and you know, his creative playmaking has become a hallmark of NIP, the hallmark of NIP. I think you could argue over the gameplay that was shown in the last split or two. Guon last year was not good, folks. For those of you that weren't watching the LCP, he was on a Destination Focus Me team, you know, famous Japanese legends, and he struggled. It was his first year out from playing on the T1 Academy roster, which is where he got a lot of fanfare from. Of course, he is someone that came from that T1 trainee system. But his first foray into Tier 1 wasn't particularly successful to the point where he actually left before the year was actually done. So I was concerned about what he would bring to NIP in this year. And I have to say, I've been blown away by him. He is such a good Vi player, such a good Jarvan player. He's a guy that can kind of find these aggressive plays in a way that you want to see out of rookie junglers, and then also have that, you know, temperament to make sure that you can kind of, you know, not always do that, be too predictable and kind of lose games when you flip things too hard as well. I think he's been really good, Sam.
And considering he was coming from a DFM squad that struggled, I think, you know, him and I think it would have been Arya last year, wouldn't it, of course, were doing the best with a bad situation. And actually he's now come over to the LPL where people not really expecting all that much of him. And yes, we've seen bad games too, but when it has worked, it's been pretty special. Yep. Things like the Kiana as well has always been really good fun to watch from him.
Oh, Hoya's getting pretty good trades here against Breathe. Ult 3, but Hoya still has his ult 2.
As the Eclipse Shield made that a little bit more even than I think Hoya was hoping for.
Yeah, I think Breathe was trying to predict the Gnar ult so he would get the shielding on it. You can see that while the early trades were going quite well for the Ambassador, Hoya's managed to do quite well now. He's still about 10 CS behind, but Breathe, you can see what happens once you start facing up against, you know, the steel cap spike, particularly from the Gnar. Guon also on top, so that means that he needs to play very respectfully.
I guess the Electrocutors meant that the early laning phase, which should theoretically have been the Gnars, wasn't, because often the Ambassador just sort of ends up sitting there going, I get a grass proc every now and then, but otherwise Gnar just sort of bullies me slowly.
Yeah, and
he
again,
often does.
Yeah, for those of you who've just filtered in over time, you'll notice that the runes are not showing on the bottom scoreboard, but we've seen the Electrocute from the Ambassador, and that was worth talking about. Breathe used to play a fair amount of that last year.
Again, you're still going to be relatively scary as things go on, but realistically, I think at this point, for the Ambassador, you are probably waiting on that Black Cleaver. I would expect second item to feel even better about your opportunities. Guon is around this bot side of the map. A little bit of a note in about where we are in terms of objectives. Early Dragon has gone the way of IG. Don't know about Grubs, have to wait until all of those role quests are complete before we get to see that on the LPL HUD.
Yeah, I just saw the bot lane role quests for Jetchi complete them as well. Very even between the two bot laners. Mid lane, well, I'm so surprised this ended up being like an 800 gold lead. Go on. I don't know if you want to be the ones going aggressively here. Diving into a Shinzao, not recommended, but you do have your Rise here first.
You do, but there's a Seraphine behind. This makes things quite interesting, and Galio cheats this out the roots. Oh dear, Guon.
Oh, he gets cancelled on his flag drag. He tried to keep Wei in the baby cage, but that was just not a good decision, really. You don't want to engage onto an entrenched Shinzao. If he's jumping forwards into you, yeah, you can separate him from his team and get value there. IG just throw all the ultimates, fire everything moment. That'll be a free dragon because the enemy jungler is down.
It is. Does it hurt them getting back to lanes with Duo and Assume both having their ults available? Doesn't look like it. So it should be a dragon without any ability, even with the ult discrepancy for a fight. I think that's not exactly a poor decision from NIP. Breathe roaming down though, and that's quite deep from Care.
Wei's going there too. If they can actually connect any CC, nah, he's spotted him out, had flash, and he used that phase rush to get back into a safe position. Not about a little roam down from Breathe though. You want to see that sort of, you know, mindset. Speaking of that mindset, we're just talking about how Guon was that creative playmaker, and he went for a creative play, and it didn't work this time, folks. We'll just
occasionally too.
Yeah, as we say, most of the time he's actually had like the wherewithal to figure out when it's not a good play, and we'll see that in the replay now. I guess he thinks, look, Rise is on the way down. Will maybe have the first mid lane as the play, but he's actually not within DPS range as the play starts. And then right here, he tries to get out, and then he gets hit by
Crescent Guard, I think.
I I'm gonna have to watch that back. I actually didn't, because it wasn't the Q3. I don't think the crescent, because the crescent guard wouldn't have worked because he had the challenge mark on him. It doesn't knock back the first person.
It wasn't encore.
Does anyone know what stopped that there?
Was he just, did he just put the flag too far?
It might have been the encore does stop some dashes. I think.
But the encore came later. Hang on.
Top side.
That's good there onto K. You're absolutely right, and he's left at about half HP. Flash on forward, trying to realm warp out, but the damage is ridiculous. Electrocute plus all of that Eclipse damage is pretty damn disgusting. Now in the mid lane, Jackie being run out by Assume and Jewel, and the 1v2 is just not winnable for the Ashe in this scenario. Assume takes the turret shot and will be very happy to take that kill. Now 4-1.
Yeah, I just watched it back again, and Rudu's welcoming Rudu as well. Someone who works over on the LPL English co-stream as well. The flag was out of range. The terrain put it out of range.
I wondered.
Yeah,
there you go.
It was just out of range, that flag. But yeah, Guwon, he did it to himself, actually. So NIP managed to pick up that important kill onto Jackie. Jackie is a guy that we know can fall behind and stay behind. Herald started up anyway, though, by IG, despite the fact that they lost that mid lane prio just earlier.
Indeed. That's a Herald coming down. And hello, Rudu, properly. Let me say hello as well. Former colleague of mine, exceptional color caster, very entertaining Blade.
Technically, colleague within the same scene, but just not in the same broadcast.
Wasn't I not seen with it?
But like right now. Oh, right now. No. I'm saying, but we're still.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Like,
I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Typically in the space, you say colleague if you work within.
Okay, that's fine. It's still a colleague on LPL broadcasting. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Well, just within casting.
Fine.
Technically, I'd call someone like Captain Flowers a colleague. You know.
I see. You know what? I hate.
You know what I mean? Maybe I say that just because like I'm colleagues with.
This was actually Hoyer's having a bad time. Look, he's putting his foot in it more than I was putting it there. You know, I was trying to say hey to a friend of mine. Rudu's cool, dude.
Yeah, Rudu sadly, you know, since he's passed on.
all right, but getting ganged up on now. Good God, this chat, honestly.
Gosh. Yeah, but Breathe. This is a guy. This is the guy who's been my phrase, but it's a really good phrase, isn't it? Breathe is a player who definitely takes these kind of matchups like the Ambassador and will, in a very kind of like, hang on, ways jumping forwards.
You certainly think about going over this time. The flag is within range. Assume gets cleansed. Actually, there's a very amount of HP to work with here. Actually, here comes the public execution, just shy as the Kanmei step gave Assume enough movement speed to back out of it. Breathe just wide on that slightly perspective ult. The route after, though, into the encore. Assume's now in danger. Has got a wild growth behind him, but is that going to be enough? They can keep running. I think Assume's in danger. The good shield. Guwon goes for the flag of right, but missed it. It'll be a 1-for-1 in terms of the AD carries. Battle Herald summoned, looking to run at Guwon, who does not have the flash. The flag and drag still on cooldown for a little while longer. So this fight gets on to interesting footing. Does have that flag and drag back up, and will be able to slide out to safety, but the Herald goes into mid lane, and they'll end up 1-for-1, but turret plates to the advantage.
Even though the combined bot lane is getting slammed, I think Mako's having a great game, Sam. I think it's Jackie that's mispositioning more than anything, and Mako's been trying to pick up the pieces. Took a split off, and Mako, Sam, on the enchanters in the first games we've seen back, has been really exceptional. Now, right here, it's in the right range. Well, this bit's not really about him. They get the Mikhail's first out of Assume. It's a good arrow from Jackie here. And then just after, Assume pops the ultimate just to make sure that the ult from Ambassador isn't onto him. I think he just kind of chooses to predict it rather than react to it and potentially lose his life. Double CC, hits the encore afterwards, ends up unlocking this kill angle onto Assume. Jackie does end up getting hit by just a crazy amount of damage, and it's good play by Guwon to stop all of the follow-up coming through. But Mako's the one that makes that play, of course.
Fiend Hunter Bolt is a pretty silly item because Jackie had pretty much the majority of his health bar to work with and didn't get hit by CC. That was raw damage. And still lost that trade.
Got Dragon up in a couple of seconds. Will be third Dragon for IG on Infernal Soul map with a team which can actually apply with the Ashe Volley very, very well. So NIP can't let them have this. So what do they do about that? Breathes on a flank angle, has his ult again, doesn't have flash for the fight. NIP, well, they're up against the Death Ball now. Sam, can they beat this composition? Is it already online?
With all of his energy there to work with Hoyer about it. Meganar as well. That's great timing on that transformation. Means getting through here is tricky. Out comes the arrow. They go in and try and steal it. It's won by the Shinzao. That's important. Hoyer gets hit by the public execution. Still has build all. Galio's all interrupted. They've blown up Guwon though on the other side. And Renard is out for now, but Assume should just be able to run at him. The Arc of Ruin lands. The Realm Warp to follow. And that statue is looking mighty defaced here. Iconoclasts are NIP. They'll pick up another kill.
2 for 1, but the Dragon goes over, and it's another great encore, Sam. Mako's having a good game on the Seraphine. The smite key was true from Way, one of our better smiters here within the LPL.
Wrong MOBA that.
Him and JJ tend to...
Wrong MOBA that.
Wrong. Oh, right.
Ah,
yeah,
see?
yeah.
I made a funny pun.
I had a friend who was semi-pro in Smite.
Yeah.
He was like, Belf, if you're out there. He was like second best Chronos in the world at one
pretty
point.
good going.
Gosh, there's good Smite there from Wei. Early Smite from Guon. I think he panicked a little bit. Wait, did that go on cooldown? Sometimes the bottom of the HUD that lies to you. I think it was Smite from Guon and then just the kill from the auto attack by Wei.
Gold, 1,500 or so towards NIP, edging more towards 2k, let's be fair to them. The problem still is the fact that they are down Infernal Soul Point, and that will be a problem the entire game. Assume having a great showing. Him and Jor have had a really, really good time of it in this game, and that's great news because NIP's bot lane, I think, has sometimes been one of those ones that people have kind of just dismissed as there. Up and down a bit. Jor's had his moments. Assume we've got what's going on. Assume slides away with the alt dash. Untouchable shadow required.
Yeah, it does have the Fiend Hunter bolts you noted earlier, so it's a lower cooldown, but still, we've seen the amount of damage that Assume's been doing, and you know he's someone that you want to make sure doesn't have every tool to fight with. Going into the topside jungle for vision control now. Do they put down a control ward? Red buff could be started. Do they think they can fight because the Yunara doesn't have ult?
I think it's a possibility, you know. Hoya nowhere near Mega as well, so that makes things quite tricky. Wei gets the smite. It's easily managed, and IG get that kill without any real contest from NIP. Renardo jumps on forward onto Hoya, gets a phase rush away, but I wonder whether Hoya can chase this.
Oh, he has to teleport out. Yeah, this is actually danger. Where's the Mega? Oh, Renard. He misjudged that one. Renard will go down in the top lane.
Nice pick up there. They do trade bot, or mid lane rather, at tier 1, so it's not like it comes for nothing, but still a little bit sloppy there from the mid lane substitute for Victus Gaming.
IG just went into enemy topside jungle to get that vision and get the red buff steal. They didn't stick around, and Renard, I don't think, realized that part. I think he thought, well, we're going into topside, I'll be safe. Obviously not the case, because NIP realized effectively that IG are not sticking around on topside, and that meant that Renard was on his own.
Hoya actually quietly now up quite a lot of gold hand. There is indeed the encore. The cleanse though is good. He's got so many shields. Oh my days! He had most of his health bar as a little grey additional bar. Guwon does go down though as Breed gets that angle onto the backline. Becomes a 1-for-1. But now it's a 2v3 in the wrong jungle. Breed gets a lot of damage onto Care, who's forced to flash away, but Wei will now likely die. It's decent sustain, but alas, it's still not enough, and they'll pick up the jungler as well. Do they fancy a Baron angle with the man advantage?
Yeah, not without smite. Not without smite. That'll be the only thing which stops them from doing that. Assume is taking this game over, and he has been for a while. Draw and Assume have done so well on the Yunara Lulu, and I think it's working so well because it hasn't become about the 5v5s where I think there is enough damage to burst through all of those shields. In a 2v2, there just isn't. I think that the Yunara Lulu, these individual skirmishes, becomes just so painful. I mean, it's a really good teleport by Breathe, and I think that Wei correctly judges his damage. Guwon's having a bit of a rough one versus Wei. Of course, no shame in that because Wei is a really good jungler, and you'll correctly, you know, predict that kind of damage calculation like that. Because so many Thunder Sky procs, but sadly, there's only so many times you can proc that. He goes down.
Does indeed. Jachi edging towards the Last Whisper. Probably wise, I think, this game, considering it's a fair number of HP stackers. Even the Yunara with the wild growth, you get quite a lot of value on the Giant Slayer.
Yeah,
so not against that.
You know, I'd actually never considered Giant Slayer having niche application versus Lulu because of that, and also because Lulu doesn't really heal you, she shields you as well, so actually having something like the Mortal Reminder isn't as useful. So we got 40 seconds till the dragon now. IG looking for Infernal Soul. Guwon's starting to worry me, Sam. He is such a key part of NIP's success, but he's the one that's behind, and if he dies, that's going to be the soul over to IG.
It's still 3,500 gold lead for NIP, so they're coming in with a pretty healthy dose of gold. Lulu's items scary. Ardent Sense and Mikhail's means Assume is basically Kingmaker right now. He's just picked up the Hex Optics as well for a cheap third item. Spike, he's got the Executioner's Calling because Seraphine does provide a fair amount of healing. Of course, the Shinzao, the Ambassador, will also be doing their own amount of that. Here we go again. It's IG in control of the river right now, though.
Even just there, does that they're going on to him.
Oh no, Assume's in so much danger. He just got blind ulted by the Ambassador. Oh no, no, no.
Oh, Breathe, that was wonderful. Hits an ult onto Assume, rather, as he backsteps, and it is just an unassisted Ambassador ult. Sam, we wondered, why the hell did you give Breathe Ambassador? You banned his Cassante. Cool. What about this really good carry champion which can snipe out your carries in the backline? That ultimate may have just won IG the game, Sam.
Gordon Ramsay's out there screaming at someone going, it's raw! That Ambassador ult should never be landing like that. You need to cook it. And no, Breathe just does it with no assistance required.
That's Infernal Soul. It's a kill onto a team. That genuinely fantastic from Breathe. Genuinely fantastic from him. You know, he was trading well versus Hoya for most of early lane. Ends up teleporting in to help out Wei before this too. And he's using the body language of Assume, saying that he wants to, you know, he uses his auto-attack as CC. Assume is trying to clear the wave, and while he's in an auto-attack animation, Breathe pings him with the ult. That is really well played. You'll see it with a couple of different champions, but with something as quick and as long... Wait, Jachi's dead. Oh dear.
What?
Is that Baron?
That's Wild Growth from Realm Warp down, so I think it was Realm Warp used to catch him by the looks of it.
Guys,
and that means Baron can now be started.
Look, I know that Photic definitely struggled for IG, but Jachi is definitely a flippy player too. Jachi Love, we call him that for a reason. It's a very true statement. It's all on Breathe again. Come on, guys. What can you do? Infernal Soul, what have you got?
He's got a public execution of the dream, but the Baron is now gone. And Renard is a snowman. Forced to flash over the wall, but there's a Cataclysm after. Do you want to kill a snowman? Yes, they do. NIP will pick up the Galio.
Okay, so NIP get a quick kill. They go into the Baron afterwards, and despite giving up Infernal Soul, 4,000 gold lead Baron, maybe they can use the temporary buff of the Baron to get enough gold to break the base and try and go to win. It's a recall away from any teammates. Everyone else is off the map, and it just so happens that he's on a ward. I don't know what happened with the resets before that. Is it correct to, you know, blame him for the timing of the reset? That's the stuff which we don't know from that kind of replay. Obviously not been a great game from Jachi.
Frustrating one there, to say the least. Do pick up a turret, though, to IG. Worth noting again, despite losing the Baron, they are still up Infernal Soul. So we've seen Baron for Soul trades a number of times, and when the Baron hasn't won you the game, it's still not great.
Breathe, go for that. Hang on a second. Ash Arrow just wide there. Jachi, yeah, Jachi, a very snowbally player. This guy really is in the vein of Jackie Love, and of course he was training technically under him on Top Esports. Last split, moved over from Top Esports to IG, beat them in that last series out as well, so beat his former team. NIP really need to make the use of this remaining Baron buff to see what they can do against this Infernal Soul, which is going to provide that permanent value.
Good read from Rude Dude, actually saying he reckons Serpent's Fang on Breathe. And you know what?
I was thinking about
into
that.
Sterax, into Jarvan, Ryze is going to have it from the Seraphs, Lulu, just in general.
Nah, you know, I've seen enough ARAM and Best. It's actually going to be upgraded Collector.
Yeah, of course, because the Mayhem augments are very much present here in pro play.
Dude, I mean, obviously as a based arena enjoyer, I was prepared for such augments first. Dude, augments are just so fun. Like, it trains your ability to figure out what actually is best for you at that moment, rather than kind of going by a Mobifier guide. I appreciate that.
25% crit chance going to slam a super. That's exactly it.
Just you wait until he rolls a jeweled gauntlet. just you wait. Everyone's laughing until he hit him with like the 1,000 damage Q2.
For context, if you want to know why Nymaera is so arena pilled, it's because they hit rank 1 in arena, like twice.
Well, I hit rank. I hit top 100 in every arena set when I had ranked, and then on PB as well. Hang on, Sam, this is way too important right now, folks. Breathe was looking for an ultimate there. Look, as much as I love my arena, probably more important to talk about the actual League of Legends happening on my screen.
Yeah, but arena, Alex.
True. Really, really broken is Ambassador if you get tank it or leave it, so you can get like crit chance defense. It's really, really cool.
Yes.
Anyway, anything defensive on Ambassador means that, and this is the thing actually with Ambassador with Enchanters anyway. If you guys defensive things go wild, Way is not tanky.
Whoa! Public execution goes wide. Galliot means that Renard is now trapped in a Cataclysm with no one around to go, team. I thought we were going in. What?
Well, they were certainly trying, but Breathe misses the ult for one of the first times this game. You can't get into the play, left Renard alone. I know that one looks bad for Renard there, but realistically, I think that one's just an unfortunate series of events of Breathe not landing his ultimate. If he goes in, you have double solo laners starting to spin to win into the backline, I think that's fine. We have ourselves a pause, and I'm not sure what it's from. Camera goes to NIP. Sometimes that means that they called it. Not always, though.
Yeah. Worth noting, of course, as well, that Way leaving as well as Breathe. We're trying to ult. It's not the best coordination there, actually, from IG.
So, about Ambassador in...
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, the most important conversation.
Sam,
yes.
Wait, did you play that game with me? Maybe you did. Yeah, we did. I had a game the other day where I had...
yes, I did.
It was unexpected. Oh, yeah. I had unexpectedly disgusting Ambassador build where I got critical healing. So your heals and shields gain 40% extra value on your crit chance, basically. So if you crit, you get that. And then I got heal and shield pass, an extra 20% on that. And then I ended up getting tank it or leave it. And I ended up building Atma's Impaler for the HP into crit chance. So I ended up getting 100% crit through crit shards and everything else. And then I tank it or leave it means that based on your crit chance, you can half some things damage. So I was halving damage and then also like tripling my shields. And I had a Yumi, so the heals also applied from that too. Yeah, it was, yeah.
2 quick things. Harold, thank you very much for the resub. Much love to the ham hand. 2, Mr. Pillow, you're very welcome for the accidental cast of your game on the second screen, because apparently you too are having an Ashe enjoyance.
Ashe is one of those champions which is really satisfying when it starts going well, because if you manage to just outspace your opponent and then kind of run them down, it just feels like it's a very different kind of skill set than mobility, dashing around, or Lucian or Vayne or Rosaria, something like that, and kind of outplaying like that. Outplaying through positioning is a very specific kind of feel-good moment for an AD carry.
Okay, Pillow, while you're here, and chat in general, Rudu, if you're listening, I have seen, and then people like Project Ashe NA and some other guys have basically been told about this new build on Ashe, guys. And basically, it's hubris into Hex Optics. The idea being, it means you lane with Dirk, and your W does a lot more damage. I think it's like 169 in lane. Nice. And then once you get hubris, you go up to like 250, and you're getting like 49 AD when you get that first kill. First kill, then once you get second item, Hex Optics gets you to 700 AD. So being able to use your W to basically win fights before you get in, because you're doing so much poke damage, means it's very easy to get that first kill, get to that 700 range, and then just glide your way through.
Oh my god, Pillow's actually playing the build while we're talking about this. Oh no, that's not enough.
Oh, is he actually playing it right now?
Yeah, this is the clip of it, yeah. Oh no.
He is playing it! There we go, yeah, that is a Phantom Dancer third, and then you just run over people.
I think at that point, basically, the Phantom Dancer gives you it gives you some extra crit that you were missing, and it gives you the like the move speed as well. Because one of the things that, okay, the reason why people stuck so heavily with Kraken Slayer for such a long time, even though you drop damage because it has no crit chance, is because the movement speed is really good. So having something like a Hubris and then into the Hex Optics means that you lose some mobility, but because you can play at volley range more, it ends up giving you that extra kind of degree of safety, because you're pushing less for auto attacks anyway. Then you get Hex Optics and you're like, well, I mean, if I get that increased range, well, I again just crazy at that point.
Yeah, because you started at 260 AD at the beginning of the fight and ended at 300. And let's be real, if Ashe hits someone with an arrow, realistically, that converts into a kill pretty regularly. So at which point you just get the Hex Optics and the Hubris value, which is huge. Glad to see that Pillar was indeed trying that build. Rudu, definitely give it a go. I've been hearing a lot of good stuff about the build. Basically, because once you get your first item, it means that your W is hitting for something like 500 damage in lane if you hit both opponents, which is, it's 250 each. That's a lot of damage off a W, because at the minute, it means your W is kind of a lot of mana to not do a lot.
I mean, it's good, but the thing is, like, Ashe has had her W nerfed specifically because it's just so oppressive on support. So it had to remove a lot of base values from it. Now, if you actually end up building towards it, and they tried to tweak it so if you built towards it, it would be better. They tried to shift some power to her Q as well, but so her W is still worse than it was, but if you build towards it, it's still a very strong ability. And yeah, I mean, anyone who's played against, the ARAM Ashes who just kind of spam W will know that. So we're still in a pause, folks. We don't know why it's pausing. In fact, maybe I should put some text on screen for it. I will do. Good. Oh no, we're into. In fact, we're straight back into game anyway. I was about to go give you some extra notice. Let's get back into game. Things which I'm noticing already. Obviously, the actualizer's there from Care. He's really fed, and Renard has struggled quite a lot on the Galio. Some of it by his own fault. I think fights like the last one we saw, not really. That was just, Breeze missing his ult and he was left alone in the front line. And there was a question in Onivia's chats from actually, who was it from? And it was a question from someone saying, well, can the NIP win against the Infernal Soul? I think they can, because I think that their AD carry and mid lane are so fed that even though IG have a ton of burst extra added on by that Infernal, that their carries can just clean up a fight. 3 to 4 item Rise is one of the strongest champions in the game, and Yunara with a Lulu particularly gets that force multiplier from the Enchanter, which goes wild. NIP will certainly be in position to fight around the Elder, and they can win through that objective. So let's go check out the map right now. NIP, they have themselves a lot of wards up and down the rift. They have wards everywhere, pretty much. That's going to give Hoya and Care some chance for flanking vision. IG, They don't have stuff like a Zhonya's onto Renard. He's not been able to afford that. And Jachi isn't in an Infinity Edge either. They are buoyed by the fact that they have that Infernal Soul. It probably does even out the gold discrepancy as a team. But in terms of individual roles, I still think that Nymaera is going to be doing so much more than the Ashe.
Hello, Parky. Good to see you, mate. You do indeed hear my voice as well. 40 seconds until Elder. I think that will be the point where this game is decided. Infernal Soul versus a 7,000 gold lead. Who wins? We'll find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, Hoya throwing a house at the bot side. We'll just try and clear out some of those minions there. NIP, they want to try and make sure that IG don't have free entrance into River. IG are going to try and find a way to push through bot lane to get into Dragon. Because obviously when you're out-warded, really, you don't want to go through those tight choke points in the jungle against stuff like that Java. In fact, he's going to go for this flank again. Guwon's going to get hit by the arrow, though. Can they finish him off before the CC ends?
They're going to try. He's got a GA to work with. Flags and drags away, and that means for now he's just about alive. Has to flash, but then the public execution wide again. Breathe, missing out some critical. Will still jump onto Assume and gets him down to about a third.
Yeah, the free flying ults not necessarily landing at this point, but the damage onto Assume, I think, wins them the Elder Sam. I think that Breathe once again might have just made a play which has saved them.
Might have done. Breathe can keep hunting for something a little bit more here. Thanks to the sub-park. He picked a good moment for it. Care gets knocked up by that potential wild... The Crescent Guard, rather, no Wild Growth on that one. It's Care instead gets Wild Growth to keep him alive. Jackie tries to trade, but then Breathe flashes on in. The Realm Wolf trying to keep him alive. Assume it's gone!
Breathe finds the angle. His Ambessa has saved IG once again. I don't even care that he missed the ult before, Sam. His damage calculations have been so good, realizing, look, if I go forwards with this electrocute Ambessa, someone's to lose in their head. Someone's gonna have the head rolling on the ground, and it is the most important player on the enemy team again. Teleport towards the top side, but there is an Elder there already, and I think NIP realized, look, they're moving already. The only way that works is if IG make a mistake. They don't. They have the Infernal, they have the Elder, and it doesn't matter if there's such a big AD carry diff. NIP just can't stand a fight against these two uber buffs.
They really, really can't. And again, I saw what you're doing there, NIP. Look, you've lost the Elder. You've got to try and make a flip happen elsewhere. Unfortunately, there were no resets from IG, so we were given no window to take this Baron down. The resets come on forwards, and now Infernal Soul, alongside everything else, it starts with Guwon getting picked, looking for wards on the flank.
With one pick. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how far Javelin Flags flies.
Keep that in mind. I described this team fight to explain in due time.
Nice little subs, by the way, Charlie and Parky as well. But yeah, Guwon looks for the creative flank again, but real credit to IG. They've not kind of fallen for the creativity of Guwon. They've not given him the vision gaps for him to make those kind of plays. Gets caught out, the flank fails, and they can start walking back. And you can see on the scoreboard, they've got like the proper like cyberpunk neon colors. They've got like, or rather, that's like Hotline Miami colors. The neon blue and the pink, because they have both Baron and Elder, and they're going to be walking in with that.
Well, they will be. We can start looking at these inner turrets now. Begin to mash them down with Baron and everything else behind them. Very, very scary. Guwon trying to clear out the wave behind him. Don't blame him for looking to just try and hold this wave very good, because you don't want to fight now. That's the worst thing you can do, but you may not be given a choice.
Yeah, there's the wave pushing in top lane. Guwon is again trying to look for a creative angle. I don't think they've seen him, but he also doesn't have flash for this, and Renard is on the they've seen him now. The arrow lands onto him again, and damn near kills him.
Oh boy, he needs to keep running. Already these inhibitors falling. Nexus turrets now next on the chopping block. Guwon taken down to his GA. Renard is just keeping him out. That means to engage options down. Mako did get chunked pretty heavily there as Hoya. Oh wait, there's Breed into the backline with the public execution. Crescent Guard as well as Care now in danger. The stun afterwards, the taunts are all good, and the Elder continues to breathe all over them. That's a little ironic considering the top laner's name. And Invictus Gaming, it is hard fought, but NIP will crumble under the weight of all of the stacked buffs.
So they have less than 1,000 gold leaders. The Nexus falls, and they end up winning the game with less kills than their opponent. Breathe, what a performance from him. Him and Mako, those are the two, which you know what? They'll honestly throw way in there too. But I think probably Breathe is my player of the game for that one. An exceptional game on the Ambassador, especially since the bot lane started to fall apart, and we thought that, well, Assume might just run away with this. It's a sad situation, obviously, for NIP, who I thought who did very well at dealing with this meta-defining strongest bot lane on the patch, Air Seraphine. They were the ones which really found an advantage there, but they couldn't see it through. Thank you, by the way, for the subs, as you're saying, Parky, Jolly, and everyone else as well. We appreciate you.
All right, guys, I'm just saying, we are
62% of the way through a hype train right now.
True.
We could extend the number of carriages in this train right now. Do you know how they could do that, Alex?
I really like freight, Sam.
Yeah,
I want more freight. I want more freight on my train.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know how you could extend the train? I hear that a ticket to ride costs one whole Prime subscription. That's all it takes, guys.
Been trying to gift subs, it won't let me. What? Try, I mean, I don't know. Just try like logging in again, maybe. But no, there have been some issues with Twitch subscription because someone said they tried to sub and they could. Obviously, someone nefarious is working against our continued stuff here. But anyway, folks, let's do our spiel. For those of you who are watching and are enjoying this, Montes, thanks so much for the bits as well. Appreciate you. There is no official English LPL broadcast anymore. There are multiple people covering it through co-streams, and we're one of those people. We love the LPL, as do many other people. We saw Rudy in chat as well, who's one of those other people who's working on LPL English, another LPL co-stream covering this region. Why it's so important to note that is that none of us are paid anymore to cover the LPL, which means that if you like seeing LPL coverage, if you like following these teams and these games, we need your help, bluntly. And this is, I know it's like a we need you kind of thing. Genuinely, we need your help. This is our job. We actually don't have other broadcast work now, so this is actually what we do all the time. We will literally be here every LPL day to cast you games like this because we enjoy it and because we think you deserve that as well. I love casting these games. I love bringing it to you as well. We wouldn't do this without you. And if you are someone that has a little bit of bandwidth to drop a subscription or bits or donate to the Ko-fi, it does make a difference. But honestly, just being here, telling people that we're live and just bluntly enjoying yourselves, like commenting, subscribing, those basic things, it does genuinely make a big difference as we battle the algorithm here. We're brothers. We've done this for a number of years. It has become a family business. Very, blessed to have someone who's so good as a co-caster as Sam as well. But thank you everyone for stopping by, and of course we'll carry on with the rest of the games. Thank you for being here.
And Corey, thank you for the additional gift sub there. You did get us up that level in that hype train. Much appreciated. Thanks for coming and supporting us where we work at this point in time. There's those damage graphs. Unsurprisingly assumed in quite a lot of work there, but just not enough. There's the way of it, and there's all of the various exclamation mark points. Thank you again for everyone supporting. That is a heck of a canyon that IG had to claw their way out of. Again, the gold graph didn't necessarily take into account the fact that if you check out the objectives, that is 3 Grubs, a Herald, 4 Dragons, an Elder, and a Baron that went the way of IG. The only neutral objective NIP got all game was one singular Baron.
Yeah, and they got that in trade for it. Oh, thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, Barky.
The gifts of hit Sinian. I was like, oh wait, it was Sinian because they're a friend of the channel. Thank you so much for the gift subs. 5 of them. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Parky. Okay, we need to go get ourselves a refill on coffee.
Do you want to sort that?
Break as well. Yeah, if that's okay.
No problem.
I'm gonna go into an ad break while we watch the highlights. No, there is absolutely no obligation to. It's just people who have bandwidth. It does make a difference to us, obviously, but there's absolutely never an obligation for this stuff, folks. Oh yeah, in more UMA-related news, I was really lucky to roll Ballroom Saiyan. Oh, thank you so much for the Ko-fi donation. Again, like, I really want to impress. There is absolutely no obligation for this, genuinely, but obviously makes a huge difference to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mecca. Unbelievable. As always, one of the more extraordinary supporters in the community.
Yeah, thanks. That's half our rank knocked out. Nice. Let's go. Take that. Yeah.
Al, can I have your mic, please? Oh, you put it there.
Sorry, I know. So no. Yeah.
I haven't posted today, at least. So far.
No worries, Mecca. No worries. Okay. Yeah. Well, Berlin rent's expensive, so, breathe, man. Great for breathe. Breathe is a good player. Breathe is a good player, folks. Oh, so HLE beat D+K. Okay, I need to review some HLE games. Like, I need to watch HLE versus T1 and HLE versus DK. I was gonna do some Border yesterday, but I needed to clean up the house before Angie got here and stuff. I felt bad about that. So, hey, Andrea, good to see you. Oh yeah, aren't there? Hang on, folks. Aren't there more levels to the badge system now? I think that you can have like beyond 1 year. So I need to like contact the person because like Mercury does my emotes. Maybe I should do some stuff beyond the badge which we have now. I really like the channel badge we have. The channel badge is really cool. I'm just wondering like what I can just wondering what I can even upgrade that to. I'm actually not sure. Because I you know, I built it with like that in mind, right? But yeah, we can pick things up. Okay, we've got our break on. Let me go change the music around. Okay, oops, let's do that. And then, there we go, cool. Okay. But yeah, Renard didn't have a good game there, folks. That's a bit worrying, actually. But at least Breathe did. Oh, Breathe is so good. It's great to see Breathe back. You know, Breathe is one of those players who can just take a game by the scruff of the neck. He is one of those truly carry top laners within the LPL. I know that he's a step below. He is a step below Bin, or I guess the Shy, or you know, there've been a handful of people who've been like slightly. Well, they've been, you know, slightly better, you know, basically. But hey, thank you so much, Breathe. Not Breathe, thank you so much. Breathe is player of the game. I just went into like autopilot mode for stuff to say when something appears on the screen. I'll have to call Sam Sammy some pennies since I gifted. Yeah, you've upgraded him, Sammy some pennies. Yeah, Sammy some pence. Oh god. But yeah, I mean, Breathe was exceptional. Really, really good. Glad he embraced the name. It's just that Sam does just look eerily similar to BBNOS. He genuinely does. And I will always call him BBNOS. Also, I've got a bone to pick with Baby No Money. In the peak of Victor... wait. I mentioned Baby No Money on an LEC broadcast. And I clipped it and put it on TikTok. And it got like 10k views. And he didn't see it, folks. He didn't see it when he was replying to everything. It was his reply to everything era. It was something like, wow. And they lock in the JVic combination, favorite combo of a little known of a musician called BBNOS, so I hear. I saw Baby No Money in concert, and it was genuinely so good. I don't go to a lot of like R&B / I don't even know what genre it is, but I don't go to a lot of that genre of kind of concerts really. Typically I go to like either really out there stuff or just rock and metal. Rock and metal is... Oh, he's rap, yeah, cool. But, yeah, I mean, best bands I've ever seen live, I'd say almost all of the best stuff I've seen live have been, like, really, really good rock and metal bands, because there's something which isn't captured on the recording in terms of the energy of rock and metal. So, no, I mean, the best big gigs I ever saw, a lot of them were at Download Festival, actually. You know, I saw Linkin Park with Chester Bennington, my favorite band of all time. They played the entirety of the Hybrid Theory album. That was in 2014, was it? 2014. And I saw Metallica play all of the Black album at Download as well. Yeah. Muse have an incredible live set. Muse have an insane live set. First concert I ever went to was N-Dubs. That's pretty cool, actually. Love the 1975. Muse are insanely good in live shows. I think, look, there are some of their more recent albums I don't love on studio as much, but they're really, really good live. So a lot of the Drones album, for instance, I don't...
On record, great live.
Yeah, I don't like it on record. It's fine, but I'm like, I would rather be listening to Absolution, which is most of what I think about Muse. I listen to something like, I'd rather be listening to Absolution, basically. But You Learned Hysteria the other day, great song.
Yeah, it was. I literally got on call to go play some Rivals in Parky, and he was like, "Hey, guess what I've been learning?" Just pulled out Hysteria. I was like, where did this come from?
Yeah, that's a very satisfying riff, because there's it's got like the dance beat. It's slow down. It's like the swing to it.
The other band I think that was exceptional live, I think people sometimes clown on, Coldplay were extraordinary
yes,
live.
Coldplay are one of the best bands I've ever seen live, and I know a lot of people laugh at them because they were really radio friendly and just everywhere on the radio for literally years and years. Genuinely, Coldplay are one of the best bands I've ever seen live.
Saw them on the Viva La Vida tour with Jay-Z supporting.
Yeah.
Extraordinary gig.
No, they were something special, folks. They were really something special. So that was really cool. Who else was good? Dream Theater did stuff musically I just didn't know was possible live. Steel Panther are my favorite gig to ever go to. I've seen Steel Panther and Tenacious D on the same lineup. I've saw them at Download, and they got Corey Taylor out to play Death to All But Metal. So I've seen Steel Panther and Tenacious D in the same day. I guess being a rock metal fan and being an LPL fan isn't that too far apart. I don't think there's a crazy amount of similarities there, but yeah. Saw them at Download too. They're so good, man. They're so good. Got Corey live. Hey, yeah. Oh man, I really want to see Slipknot. I really want to see Slipknot because their live show is insane. I'm so sad I didn't get to see them with Joey Jordison and Paul Gray. Yeah, I kind of like, I got into Slipknot a lot later than all of other people, but their live show is insanely good. Because the way that this is going to sound like, this is going to be, you know, musical jargon, but the way that they play like doubled up guitar tracks sounds really bad if you're a bad guitarist, because you just end up playing the same guitar piece at the same time, but you both overlap and it sounds very messy. The way that Slipknot do is that they're so on point that it just doubles up the sound and it gives them a really wide sound. It's crazy. Breather's tried to fill the Shire's shoes twice and undoubtedly be successful. I'm sure it'll be better than Sobro is the thing. I used to go see bands at Rockstart's Extreme Fest. I would really love to go to Rockam Ring or Rockam Arena. That I would have liked to go towards that, although I'm not sure how good it is nowadays. I don't know what the lineups are like. Gosh, who else has been crazy? Bring Me the Horizon were so I saw Bring Me the Horizon in a home gig. So I saw them in Sheffield. So it was like their home ground. Oh god, that was good. I think Throne is one of the best songs I've ever seen live. That was just absurd. Duo Godgron had a look. We were praising him a lot, but he had a bad game one. Duo, sadly. Oh, no, Rockstar is not in Germany. Sorry, just from the sound of it, I thought it was. My bad. I for some reason I just Rock City. That's just Rockstadt. That's just Rock City and Nottingham, right? Yeah. Yeah, I kind of cast a curse to go on by saying, wow, this guy's really good and really creative, and then the creative play just kind of went bad. Nothing beats Nice to Sidonia. Nice to Sidonia was also one of the greatest songs I've ever seen live. That is just some expression. I was in Romania near Brasov. Oh, very cool. Cool. You've seen Slipknot in Iowa? I mean, just being in Iowa sounds like a bad time, but yeah. You know, sorry, I don't want to... Do I want to slander? Maybe I should. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you listen to the Iowa album, that's not a happy place. That's not a happy place. Oh, God. What else? Who else is really good? Architects were really good. Yeah, they were really good. Every time I've seen Slash, he's been phenomenal. Deep Purple, one of the greatest bands of all time. I think people really sleep on Deep Purple because, like, Deep Purple were way more popular back in the, you know, the 70s and the 80s, and they never really transferred as well to the modern era, but their stuff has aged incredibly well. You know, a lot of the way that they use drums, even back in the 70s, is more close to how we do modern drumming than anything else in the era. And, you know, they released in the same year that Black Sabbath and Led Zeppelin took off. But Deep Purple are genuinely one of the greatest bands of all time, or one of the most influential bands of all time. It's genuinely fantastic. I saw my favorite underground artist on a birthday a few years ago. That's really cool. Baby Metal are amazing live. Sam's seen them. I haven't. I'd love to see them. Name is Garden. I'll keep my eyes out for them. Trivium in Flames Power. I've seen Trivium. I might have seen In Flame. No wait, I've actually seen a fair amount of them, I think, just as support acts though, so I can't see them. Polyphia are amazing live. They're definitely one of those bands I've got my eyes on, but they also, like, I get a little bit worried. I mean, they play some incredibly technical stuff, right? If you want to see another very technical band live, just if you can ever find your way to seeing a Dream Theater gig, do it. Dream Theater is something very special. Okay, should be okay with pre-roll. I actually wonder if it's better for me to put another ad break. Okay, folks, I'm going to put an ad break on now before we get into draft because it's taking a little while. So I'm going to do that now, and it means that we won't have to do a draft ad break after draft. I'm going to do that now. Anyone else that was crazy good that I'm missing out? Kasabian were bad because their sound tech was bad. They just got a bass trap at the top of the room and it meant it was basically unlistenable. That was really bad. Opeth are very, very good. I might have cursed it. Okay, whatever. We'll put the music back on. I think... Well, I thought I was being very clever with how when I put on my ad break, but I might have actually just cut off the start of draft again now. Oopsies. I try not to do... I really, really try not to do that. My bad, folks. From the Holy Trinity of Avenged Sevenfold, bring a bullet for my Valentine and Trivium. I've only seen Avenged. I've actually seen all three of them, Nicola. Yeah, I've seen Avenged Sevenfold in 2011. I saw them on the Hail to the King tour. That I was actually hang on. Let me go see if I can find a photo of this. Let me see if I can find a photo of this because I do have a photo of this somewhere. Where was it? Is it my favorites? Maybe. I hope it's in my favorites. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to scan back like 2011 and just like scroll through a million pictures. Where is it? Where are you? Surely I favorited it at some point. Where are you? Come on. There we go. Yeah, I was basically front row for Avenged Sevenfold. Yeah, that was my Avenged Sevenfold gig. Yep, that was in London on the Hail to the King tour. Yep. Bring Bullet for my Valentine. I have a t-shirt of theirs. I've seen them about 3 times. I saw them on the Temper and the Venom tours. Temper I didn't vibe. Not many people vibe with that, to be honest, sadly. But they actually grew up in my dad's hometown in Bridgend. Let's have it! Bullet for my Valentine! Yeah, Bullet were one of my very favorite bands growing up. They like a lot of the ways that I do my vocal harmonies are inspired by them. Like the bands which inspired the way that I do vocals in terms of harmonies are like Sevenfold, Linkin Park, Breaking Benjamin. Seen them as well. Oh my god, they're good. And then Bullet as well. Those are the ones which, and actually weirdly Nickelback as well, because Nickelback do like country harmonies. Did you know that the artist I mentioned featured in Against the Current song? I didn't know that. That's really cool. Although, yeah, they might have been one of those people which I like randomly ran into on Spotify. But I didn't know that. That's a very cool fact. Cool. And then Trivium, I've only seen them once at Download. I've not seen them in their own gig. But yeah. You know, Sevenfold are one of my favorite bands. I still crack out like Sidewinder solo, you know, at the end of it when it goes into the acoustic breakdown. Yeah, that's one of my very favorite breakdowns. I'm glad Nickelback's reputation online seems to be a lot more neutral now. It was until they started promoting their new album with AI, and then it's just gone into the gutter again. So, look, I like Nickelback. I actually do. I think that they fell to the radio curse much like Coldplay did, but that's not helping them. So, maybe don't promote your album with AI. Do you see that Nickelback were doing that? Promoting their new album with AI.
Oh,
and like,
Nickelback.
Guys, come on. Like,
it's incredibly Nickelback.
Well, I didn't think it was. I thought they were pretty. Well, maybe it is actually. Yeah.
Let's try this new cool thing, guys. Wasn't that cool?
Bullet are huge for me guitar-wise. Yes. Oh my god. There's stuff like The Last Fight is a crazy riff. There's so many things. The Fever. I know a lot of people prefer obviously like the earlier albums. The Fever album to me, I think
that's the most accomplished album.
I think their songwriting was better on that album. Although there's stuff like Sammy Some Pennies has returned because obviously gifted some subs. You know, have some pennies.
Thank you for that.
Until you spend them on sweets or something. You know. Yeah. But no, yeah, Bullet's guitar work was, because basically it's the way my dad described it. They're kind of like the next generation of Iron Maiden. You know, that kind of like twin lead, active guitar sounding, big twiddly guitars.
So for me, I guess the heirs to that throne were probably Avenged Sevenfold, right? Because they had that slightly more glam.
Both of them are in that really.
But yeah.
Yeah, they both kind of like and
ADO could see.
Yeah. They do have a different sound. It's the guitar tone's very different for both of them, obviously. And then the thing is, like, in the solos, Bullet have more Iron Maiden like solos, whereas Sevenfold were very much more about just do your thing, Sin. basically, you know.
True, but I guess if I was looking at who did more of the dual lead stuff.
Will it do that with all their riffs?
True.
All their riffs.
True. Thinking of the solos though, that was definitely more Sevenfold. They did a lot.
No,
of
the solos are very like you think of the. You think about the way
self-titled is dual lead solos. Even
you think about like Waking the Demon solo.
True, but that's a very different. But that's a very. But yeah. I'm not saying they don't both do it. But for me, the dual lead was probably more.
Parky, I completely agree. I think Avenged Sevenfold are way more drum driven. I think they're more Metallica.
So I agree with the later albums, right? Because obviously Hail to the King is just straight Metallic.
Well, the thing about Hail to the King is it's a great album, but it's basically a cover album.
Yeah, it is.
There's a song which is basically Welcome to the Jungle. There's a song which is basically just like an AC/DC song. Like this, like
there's a couple of which like wherever we've done
Sad but True.
Yeah, there's one track that's basically Sad but True. Yeah, and that album I completely agree. I will say though, I think City of Evil, I think Self-Titled are much more in the vein of
for sure, and I think particularly with the imagery as well, it's way more. No, the imagery for sure.
Though I grant you, the Metallic, it's not like they don't have influences from elsewhere, you know.
Yeah.
And part of the reason why they did the Hail to the King album is because they wanted to do something that was a bit more of an homage to their roots.
Yeah.
And in fairness, Hail to the King as a track is an absolute stormer.
This has been a crazy long break between games. I wonder if they're having tech issues or something, because I know I've been yapping a lot, and we'll just keep yapping as well. We'll do that as well. But Waking the Fallen Supremacy. Waking the Fallen has. I mean, my favorite. So I love Self-Titled. I think Self-Titled is their best album by quite a long way. I love that album. But my favorite song is I Won't See You Tonight Part 1. That is just a beautiful song.
Such a good. Yeah, great.
Fantastic.
One of the first riffs I ever learned on piano.
Yeah.
Also, I know how to play Warmness on the Soul from the original Sounding the Seventh Trumpet.
Wait, Sam. Is that the one which was re-released after Sin re-recorded it, or the one before? Yeah.
I heard the OG version, which is truly, that album is truly awful. It's not good
actually. Sing for maybe if the break goes really long. The thing is, like, this is one of the problems of having musical talents. There are very few social situations, unless you're hanging out with music people, where you actually get to do music stuff for other people. You know, so it's not socially acceptable to be that person at the party who brings out the acoustic guitar and then just ruins the vibes. You know?
Hey, I've got one for you. I wanna push you around. So God. I will.
Scream Aim Fire is my favorite. We recently listened to Fever and Damn was good. Scream Aim Fire, I mean, it is a good album. That's like way more harsh edge. That's got a sharp edge to it. I think Fever, some people complain it sounds like a movie soundtrack. I think it sounds like a good movie soundtrack, so I don't care. Look up like I have listened to a bit of 100 Gex. I'm sorry, I've tried 100 Gex. It's not my thing.
It's hyperpop, isn't it?
Like, yeah, I think it's. I don't mind some hyper. Oh my god, there's some really funny stuff on like 1,000 legitimately 1,000 BPM, which is funny as heck. Just like that's not 100 Gex, but yeah.
Molly, you're absolutely right. To be fair, my main group of friends from back home is the Live Music Society from UCL. So shout out to University College London's Live Music Society.
Into game.
And we regularly go on holidays to go play music together. It's great.
Into Draft, it was a long break, folks. Sorry, I believe they had some tech issues, but we just yapped about rock and metal music and the best bands we've ever seen live, and there are some really good ones. You know what's really good, Sam? Seeing League of Legends live. Genuinely, it's a very cool thing to sing live. There's actually something really cool about seeing League of Legends with other people with a shared interest and hearing the bass of a shockwave hit you. Speaking of that, the Orianna currently unbanned. I'd imagine that's last banned, unless they want to trade it for Kez Azir. He's actually okay with that.
Nocturne banned is a potential go button. Wade does love the Nocturne above a lot of other jungler options when it's available. The Shin's out of the Jarvan, obviously down. Vi banned. Basically, our AD skirmish pool is gone. Orianna, though, was left unbanned in place of the Nocturne.
So I think the reason why the Orianna wasn't banned is that you want the Orianna or the Azir, or rather you don't want to give one of them uncontested. And they thought, well, okay, Jarvan's already gone. If we get rid of the Nocturne, you're left with like Vi, and that was banned by the other side actually. So there's no direct ball delivery system for Renard's Orianna. It's going to be a harder job to get the shockwave combos, especially onto what I now assume will be an Azir for care.
Also, I'm going to put this out there, it's also basically saying, like, Renard, you're new. Have the Orianna. Bet you won't do enough with it, will you?
Oh, you did get decked by him last game.
So I think there's a certain amount of, like, yeah, we can give the most potent pick on the patch up. go on. See what you do with it. They're giving up the Pantheon for it as well. That probably is the final remaining top tier AD skirmisher. We're now going more towards things like the Nefiris, the Kiana, if you do want to stick with those AD options. Might be a Korkinami angle here. Jachi Love and Chicken Jachi may be returning here. He does love that pick in particular.
Yeah, I just like seeing some Avenged Sevenfold stuff. The Rev, fantastic jungler, drummer. Rest in peace, obviously. Yeah, no. But the Rev didn't write his own drum fills. Interesting.
Who did it?
I can't remember. It was like a combination of the rest of the band. Obviously, fantastic. Like Scream, one of the best drum-driven tracks like ever. Fantastic. Anyway, Corky locked in for IG. For those of you who weren't here in the break, we had a lot of talk about music, and it's one of our great passions here as well. I think that NIP, for me, actually ahead in the draft here. I think it's way easier to enable the Azir than the Orianna once, like, Orianna's prime jungle pairings are down. Even stuff like the Ambessa's gone. I'm getting a little bit worried for ball delivery system, and that's typically what makes the Orianna go to like an S+ tier pick.
What I will say though is I don't think it's going to be a lot of fun for the Pantheon to dive into Tidal Wave, Shockwave, even the Valkyrie can be a bit difficult.
There. Let's go refresh that and see if it's changed. Cool.
There we go.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'll go for the Renekton. Do you ban out Kennen now as well? I will. I got it, Sam. I got it.
I think the Kennen is definitely a viable option, and there would be another ball carrier threat. In some ways, Kennen plus ball is not fantastic, but if you can get a Slicey Maelstrom Shockwave combo, it's pretty silly.
Shout out to Avenged Sevenfold song they did for the COD Zombies game. Yeah. That was pretty good, actually.
It's because they had to pay Rev royalties because they used his scream effectively as the basis for a lot of the zombie screams.
I did notice that right from the off, and I was like that.
So yeah,
I didn't actually realize that.
But yes, it's based on the Rev screams from the original COD Zombies.
That's so cool. Yeah,
is from
that was a critical acclaim.
Critical acclaim, yeah.
God, I actually never made that. Well, I kind of vaguely knew that connection. I didn't realize that went to a legal thing. I think NIP will ban out another bad matchup for the Renekton. They banned out the Cassante, which is more for team comp.
It is also Breathe's Cassante. They banned it first round last game as well. Basically, when Breathe was on RNG and struggling, I said the story the last time as well, and RNG was not having a great time. The one champion they still found a fair amount of success with, which is Breathe on Cassante, because it felt like he could frontline, he could carry, he could flank. There was very little you can't do on a good Cassante from ahead, and Breathe is certainly one of those.
So IG needs something to enable the Orianna, but I'm getting quite... I guess you can just use defensive shockwaves, but I'm worried that the Orianna is going to be like Nefiri. A lesser version. So Nefiri's not bad, actually. Even into this comp, it would be okay. Potential of something like a Lucian Milio even. Wow, okay.
Lucian Braum.
You don't really want to do that into the Nami. I think this is a Lucian Milio potentially from draw. They're going to do something a little bit different though. The Lucian locked in without the Nami.
You have to see what they want alongside it, and again, you can do things like the Leona, I suppose, as well, if you do want to go for those CC options. Nefiri, as I wondered about, I think does look like the best remaining ball carrier and carry option from the jungle. You are out of a lot of those AD skirmishes, but they are instead thinking about just locking in the Scion and saying, look, there's a front line, and ironically, an okay ball carrier when Scion ults.
Just means you can just put someone in front of the Renekton and just try and block out as much damage. So between the Tidal Wave and the Sign, you have good disengage, but what are you disengaging for right now? Obviously the Shockwave's good, the Corki's very bursty. Thinking about the Wukong. The Wukong...
We've not seen it in a while, actually.
Once you get into later drafts and a lot of other things are banned out, it's not bad.
And Wayne loves a Wukong, and in fairness, it is a good ball carrier.
Yeah, it is. It is. And it has an okay matchup into the Pantheon as well. It is that Milio last pick, so they show the Milio. And that means that you have the extended range for both Azir's the control range of his soldiers and the Lucian as well. So you've got a lot of people that can benefit from the Milio. The engage is not fantastic from NIP though. They don't have a crazy amount there.
And I'm worried a little bit as well about the value of the Breath of Life. What CC can you actively cleanse here? Because most of it is knockups.
It's the bubble. That's literally it. And then there's a slow or two from Scion as well, but it's not that much at all.
And obviously the bubble's to suspend, right? But it's not
you can cleanse it.
Yeah, you can cleanse it.
Yep, that's a specific thing. Gonna go into a quick ad break, folks, while I talk about the draft as well. We get ready for game 2 of the series. IG, they clutched out game 1 is the way that we will say it. And I think that Breathe clutched out game 1. He's not on a carry this time. He'll be on a tank, so it's a very different role for him. In terms of overall composition, I think both teams have something missing from the full puzzle. That happens with Fearless. That happens as teams remove those things from you in draft as well. NIP, very, very close to winning that first game through bot lane. They're up against that, the Corki Nami. They themselves have the Lucian Milio. If Assume and Draw are on really good form, perhaps they can just snowball through that lane again.
They have to, though. And again, I do think that once we get to team fights, Sion, Wukong, Orianna, Tidal Wave coming across, the Corki's AoE damage, I think that's pretty potent. I will note that, of course, anyone who's watching some LEC may have just seen Mirwin get absolutely decked on the Sion into Renekton matchup. 100 CS down, 1-6 into Nako's Renekton. I don't think that's going to happen into Breathe, but if there was a way to sort of snowball through these early lanes, the Lucian, the Renekton, maybe that's another way through this. Gyos first, gameplay after. Someone off vision here. The Sion's bot. We're going to have to hold on the Gyos because there's a fight happening early on. Heals popped. Assume's in danger. Breathe is level 1 onto Assume, who's forced to flash. TP's out. And the damage, I think, is done.
I was just waiting to hear if there are any more Gyos.
Just ended on that.
So, we were saying, well, NIP, maybe they could just snowball through bot lane. No. IG say no. This is something that you can do with tanks. We've seen this from certain mid laners. Twisted Fate and LeBlanc sometimes do this. And we've also seen this from some top laners too, where you can just walk somewhere at the level 1, get a lead for another lane, and then teleport or roam back towards your lane, depending on timing. So now it's going to be Lucian losing all 3. No, not quite all 3 melee minions. 2 of the first 3, though, which means that their level 2 is going to be very much delayed, and he's going to be entering lane without flash and draw without heal. Fighting again. Worth noting that Jatchi and Mako, of course, did lose some summoners themselves, and Jatchi does step up too far there and takes a good chunk of damage. They still hit level 2, but Assume and Draw getting that HP chunk might end up helping them quite significantly, actually, at the next time of looking for those fights. Of course, that Lucian melee up, something which NIP really want to leverage. We know how snowbally Jatchi is as a player. And while, look, Jatchi is still going to be better than Photic. Jatchi is definitely a player who you want to see ahead. If Jatchi is not ahead, there's a big problem. And right there again, it's so much damage. The Vigilance passive from Assume getting so much work. He gets the extra movement speed as well. Walking forwards, the extra auto attack not quite enough. Survives on 5 HP.
Good work there. Nice little casting there, Alex. You're getting good at this play-by-play business.
Turns out when you've done it for like several thousand hours, it'll get used to it. You know, it's the whole like, oh no, I've become too important at work. I've got to play-by-play. No, I'm too important at work. What do you mean I've got to do more? Gosh. Renard getting out-traded by Care here, actually. Extra auto attacks come through. Renard backs off. We'll teleport back in. Of course, in the early phases of lane, you're not expecting kills in mid lane. You're just expecting to be able to kind of fight for preferential reset, so you can get a teleport at the right timing, come back with the right amount of gold. Because the thing about particularly in mid lane, this actually weirdly happens in jungle as well. While you actually might end up having the same amount of gold as the enemy mid laner, it really depends on who backed last at that point to spend all of that gold. So, you know, at this point, Renard and Care basically have the same amount of CS, but Care backed 5 CS or so later than Renard, so he might have a better back than Renard does. In fact, we'll see what happens. If he gets like a recurve go on the first back, or like a Dark Seal on top of the Amp Tome, they'll be really happy. Turns out it's about the same here. Extra boots on top of it, so it's what, 400, it's about that's 550 stats from Renard's spend, whereas on Care's side it's 250 for the dagger, 300 for the boots, and then more of that. He spent the extra gold there, right? So Renard for the next phase of lane will have a little bit more gold spent. Doesn't always have to lead to that much, but that's the kind of mindset I think it's important to get and go into the game with.
Tidecaller's Blessing traded out there with the Cozy Campfire, and Jatchi's in danger. They're just running at him. They had a level 1 gank from a Sion, and they are losing the 2v2.
Jatchi just keeps stepping up into the Lucian, and just seems as, all right, you know what my champion does, right? They lock in the Lucian Milio, and Jatchi and Mako clearly do not know the damage boundaries, or rather, really, it's Jatchi, you know, a player who had fantastic last split, was pretty good last year on RNG, a player we wanted to see make it to the top levels at some point. Jatchi Love, this coin flip player. This is the negative coin flip, though. If he gets behind in laning phase, things, well, he doesn't really stop the go button, really. And Jatchi, even with those resources put in early, as you were saying, is getting taken to task by Assume.
Yeah, and I think, look, you saw Mako throw on the Tidecaller's Blessing. They were going to try and get this big chunk onto the Lucian, and then Millie just throws the Cozy Campfire down, and Lucian goes, great, well, I just outrange you now, even through a Valkyrie. Try this. I just run to them. I don't know what to say. That's just incredibly poor. And Assume is now reset for a Call Field early. Care trading up with Renard, but Wei is around. I think Care might be in danger. He's just throwing all his soldiers the wrong way. Does he have a soldier to work with? Doesn't need it. The brown bag's enough to get him to slide out to safety. Guwon also now around in mid lane.
Yeah, level 5 has that flash, of course. You know, when we talk about NIP, typically we're not talking about that bot lane. We are talking about this jungler here, and his, as we say, creative, aggressive playmaking. Now he's on 7 with that global. I think Pantheon may even be the strongest jungler on the patch. It's a little bit, it depends on what team you're on. Some people will say the Jarvan, some people, I mean, will go towards, yeah, something like that, Pantheon instead.
As well.
Shinzao's there too. Depends on your combos, depends on how you've kind of organized the map. But Pantheon definitely up there as top tier. Oh gosh, Assume is really doing a lot of damage here. At least the Frost Bomb lands in return that time. I mean, got to be accurate with those. But, you know, you've got a tier to a Caulfield's Warhammer. I mean, the combat stats are very much in favor of Lucian, and the big thing about that Lucian is that Vigilance passive. Every time you get a heal, your next 2 auto attacks end up getting that extra damage, which means that you jump forwards with the shield, you slap someone really hard. It's how they changed him away from being a solo laner into being a bot laner again. Start of his career was a bot laner. People discovered it. In fact, it was Xiaohu of LPL fame who really discovered it. Season 6 MSI, if you want to figure out the first time that was really played, and he was solo killing Faker on the Orianna. Of course, that was a tournament which, of course, SKT then went on to win, but one of the biggest factors of that was actually, you know, RNG 2016, Xiaohu, a new mid laner to the scene, going wild on the Lucian mid, player who wasn't really known at that point. That's how he really made his intro into Pro League. And, of course, many years later, after many years of Lucian really only being picked in mid lane, they found a way to shove him back towards bot lane. I do miss Lucian mid lane being around just a little bit. Doesn't really feel like he has any kind of niche now because his stats are just a little too low. IG walk up and not going to get hit by everything, but he still loses half the HP because it's Lucian Milio. Yep, that's the damage.
Oh, yeah, and again, part of that's just the AD difference as well. You got a Doran's Blade and a Tia as Chachi hit by the piercing light, forced a Valkyrie away. That's heal burn by both supports. Renard was roaming down the river. Nice little flick over there from the observers to spot that one out. But this bot lane, again, Lucian is not necessarily the most lane dominant, but when he is ahead, it is so impressive.
Oh gosh, yeah, and when you have that Enchanter in a good matchup, really change things. Breathe was trying to proxy. Instead, he will... Well, he might still proxy, actually.
He's doing enemy base. That's what we love to see.
Is anyone going to come over and kill him? No. Well, fair play. Well, the Shy is someone that Breathe has replaced many a time, and he's learning a little bit from him there as well. Bounce would be Breathe. He doesn't even die.
Reset.
He doesn't even die.
My God.
No, I mean, technically, they were recalling. They choose not to. Sion will proxy the wave, go back to base, come back out onto the map. What this means is that he basically gets a free reset. The wave will have to be taken to town by Hoyo.
Be very quiet. It's chicken hunting season. Assume goes with the cozy campfire, the grand starfall, the culling, the flash, and a stun there from the shield bot. But they've gone very deep for this and failed to get the kill. Chachi has next to no mana, but has got some honey fruits.
Corgi hunting season set. Well, I guess that people probably would not like that very much. Anyway, it's the Corgi.
That's true. I assumed it was the chicken. I assumed it was chicken Chachi.
Chicken Chachi.
Yeah.
Our favorite. Yeah, our very favorite him. We did in fact have Chachi versus Jack. Well, we did get Chachi versus Jackula for a brief moment last year, and I'm pretty sure that one of them did play the chicken Corki, which was wonderful at that point. But yeah, first ult of the game from Guon. Not that successful. Wade did a very good job of body blocking. Of course, the damage still went onto the Lucian. Not to Lucian, to the Corki, rather. But IG, good defusal there. Way in position at the right time. We're getting to a very interesting point of the game now where we have the Wukong, who doesn't have the early power of the Pantheon, get to the point where actually early game has been survived in the jungle matchup, and it's not like Pantheon has exploded the map. Once you get to first item, I think that's really where the Wukong can start overpowering most other AD skirmishes. Unless it's something like a Poppy. Poppy's unique in her own way. She has the X factor of anti-dash. Hang on, going on to Renard, force the flash. Good flash from him, though.
It was needed. You're absolutely right. Now, actually, Wade going to get a little bit of a step on for him to Jor, who throws down the cozy campfire into Assume. And again, I was a little worried about the use of the ultimate from the Millia, but the base kit has been so obnoxious. Wade's being run at. It's just auto after auto after auto, even with that passive that gives him the armor. It's just not quite enough. Hoya now throwing down the Dominus topside, and Breathe just kind of clearing in the face of it best he can. Towards the river we go, TPing in. They want this play.
They really do, and it's going to cost Guon the bubble. Does get CC'd. Oh, it goes wide.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Nice idea, though, to try and catch him out, but he's able to get around that corner. Took a gamble on which direction he'd choose to escape. Doesn't quite get it. Of course, Meiko's Nami, legendary from back in the day, was probably our most consistently successful Nami out there. Not been having the most fun so far this game, but that's partly, as we said, Jachi not really registering the consistent DPS issue. Slide in from Care, but straight into Renard, who gets to Sombrero ult there and asks Care to do a little bit of a dance with him, and I don't think he enjoyed that particular ballet performance.
Yeah, the thing is, I actually think this is strategically better for Care because he's going to be, well, he needs to reset now, basically, or there's a chance that Guon can come into his lane with his ult coming up in, what, 30 seconds or so? Maybe less than that, actually. So Renard, if Care can keep Renard in lane, there's a chance of Guon, if he's got ult in 10, jumping mid lane. So keep your eyes on that. That might be a possibility here.
Possibility. Indeed, Care was just looking at that river roam, but they'll ping him and he won't come on down. Guwon is here. Grand Starfall is available, and now NIP looking potentially to contest.
I think they want this. They're teleporting in. Here comes the Pantheon ult as well, right into the middle of them.
Chi will manage to Valkyrie, but Mako is now Sushi. Guwon gets that kill with a little bit of an assistance. Way now left very low, and immediately that Cyclone is turned around. Breed is here, tries to get the charge on again, gets the damage, but not that much more as Hoya will Ruthless Predator onto the stunned up Corki, who Barry is a little later on to stop that shield break happening, but they lose 2 kills, they'll lose the dragon, and even though IG turn up in force, they get very little there at all.
Yeah, I'm getting worried for IG, Sam. Last game it was Breathe who kind of carried them out of the abyss, and they had, you know, Mako on someone that scaled very well too in the Seraphine. Breathe can't do the damage on Sion, and while he actually finds a pretty okay angle there, I was surprised that it kind of flew through the middle of the team and managed to get out the other side of it. This is a problem in AD carry in mid lane, where mid lane can't get to the play very quickly because he was denied that shockwave earlier. I mean, I actually think Care made the good play there. Basically just took both of them out of the equation, and bot lane is so far behind. Jachi has not been laning well, especially against Assume, who's been doing very, very well on the other side of things. Breathe at least stops Care from following up, but not giving up another kill is not... It's technically a positive, but the overall play is still a loss.
It is, and again, first items now beginning to come on through. Assume's gone towards that Essence Reaver, which has kind of become more and more of a thing on the Lucian. Again, Spellblade these days again, so it does feel pretty good.
Yeah, it means that your first auto attacks into the play are really, really strong. And you can see that the healing and the shielding from the melee are doing well. And this is, hang on, jumping onto Renard. Doesn't have, well, he doesn't have flash. Guon doesn't have flash to follow up right now. In fact, he does. I'm wrong. He flashes onto him and he kills him. Goodbye, Clockwork Lady.
Flashes over the shockwave to boot just to get the additional style points, and the kill is secure. Guon now well ahead of curve on this Pantheon, and Pantheons that are ahead tend to be incredibly powerful. Assume with the shield steps on up to this turret, looking to claim another plate. Some fancy feet required there from Jachi to dodge some skill shots. There's the dash away with that Relentless Pursuit, though, to get the Vigilance passive, and Jachi loses the majority of his health bar.
So it's looking like a really good game from NIP. I think that, you know, of course, these two teams went 5 games in their play-in series. Last playoffs comes through, and that's half HP gone from Mako already. And then they played in playoffs, and IG took the series against them. So they played 2 best-of-5s. Oh my god, it's my god. Assume gets it. Not even one. He might get the second, and indeed he does.
Nicely done. The dive is incredibly successful. They pop both ults and just say you can't stick around with these low health bars. They don't get the tidal wave hit they need, and everything goes real wrong real fast.
Dude, Corki Nami is meant to be a stable, safe, even scaling lane in some ways. Breed's getting good damage onto Hoya, but don't really think he has kill threat there. This bot lane, I didn't think it would be like this, Sam. I thought that Jachi and Mako, I thought that, you know, Mako returning. Jachi, yes, he's flippy, but he's good. He's good flippy. You know, if he gets that first step into the game, he'll be fine. He hasn't gotten that, even with that level 1 assistance from Breathe. He's done really well, by the way. He's, you know, still ahead of Hoya, even with that early teleport back to lane used because of that bot lane play. Right here, you know, it's just they're doing it themselves, doing it all themselves. The super mega fire kick happens, and of course hard CC also applies the vigilance passive, so it ends up doing that. Flashes, gets the Q down as well, realizes they'll actually kill with the Q follows through. He gets very efficient damage, and Wei can't get there in time on the Wukong.
Assume's always been a bit of a Lucian enjoyer, even when he was struggling a little bit more as a player. One of those ones which has sometimes made people forget that this is one of those ones he cut his teeth on when he first moved up to the LPL. That's in most AD carries at that time, to be fair.
Yeah.
But I mean, a good showing of it here in both games now, back-to-back. He and Jua have been the better bot lane, I think, on the whole.
I think the handful of champions I really think of him, because he's been a fairly versatile player. He's a good journeyman in the LPL, right? There've definitely been some points where I thought, okay, he is struggling, but he always, I think, deserved his place within LPL, but I think of Draven, I think of Kai'Sa, Kalista, and then the Lucian. Those are probably the 4 which I think of mostly for him, which is a pretty varied spread, you'll notice there. Right here, complete lane dominance in the first 2 games, very nearly carried that last game on the Nymaera as well, which he started to really put some track record into as well. 2.4k up individually, even Draw is up a K.
Yeah, and I don't really know what you do to stop this now. They're going to try and ult forward with the Sion, who looks for the solo kill. Unfortunately, Guwon's around, and now there's a cozy campfire. The decimating smash lands, but it won't quite kill off Joan Breed. I suspect just gets run down. It's a Sundered Sky, no Black Cleaver yet, but I think you can just keep chunking.
Flashes away from the super mega fire kick. Didn't want to get CC'd in there. Very nearly killed Draw, in fairness to him. Breathe. This is feeling a little bit like a Breathe RNG situation again, as you highlighted. Ult towards mid lane, Care can shuffle him back maybe.
Forced to flash away. The shockwave is there, but it's Aegis assaulted, so really doesn't actually do any damage. All the while, at least the Herald is picked up by IG. They get something.
Yeah. NIP just doing a really good job of curtailing IG. Just saying, okay, your bot lane doesn't get to move. Renard doesn't get to do anything too. Because when you don't have the Orianna with the Jarvan or the Nocturne or the Vi, the Azir can do this, where he can play a lot more frugally. You can just say, right, guys, I'm just gonna play for shuffles.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play for shuffles. I don't have to play further back in lane. I can actually try and shuffle over your shockwave if you position it wrong as well. Dragon started now. IG might look for the group fight, but I don't know if they have the ults for this, Sam.
I think about it and decide, yeah, no, it's only second Dragon, to be fair. They've TP'd in for this as well, and now the Orianna top side is going to say, look, well, I'll get a bit of free time to shove, and we'll call that a done deal. Assume does have that cozy campfire on top of him, extending the range. Looks for a little bit more. Won't quite find it, and we'll be happy enough with that.
Yeah, it was NIP who, of course, fell to the hands of the Infernal Soul last game. Will get the chance of securing an Infernal Soul for themselves this time around. We're getting to some important second item spikes from the side of IG. And reminder, hang on, she's jumping forward. Jassim actually left alone in the 1vx. He fires back with the culling. Top lane, is anyone throwing up here? Yeah, I mean, he's throwing hands.
Yeah, I think exactly the one. Flash for that. Shuffle into Guwon's shield vault, and that's a dead Orianna.
And being punished a lot by Care. He is one of our inconsistent players, but he's a guy with a really high ceiling. Hoya going on to Breathe, who just ult away and wants to take the extended trade versus the ulting Renekton. NIP again just pushing IG back on the map.
Yeah, and I don't really know what you do here at this, because Jack's going to step forward and try and trade briefly. Goes to the Frostbomb Sheen trade, and that's all well and good. The problem is there's a warm hugs behind. The shield is there to tank up a lot of that damage. The cozy campfire meant the rage was pretty scary. Has now got the flicker blade, so at this point assumes ability to just cycle through abilities on repeat feels really, really obnoxious because he's just never running out of mana.
Yeah, you start ice skating now, really, where you just and another thing which is
that you, Amber Glenn, that you.
Based, fair play. I think that you know, particularly if you ever hit your W on Lucian, if anyone damages a target hit by your W, you get the move speed as well. So if you get move speed from any other source, and then they get the W tap as well. Basically, Lucian gets to skate around a fight for free, and it's really, really difficult to play around that. God damn.
Ow!
This isn't even
That's an auto!
This isn't even with an Imperial Mandate or something like that with the Nami build. It's just Lucian damage himself. Lucian's been playing so well on this.
Here. Can they look for this? They certainly can try. The invis didn't quite last long enough. I wonder whether you could have flashed for that, honestly.
He had a flash himself. Draw had the Q. I think at that point you're just losing flash and Millia Qs you back. That's the problem, right?
Okay, that's decent damage on to assume. It gets slowed by that ebb and flow. Here comes the Herald. They can look to play through mid, assume force to dash away. Again, the Relentless Pursuit is on next to no cooldown, though, as we talked about. They'll get the charge. There's the culling. Meiko is the one who tanks the majority of the shockwave. Is good for the heal out there. Alongside that last breath of life, rather, is the correct one. Not a Yasuo on the rift. Excuse me there. Wrong breathing apparatus on the R button.
And I will teleport back top lane after getting that pretty crucial ult, I think, actually. That was looking like a very scary situation for IG in the mid lane. It still is, actually. Assumes back to pretty much full HP from the helps from Draw. Did have that cozy campfire. It does have ult, and Guwon does have ult too. We're in a point again now where IG... Okay, so I've been doing a lot of VOD reviews of a lot of different teams in the last week or so, and the biggest thing which I've noticed from a lot of the top teams is how they play around vision when there's globals on the map. When you have Pantheon Rise, when you have Sion Ultimate does technically count as well, Ashe, these big things, as Breathe to stop a recall, that's good from him, is you need advanced vision to make sure that the enemy team doesn't just throw these ults out of Fog of War to you just for free. Nocturne, obviously, on that list too, is very powerful in the moment as well. And IG, because they're getting pushed in individual matchups, they've not really been allowed to fight for those matchups. They're down 6,000 gold because they've had to group to try and look for that vision. And that means you're dropping farm somewhere, you're dropping a tower plate somewhere. IG now, they're like a minute until their third dragon. IG still don't have the vision. You can't even walk out from under your turret. Look at this. Jetch has to Valkyrie back over the Raptor because he's so afraid of the damage coming out of Assume. IG have been kind of deprived of the tools that they need to fight against the Pantheon ultimate, and the jump forward of that Lucian, does it even cost them the mid turret? Might do.
Thought about it, that's a lot of damage onto Jatch, who's having a distinctly unfun time.
2,000 gold down, doesn't even have himself Muramana just yet. Would have loved to have that. I mean, he has the stacks on the tier. He doesn't have the gold to finish his second item, which is pretty disastrous. You should have that by your third dragon. You should really. If you get it early, sometimes you can even get the Manamune, the unupgraded version, before 20 minutes if you get really, really fed. Just don't think you'll have the gold for it. Hang on, he's trying to. That was. I thought that was. God. Okay, right. The recoil animation is really similar to the ult animation. I thought, God, did they just find him ulting someone? I thought, it's not in range of anyone. Surely he's not doing that. But a little confused by the animations there.
Okay, so Imperial Mandate done for Maker.
Sam doing a great, demonstration of breathing there, much like breathe on screen. Doing a great.
Trying.
He's trying.
And look, if you can get to 2 items, I think the team fights get easier. Because again, yes, the gold lead is, it's 6,000 at 20 minutes. It's monstrous. The majority of which is in some very scary places. Jungle, mid, AD carry, all the good spots, basically. Yeah. But there is a world where the 2 items come on through and the front to back just becomes synergistically easier for IG than NIP.
You have the Shockwave up, no 2 items on the Orianna. I don't think it was there from Corki either. Dragon is down. Can they stop them going back in towards mid lane? If they can get them to walk through a Shockwave, that'll be good for them.
Think about it. Hoya dashes forward. So the Shockwave's only 1-to-1, but it might kill off Hoya. No, wait! The cozy campfire allows him to stay alive. Now, Jachi needs to flash on out and top as the Culling King's on forward from Matsu, who's trying to chunk up a few more. The Aqua Prison denies him. Grand Starfall, they want to go deeper. They absolutely do, and Jachi is just down for the count. Over the wall with the blast gun goes Renard, so he survives at least, but mid-turret falls, Dragon falls, and it looks like at this rate, IG are falling.
It's just a bit of a gold diff. Hoya has a bit of a flimsy flash forwards, but doesn't really get punished. There's no damage behind it. There's no second item on Renard's Orianna. There's basically no damage on Jachi, right? As you said, struggled to even get to that second item. NIP, they were threatened briefly because they were retreating from the dragon, and IG had a chance to kind of zone them off of mid turret. The flash isn't great from Hoya, but I think the one-man Shockwave is a mistake. It doesn't catch Assume. If it catches Assume, we might be having a very different conversation, because there was a chance that the Cyclone goes right back into him as well. Shockwave's down, Cyclone is down as well. Basically, they're your 2 turnaround tools, because Jachi doesn't have damage. NIP can just play however they want it, and they play super aggressive.
I'll also call out, it was a really good parting of the Red Seas there by NIP to dodge the tidal waves. Normally got picked up by that. Actually, though, there's a little bit of dive happening. Assume left low. They can't quite secure it, though. Breathe full scent with the unstoppable onslaught. They don't quite get the kill. Assume, though, will fall as the flash is burned by Wei and crew to ensure his death. That is actually pretty big.
Okay, hang on a second. Does that lead to something like a Baron start at this point? Maybe they think they're still under threat by a 2-item Azir, but killing Assume there, first kill of the game, is really important. IG last game got their victory through picking off Assume in key moments, despite the fact that he had a huge lead. It looks like it'll just be that kill, but does lead to the tower as well, and it does take a small amount of the sting out of the gold lead.
And I'll just say, look, the Lucian now in the longer lane is more vulnerable to a full slam of a tidal wave, unstoppable onslaught down the mid lane. Wukong coming over the wall. If you don't have that tower to retreat to 2 meters behind you, it's a little bit harder to stay alive through some of that potential full send from IG. Of course, there are things like the Grand Starfall, potentially turn it around, and part of the issue is it's not just the Lucian that's an issue at this point. We are looking very much at the fact that Guwon is very much ahead. We're looking at the fact that Care is also very ahead on this Azir. Renard, at least now at 2 items. Corki now at 2 items. We've got a couple minutes until this next dragon. If a 3rd item comes through from NIP, and I'm thinking it probably will do for Assume in particular, it's still not going to be a great place to be at. But hey, you've at least gotten to those 2 item marks and managed to get that mid lane turret. Your ability to fight for control of the river through mid lane, just that bit better now.
2 items hit by the carries of IG is so important. So important. Yeah. Wei has it as well. Now, okay, the only reason I'm phrasing it like this, because some people might take issue with the tone and say, but they're still really far behind. Folks, okay, let's put this out really quickly. IG are really far behind. However, for those of you who were IG enjoyers from last split, you'll know that sometimes they could just do random stuff in late game. The problem with IG last split was that they just didn't have an early game. They were really good at late game team fighting. Of course, they've changed things around. Breathe and Sobro switching around, and Renard and Rookie switching around. It does change and of course even Jachi and Fotic, right? They've changed multiple members on this team. But IG, we have found this over multiple years. Doesn't matter how they change their roster, they will end up being the same team fighting menace if they can get there. Even last year with the super team, very, very similar to them. IG have 2 items, and it's not a tanky team from NIP. If Assume steps out of position, if someone's on their own, there is a chance that the burst can kill a single target, and then NIP are stalled for a few minutes, and IG get into the game. However, we have a minute till Dragon. That's going to be the crux. Much like last game, if the Infernal Soul is taken, it is so hard to fight against that.
Welcome in, by the way, Joel. And of course, it starts with a fairly prescient question as the first message in chat. And basically saying, surely you just hit Baron there and try and turn with the Wukong Orioles. And
normally I'd agree. It's just that there's a 2-item Azir and you're getting your resist shredded. And you're just...
Black Cleaver on the Pantheon as well. There's a real world where Pantheon just wins the fight by himself with the Grand Starfall and the Baron Pit.
Yeah, there's definitely some teams would have started the Baron there. Some would have done, but I understand the reservation. Assume trying to use the Milio extended range to get some poke down. They do get some onto Jachi, but it's not crazy amounts just yet. Breathe is really tanky, luckily. He's the only person who's really keeping IG in this game in terms of playmaking, jumping forwards with that ultimate. That aggressive Scion ultimate may be the most important cooldown. Azir turret put up in the mid lane 10 seconds before the Dragon. That's great from Care. Care could even look for a shuffle himself. Has that Seekers, I believe. Indeed he does. It's going to be much harder to kill the Azir.
Damage comes forwards. Nice little prison onto Guwon. Gets out of jail relatively free though. This ain't Monopoly.
See again, just sparring around this choke point. Jachi looking for that extra auto attack. Breathe still very tanky. Doesn't have a telt to come through. That's really important poke. I actually wonder whether NIP back off in this and say screw it, we'll push mid. They've been forced off of the Dragon. That's incredible from 7k down by IG.
2 items is good. I heard a flash there. I'm assuming I didn't. Yeah, good. No, that was just me hearing phantom audio sounds. I was like, hang on, what was that? They get the Dragon. They can now move back towards mid lane. The Baron isn't started either.
I was actually a little bit worried there because NIP had split up a little bit. You can see the 5-man unit. Scion does Scion things. It's not like NIP have crazy engage. They want to be using the Lucian poke to kind of do so much damage to you that you don't want to fight.
Yeah.
But when it's the Scion in front of you with the Thornmail and Tabi, it's not really like that's going to do much either.
And look, they've got great pick in the skirmishes, right? Pantheon plus Azir has done quite a lot of work. You can do similar things for Renekton. Even sort of like just the Lucian Milia running at people with their various amounts of damage and slows and stuff. You can full send on that. In the team fights, that is often a little bit too abstract, really, to threaten key targets, as we've kind of noted. And look, Jachi is 0-3-1, down 2,500 gold. It's having a horrible time. However, if it comes to these 5v5s, and I think if it stalls out like this gold lead hasn't changed for NIP for 10 minutes, you know?
No, in fact, it's gone down a little bit. It's gone down 1,000, if anything. And by the way, thank you so much for the stream streak as well. Katari, good to see you. And yeah, Joel, thanks for the follow as well. If anyone else is out there enjoying what we're talking about and you want to chat with us, join the community, think about dropping a like, a follow, subscribe. This is our job. We are here for every day of LPL. So rain, sun, or shine, maybe not broken voices. That's the one thing which is like, okay, we probably need to take a break. It's the one thing which will take us off the air. We'd love to hear your opinions on the LPL and love to have you along for the ride as well. IG, could they mount a comeback victory? They've done it before. It's a very different roster, but as we've said, IG done that on multiple occasions. NIP on the other side of things, you know, they have beaten IG in a best of 5 not so long ago. Lost them just after that. You know, NIP, a team that's started to build quite a lot. We're quite happy with how Guwon's playing on the whole. We're quite happy with how Care has been playing on the whole too. Particularly the bot lane today have been fantastic from NIP. Of course, IG, they have more storylines for a lot of players in this rift, right? Because IG is such a storied organization. It's not like, though, and IG and NIP don't have their own history too. Of course, many of the players on IG through the organization's history have played on NIP at some point. None of the ones which are currently on the roster right now, but you know, a lot of the players from IG's team ended up moving over towards NIP at some point. IG now having to fight back against NIP, who've struggled to close the game. Assume early game power on that Lucian, went into that mid game, struggling to actually get the chunk down where he needs it now. Azir will get himself a mid lane, a bot lane in a turret. That'd be some extra good gold for him. See if he ends up going towards full Zhonya's or a death cap, just uses the ult there to make sure that Breathe can't ult him from short range and do some significant damage. You know, I was saying earlier that, you know, oh, Breathe doesn't do damage. He kind of does in the right situations.
He does at that. The Jack show the Warden's melee. He's getting to that point where it's not going to be that simple to bring him down in short order. Look, Lucian with the Lord Doms, we've got to do something there, but Lucian's ability to take down tanks is conditional at best.
If you've put a full culling into a tank, they still do take like 4,000 damage.
Yeah.
Which is a lot. Really nasty. But yeah, in terms of actual auto attacking, you really do need like a full build Lucian at that point. In this one, when you have the melee, when you have the Enchanter, it makes it a lot easier, right? Because you don't lose all your HP to something like a Thornmail. The current iteration of Lucian is better at killing tanks than many we have seen in the past, where I felt like he actually fell off quite hard in late game as well. Hey, thank you so much for the cheer.
Hey, Benny!
What is that, a reference?
No, I just want to say Benny.
Fair play. There's now going to be a reference.
It is, isn't it?
I don't know what you want from me. Great question. You know, changes based on the day, the weather, the air pressure.
Yeah, I'm glad you're getting it.
Yeah, Dragon is up in a minute now from NIP. Lost that last one. IG, I think IG's been happy to just scale up. You know, Renard's going towards that Void Staff third, see if he can get that one. Jachi's at his third item. And we even saw in that last fight, you know, 2-item Corki does damage. Corki Nami is one of the burstiest scaling bot lane combos in the game. I think the perspective on Corki Nami does need to change somewhat. I actually think that Corki Nami scales very well, in the sense that if you hit like a QR onto someone with an auto attack, that's basically someone dead. It's not the same as high DPS with auto attacks, which is not really Corki's specialty. But you get that Imperial Mandate, you slap someone with a QR, maybe your E as well, someone gets destroyed by the full charge of Nami's E, the Tyque's Blessing. And then also, all of your own damage too. 30 seconds till Dragon now, and IG are not getting forced away from it right now. Actually, Jachi's somewhat winning the mid lane battle, and Breed's here to help him do it. And as we said, he's not really taking that much damage. IG are doing pretty well, to the point where NIP might give up a Dragon to threaten Baron. This is not the way that a team with a 6,000 gold lead takes.
Assume just lost a third of his HP, but he calls nothing.
He's just trying to use it to dissuade Jachi. Jachi hits the big one. Hoya is hitting the bot lane turret. That is good for them. But if IG can get the Dragon, I don't think they care that much.
They may lose the inhibitor as well, and I think good from Hoya to get some pressure on the map, and that's pretty astute. That's partly, I suspect, why they weren't so willing to take this fight. Now they're trying to go for Baron and this inhibitor. That would be a more dangerous trade.
Okay, but who's going where? IG are going to peel off the Dragon. The Baron is going down, but they're not going to get their jungler here in time. NIP will get the Baron.
And actually, look at Hoya. He's on Nexus turrets. They've just got Baron, and they've got this Renekton on the Nexus turrets.
So NIP have managed to judge this well enough. Now NIP, they're looking to stop the backs.
They are indeed doing that. Hoya gets one Nexus turret. The fight continues onto the base, but all the while in the river. Damage is good onto Care. He's down. Soon flashing away, but there's going to be Baron for Nexus. They could get this all the same. The last Nexus turret nearly down. They need to reset. They need to get back because Hoya is taking the Nexus down itself.
He stops it.
Oh no, the teleport's been interrupted by the Super Mega Blaze Kick. Half HP. They need to reset. It's down to half. Hoya's take on this is not particularly quick, but he'll have no dominance to work with. He's got Sterak's and a Dream down to 10%. This is looking down. He gets it. The Nexus is taken by the Renekton split push.
IG don't have the teleports to go back. They try to recall, and the recalls are interrupted. Sam, it's not even a Baron for Nexus trade. It's an everything for nothing.
I have so many questions. They don't take the Dragon. They're late to the Baron. Hoya keeps pushing. Everything that could have gone wrong where went wrong, and it was looking like for a second IG might have had an angle back in. We're thinking, hang on, bad culling, things look tough.
Yeah, for sure. It felt like, I think the problem was, and NIP realized this at the very last second, was Breathe has to be somewhere for IG to have pressure. So he couldn't go back and teleport back in. He couldn't just say, oh, I've got to recall and go there. I wonder whether Renard had to be the one to do that. And I think he realized that too late. NIP, real credit to them. I thought that they fumbled those late game objectives. They turned it into a winning scenario. Great play from them to even up the series. Okay.
No, okay. Here's the thing, right? NIP were in a fantastic spot in that game. You know, obviously very, very far ahead. Then it just got a little bit stalled out and we got very nervous. The fact that it came down to that kind of shenaniganery shenaniganery.
Like normally with a 7k gold, you
Yeah.
just smack them in the face with the wall and they die. It
Yeah.
wasn't quite so simple. Right, I'm gonna go on a break real quick, Sam, so I'm gonna leave
Yes.
you alone with the stream. We're gonna put some ad breaks
Dangerous
on
ad.
as well. I know there's some really cool LCK matches on today. There's like Gen GT ones happening right now, so I hope everyone's enjoying that. And maybe coming to stop over here as well while that's in break as well. But yeah, if you'd like to support us, of course, we're an unfunded co-stream. There is no one getting paid to cover LPL anymore, so if you've got any bandwidth, even to just like, comment, subscribe, it matters more to us than any other broadcast because we have
need your help,
we
yeah.
have nothing but your support to keep us going. And of course, we wouldn't do this without you as well. Alex Earth as well, thanks for the first message as well. Welcome into the chat. Welcome everyone else who's watching as well. I'm going to go on a quick break. I'm going to put an ad break as well, and we'll join you after as well. We'll keep yapping, stick around, and ask as many questions as you want.
Best region in the world, guys. Best region in the world. Oh, boy. LPL, never change. Never change. There we go. Did you have fun, guys? Oh, this chair's going back a bit. There we go. I'm gonna tighten the mic stand up a little bit. That was alarming. Clean, elegant. That's gonna be a GIF somewhere now from now on, isn't it? Hey, Harold. Do not break the setup. I'm trying not to. I might be able to turn my camera off for stuff. Bring back. What is that? God go. Bomb. Oh yeah, it's such a coin flip. Amazing or okay. He did so well in the split push. Yeah, I agree. You know what? It's pretty tricky. I'll need to turn this off briefly so everyone can see all this cool stuff. We have run some ads. Excellent. Oh, this was just... So basically, go looking forwards for a Tide Caller's Blessing trade, right? I think the ebb and flow might also have been just shy, and so Assume goes, great, Cozy Campfire from Joy, just reset from off vision, and everything goes very wrong. That's a really nice little synth riff in the background. Found it. This was the one where it all goes wrong, because basically Breathe tries to recall, gets interrupted by the Super Mega Blaze Kick. Really good play from Jaw. Really heads up. In fact, I wonder whether Jaw ends up with MVP. I mean, Hoya might as well for this insane split push to win. I mean, the obvious choice is Assume, but if you're looking for non-traditional options... Hey, Abrat, good to see you. No, honestly, Doggo, thank you for being here is support in and of itself. You guys being here is huge, so thank you for that. It's a massive deal. And it will be Assume who gets player of the game. I think that's not an unreasonable choice, really, is it? It was a combination of things that ended up with a lot of blame ending up on him unfairly. Who are we talking about here? Sorry, who are we talking about here? Sorry, I just can't try and scroll up chat. I can't see. Guwon. Okay. Yeah. Of course we are. Yep, 7 out of 8. Fair enough. He had a very good game. Very good game indeed. My European brain wants a TES at MSI. My LPL brain does not want TES at MSI. Very true. 2 banger endings in a row? Yeah. Definitely worth coming back for. It was some fun stuff. Highly recommend it. Should be cutting to break very shortly. If we turn the camera back on. There we go. Hello, chat. I need to move the camera around a little bit so it's not blocking the timer. No. Oh, come on. 1 second. This is the one we need. Yoink. Whoop. Few minutes left. Forgive me, I'm going to be zoning out a little bit between games. And MSI wants 0 gaming. When is TES in? Well, hang on. Sorry, who you're at. We're into game 3 of this series, so probably 40 minutes or so, 40, 50 minutes. Something like that. You're welcome. Not a problem. Assume being front and center there makes some sense, really, doesn't it? After a very strong showing for himself. Ground Zero, it's an LCP team, right? Yeah. Sorry about that. I was also looking at Sylvs. Is that the coaches? I guess it is. So maybe it's the casters. PYL and someone else. PYL, he was a support, wasn't he, PYL? Who was PYL support for? Wasn't RNG for a bit, was it? Posture check. No. Fine. Hang on.
Probably ought to run some more rounds before we get into things. Solly, every posture is sexy. Come on now. He was well known enough to get people to go on a team with him, yes. IG, if I recall correctly. Yes, it was, wasn't it? Before the dark days of who was it? Kid and Kitties. Oh, God. What a bad bot lane duo. Hey, Simi, good to see you. Not gonna lie, guys, I'm just checking out the Genshin update in the background while I've got 30 seconds. Been good so far. I've had fun. We're not attractive wife or something. Come on now. It's... Yeah. Really. Like reverse 1999. Solari was a big 1999 enjoyer. If you want to chat about 1999, see if you can find Solari wherever she is right now. Move that back over here. There we go. Sam, are you surprised 1xN didn't get picked up by a better team? Because I was. Yeah, Darren, I was too. I think 1xN is more than good enough to be on a top team in the LPL. He's clearly got it. Allegedly, like, IG were looking at him and went against him at the beginning of the year because they just refused to work with his agency. I don't think the other teams were the other top teams were as interested. Pretty sure I have talked to her about it before. There you go. But yeah, look, I'm really worried, and Alex said this before, that there's a world where 1xN's opportunity to be on a top team is going to pass him by because either his agency or just bad luck, and that would be incredibly disappointing because basically the best he can do is just keep grinding and being good. At least he's with Missing, so he's with a good bot lane duo. The problem is we're basically seeing him pub stomp the worst teams in the league, and I do need to see him cut his teeth against your Galas, your Jachis, I suppose. Your Jackie Loves now back in the equation, right? Your Elks, and we're not really getting to see those matchups, which I think is going to be a key thing. Yeah, AL could do well with him. Yeah, I agree. If there was a team that I think could probably afford at this point, especially since IG have switched out to Jachi, it probably is AL, but do they want to take the risk of breaking team chemistry for a new and theoretically untested rookie? I think if things continue to go wrong for AL, and they might, remember they got mashed by top esports in a very embarrassing fashion, then we might be having a conversation. I mean, it was close, Mecca. It was close. And we're going to see what the improvement looks like. I worry about the top side of the map. We all do. But we know, I think jungle's fine. And I think that bot lane is such a good win condition that it gives me a lot of hope. Yeah, honestly, if a European team wanted to pick up an import, I think 1xN's not a bad idea. I would suggest coming and finding a Chinese support to play with him. Or a Chinese jungler, just something. But if you wanted to take a risk, like if you were looking at an import option, he's probably not going to be that expensive. I take it, that's not a bad gamble. Especially if it feels like he's got nowhere to go in China.
Yeah, I mean, maybe ends up somewhere in LCP at some point. Is this the
yeah,
thing?
Not a bad idea.
Like, he deserves a shot somewhere on like a competent team that even has like international aspirations. The guy's just really, really good. I just don't want to see him turn into someone like a well, a bunch of people who just not managed to judge their rosters very well across their careers, really. We'll change the music. Let's get into this as well, shall we? So we get to a game 3 in this first series. Cool. Hoya. He's not had the best series today, or rather, like, he's against Breathe. So
the game 1 was a bit tough, but even then, I don't think that was the problem. He managed to get a gold lead, got a fair number of kills, and the Renekton was a good split push. He's not been mashing Breathe, but I don't think Breathe in the lane matchup has been like absolutely taking Hoya out. There was the early trades that got scary, but even then, I think Hoya came back well enough, picked up a number of kills. Like, it's not been the laning versus Hoya that's been the loss condition, you know?
Yeah, that's true, and it was before at some points in his career. Hoya's usually just quiet and solid. No, I think it's, well, last year he became more that. Well, funny enough, no, last year actually Hoya started to become more lane dominant because he was playing stuff on the Varus top lane.
Well, last split in particular as well.
Yeah, last split. But yeah, last year was way better for Hoya than I thought it would be, because I thought after 24, personally, I thought his career should just be over.
Yeah.
And then he comes back, beats Bin in a best of 5 playing Camille, plays stuff like the Varus top lane, does very well at that. And yeah, he's become a lot more solid. Credit to him, because he's had a number of years in his career now. He's actually ended up being a lot more impressive than I thought he would be. Let's move that up slightly as well. Okay, let's get ourselves into our last draft of the first series. Second one coming up as well. Stick around for Top Esports versus Team WE. Ari banned away from Care. Might seem strange as a first ban, but Care is a notable Ari one-trick who played the champion an awful lot before coming into Pro.
And it's game 3, right? A lot of those things like the Ori, the Azir is off. So for Care, his next best champion, it's the Ari.
And interestingly, IG are banning away everything that pairs well with Vi and not the Vi. I would have thought they'd just ban the Vi at that point. These are what Kire likes to call the Powerpuff Girls, like Ari, Kai'Sa, Vi. They just all just fly into the play and someone explodes.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice.
It's like sugar, spice, and then just Arky.
Arky.
Everyone flying forwards. All together. Okay, so Nautilus banned out by NIP. Normally that means you want an Enchanter lane, but I suppose Nautilus is one of the last few remaining dominant lanes. Now a lot of the nasty enchanters are out.
And I've mentioned it both games before, but again, Breathe Cassante will not be allowed.
They do just ban all the Powerpuff Girls. Fair play, they just ban all the Powerpuff Girls. I guess Ambessa technically counts as that too, because she also flies in like that now too. Although she doesn't have like a Star Guardian skin or anything like that. At least with Vi you have Neon Strike, which is close enough that we'll forgive her for that one. NIP, what's the first pick?
Nocturne. To take away from Wei, they banned that last round again. Reminder against Wei, so they're going to pick it up nice and early here.
Not much beats Nocturne in the level 1 to 3 clears. Rumble is given up though for this. I think that is bad.
This is going to be a Varus lock-in then, because I think Hoya says if you do the Rumble, I'm Varusing this.
That's a fair point. You know what, Sam? That's a fair point. AP Varus top lane is something that Hoya used last year, which is why IG are going to do it instead. So somewhat the next level, although to be honest, Varus is a good champion anyway. But this is not just Varus Rumble, which is an incredibly good cross-map pairing. People think about your mid jungle, they think about your top jungle, think about your bot lane duo. Varus Rumble and Jhin Rumble are two of the most powerful combinations in the game because it gives Rumble the CC that he doesn't have in his own kit to allow his equalizer to be full 100-0 potential. In this case, though, it also stops Hoya having one of his better counter matchups into the Rumble top lane.
Might then lead to the Jhin to follow the Varus and manage that in terms of the laning phase. Nocturne also not going to hate having that option, and Onivia rapidly locked in as well and could go top.
I think that might be a top lane. I think this might be top lane. Rumble is short enough range where if he goes for flame spitter damage, the wall becomes a huge issue. This could genuinely be, okay, Hoya saying, well, you took one of my counters. Who's to say I don't have more? I think that could be top lane.
And let's be real here. This is something we've seen around about to mixed success. Shout out to Zeus for attempting it and fumbling it slightly, but it was a valiant effort.
Wonders tried it into the Renekton a couple of times too in LEC. Skarner locked in for extra CC, and that's really good at running it at Onivia, because even if Onivia puts up the wall, if you don't get the knock-up of the actual W cast, it'll just tunnel through it.
We'll be locking in now in this second phase of bans. Top side largely locked for NIP we expect. We're mating on mid laners on both sides, realistically. And again, Onivia could flex there. Varus, I suppose, could flex there, but that's
the thing. Is like the Onivia is a three-way flex too. Could be support. I think that Onivia Jhin, not bad. I mean, I don't think I'd really want to play it into Varus, but if you pick like a melee support, there's a chance. You could put it mid if Renard locks in kind of like a lower range champion. So if someone like Annie, maybe you could do
She's
that.
pretty okay.
Annie is okay. She okay?
Okay, Annie, yeah.
But of course, it can just go top lane too. So while NIP, I would imagine they expect to put the Onivia top lane, they also have some flexibility with it, so you don't have full information. The Aurora behind away, which funnily enough, the Aurora is actually a double flex between both solo lanes as well. I think we're getting to the point where Annie is really big here for IG to be an extra engaged threat as well. I think that they want a really bursty comp.
Yeah, I'm still not sold on Annie's return. I think I've seen a lot of Annie's just flub so much attempts at CC, has her flash blown too freely, and then just doesn't provide enough value.
Maybe I'm getting baited by BDD being
really good at it. Yeah. Again, you're not BDD, your teammates are not KT. TF ban would have been a good pick option for Care with the
Some might say at some point your teammates not being KT would have been a good thing for BDD. Yeah. At some point. Not too much slander here. They might be the best team in the LCK right now. It's the Bard locked in. So Jhin Bard. I mean, Onivia's not bad into Bard spot. I don't think you want to chuck that into a Varus lane though. But the Bard gives you great ability to chuck and ult to a mobile backline targets.
Still another flex, I'll note. Actually, very good pairing with a Nocturne as well. I don't hate the Shen here.
Yeah, that's going bot lane, I think. I think that's a Shen.
I agree.
I think it's Jhin Shen, and now we figure out where the Onivia is going. I think you chuck the Onivia top lane, you lock it, well, if you lock in Anne, you might even get Huayed by Renard. Okay, what the hell, NIP? Just block in something. Put us
Shen mid, baby. Oh, it's Nocturne mid and River Shen.
Yeah, River Shen, yeah, that's the one.
Yone's also quite enjoying the Shen, so not awful. Could theoretically be a flex top. I'm going to put that out there. It's been a while, but Yone top.
That's probably a Yone mid.
I agree.
I think this is Annie for... LeBlanc's really lane dominant too, and it's more mobile, meaning you can skip out of some of the CC.
And it's okay into the Onivia and the Yone.
And it's good into the Shen because your auto attacks aren't anything anyway.
Yeah,
you're very mobile. This is a good... Yep, fair play. This is a good LeBlanc pick. However, it will be in the hands of Renard, who's been struggling individually this game. This must be a statement game from Renard. If he doesn't have a strong laning phase, strong individual game, this could actually be a big problem for IG because it's just not going to provide anything.
We called it
on that.
There's the Onivia flex top as expected. Shen going support. Rumble does not have fun into that lane, would be my understanding, especially once you start having the horrible combos of walls and ult and stun all at once.
Folks, if you'd like to not see adverts while we talk about the draft, subscribe now, and if you do get hit by the ads, subscribe, then refresh, and then it will give you the menu. Well, I'll see you in a minute and a half, and we'll talk about those drafts. Yeah, I think that really important information has been learned about Hoya here, is that he doesn't just have one counter to the Rumble. He has multiple. He has the Onivia and he has the Varus. So you need to be prepared for different kinds of compositions based on these two very different top laners who are not tanky. They're longer range. They bully you in lane. NIP, look, it's a funky ass draft. There's no two ways to put it, right? This is just not a normal draft. They can get caught out by good Bard ults. That's a worry, actually. I think that the Bard ults could cause them some issues over time.
I also worry a little bit about how conditional their damage is. Jhin damage is often an issue depending on build, depending on point in the game. All that stuff comes true. Yone as well has to go melee range of a lot of people. I'm not sure he's going to enjoy being melee range of. I'm thinking Varus, I'm thinking Rumble. You've got to get through that. Get onto that LeBlanc. There's a Skarner waiting to grab him. Not necessarily the simplest game for the Yone to get lots and lots of damage off in those team fights. Could be a good split push option, especially with the Shen behind him, because it does mean that Yone's 1v1 is rare to be a 1v1 where you've got the double globals of the Nocturne and the Shen. But I think if it comes down to straight 5v5s, DPS is going to be not the simplest from NIP. Going to listen to the Gyro for the final time in this series, and then continue breaking things down.
Guon's gone for an early invade onto the Raptors, means that he can walk across mid lane, force a W backwards. I'm assuming we're done with the gyros, Sam?
We are indeed.
Sometimes, because he has the headphones, I need to wait for him to tell me.
Ah, sorry, I thought
that Sam obviously missed the memo there on that one. I'm like, I'm going to assume that
statistically, it really favoured NIP there, which I was not expecting.
Well, again, when you're looking at these kind of like computer modeling kind of stuff, you're viewing it just from raw data, and it doesn't really take into account overall composition all the time. It doesn't take into account player comfort in matchups. Like, when was the last time that we saw Breathe in an Onivia matchup? Well, maybe never. I mean, it was played by the Shy in 2022.
That makes sense.
Versus EDG. That was actually just before my time in the LPL as an official LPL English caster at that point. So it's been a while since it's been here. We've seen bits and pieces, and we're seeing Renard actually doing very well in the laning phase versus Care Hip, getting a lot of damage down onto the Yone, but actually stuck around for a melee range auto and meant that the fleet footwork came through onto a champion, and also it gave an extra bit of damage after Renard, who does have the Ignite though, so Care still has to back.
Good call on that, Summer. I think everyone else is running relatively normal ones. I'll note that support-wise, Jaw has gone towards the Ignite on the Shen, not the heal. We've seen a lot of support do these days. That double heal is often what we see down there, but it does mean that if Jaw does go for that all-in, that threat is a lot higher. The heal would potentially make that lane a little anemic. At least this way it feels like if you do land that CC chain, you can be a bit more threatening with it.
Trying to... Ooh, not bad trade there. Again, missing one minion, but honestly, Yone's had great farm from the first few waves. You normally expect way worse than that, and waves coming in. Guon does end up getting that secure. It was 8 HP off. That was pretty scary there for a second.
Trying to combat. Flash for the taunt just wide from Jaw. That's unfortunate.
Well, he ain't no on, Sam. Draw misses the flash taunt. Guon has to flash away from the scuttle with that because they have no trading potential now. That's going to give the scuttle over to Wei, and he can actually probably walk in and think, well, we can take this fight now. There's no flash on the Shen.
Wei has smouted the scuttle crab. So we'll not have smite for all this blue buff, but are we going to continue contesting this? I think we are.
No, Wei actually does have his smite because he didn't use his smite in his first clear, whereas Guon used the smite on the Gromp, and I think he must have smite earlier because you can see that his is still just on cooldown, which means that if this gets low enough, Wei will just smite it away.
Cares here, he's roamed over, Jaw at half HP. This makes this quite interesting. The LeBlanc yet to move.
It's out of vision, needs to get vision on there. He gets it, he had that smite, Guon didn't.
And that's a big moment now. Going to drive on forward the Ixtal's impact. Guon doesn't have a spell. Shield gets stunned into the wall and immediately dropped incredibly low. Shadow Dash does get a taunt briefly, but it doesn't lead to the survival of the Nocturne, who's been taken out of the game.
Assumes left under the turret. He's going to try and walk away from the wave. He is dead. No one can save him here. He's just going to get poked down. I'm pretty sure that a Bard Q will come in at some point. Yeah, I think they just stick around here, don't they? I mean, Mako will take aggro. Pretty sure this is a good kill for them.
They will do just that. It's going to be Wei who takes it initially. Jachi gets the kill. Mako takes that aggro, and everyone is quite happy with their decision to dive. Second kill over to the side of IG, and it is cleanly managed indeed.
It's a disaster for an LPL again. Absolute disaster. Guon, you know, he's an ambitious player. Draw was there too. The fact that Guon has to smite his own Gromp, meaning that he doesn't have the smite for that Scuttle Crab, I think became really important. But of course, the big thing is that Draw just missed the Taunt Flash. He missed the Taunt Flash. If he could get that Twilight Assault through. Was that the one? No, Twilight Assault. Yeah, anyway, Shadow Dash is the one. But if you could get that through and flash onto him, the damage from that early on with an Ignite as well is pretty high. And this is now sad because NIP would have loved to have an individual strong matchup for Hoya into Breathe. I know that they're relatively even in terms of CS right now, but now it feels like we're not even going to get to see the most of this Onivia. Mako walking in mid lane, dodging 1Q, meaning Care doesn't stack up for it, and the chain lands. Boy. It's not quite a kill yet. But Renard did have himself the Ignite, got very close.
Yeah, I wonder about that one with the fleet footwork and the part just about enough to keep Care in shape. He's actually doing well at keeping up in farm here. Seen a lot of Yones who do get chunked out end up dropping farm. So far, Care been relatively astute at his timings, and Jaw goes looking for that Shadow Dash, but Mako swift enough there with the Bard to escape from that little prize. Now chunks out Jaw briefly, throws out the Cosmic Binding, doesn't quite land it. I think he's on the T1 Bard here, by the by. Bit of a shout out to Carrier, who does play probably the meanest Bard in the world. Guon now looking mid potentially. Renard though does have the the Mimic available. Will jump forward, second distortion of the Ignite. Actually, I think he's got it. Solo kill.
Solo kill for Renard, a player who's kind of been decked a little bit by Care across the series. Locks in, we'll use that word we used earlier, the ambitious LeBlanc pick. going in towards Yone. Maybe you could have just gone Annie, played towards a more simple champion. Goes towards the LeBlanc, which needs to get ahead in lane, but has done now. Now has himself the first item, Pen Boots. He is very happy.
Also started with a Dark Seal, so picks up a couple stacks on that with the solo kill. Very pleased indeed. Basically gets level 6. Guwon's around to help Care try and shove out. Just doesn't necessarily respect the fact that Mimic, Distort plus Ignite is a hell of a lot of damage.
Yes, yes, it is. Dragon going down. Might be a fight in the bot river. Here comes way over the wall. Assume does have flash. I'm not sure it's going to save him.
Excel's impact, driving on forwards. There's the upheaval kill onto the Jhin. Renard has dashed on forward with the distortion. The shield is gone, and the unspeakable horror will mean nothing at all. And Nocturne becomes his own worst nightmare.
I believe the line is throw another rock. I don't actually know what Scar's voice sounds like. I'm sure that's his voice line, right? No one else has said that in the history of League of Legends.
Never.
No one ever said that. Chucks the Q at him. It's on target. Guwon couldn't get the body block there, and assume I think he had to flash earlier. He wouldn't have saved him anyway. Equalizer on the top side. Oh, Hoya just used the wall to make sure that those minions were pushed outside of the equalizer. We saw Chovy doing the same thing to try and deny BDD a cannon minion the other day with the Onivia into Rise matchup. Very, very funny. But things are getting really, really nasty now. IG have a significant early lead, and once you get ahead with this kind of composition, and particularly when the Nocturne is behind, yeah, Hoya's doing some wall shenanigans to make sure the wave's not in, yeah, so he can manipulate the wave. Fair play, Hoya has researched this champion, but when you start falling behind like this, Skarner can make plays from wherever. Bard just comes out of Fog of War from way more angles because, you know, you've got... hang on, they're jumping forward to mid lane. Does have flash. Fear Tether is going to proc. Do they have the damage? I think they might do. No! The clone saves him.
Now Assume is in danger himself. They'll just pick up that kill easily in the bot side, stunned into the wall. They don't get the kill on Renard. Guwon is left low, and it's all going very wrong very fast.
Oh, the Shadow Clone. And yet the mirror image, it makes a huge issue. The difference that you've got two auto attackers trying to land that last auto attack for the damage, and they can't because he's invisible for a full second as it comes out. So NIP lose another kill onto Assume, who's 0-3 on a champion who is notorious for not doing damage into champions like Skarner. And now you have your first ult of the game from Guwon not leading to anything. Now, do I think that Guwon's had the best series? No, but I don't think it's necessarily been his fault. And the saddest thing about this game, we mentioned it earlier, we won't really get to see if this Onivia would have made a difference. At this point, 6 kills on the rest of the map. Hoya presses tab and goes, guys, team?
Yeah, team? Hello?
0-2-0. 0-1-0-3. Nice game, eh?
Nice game, eh?
Hoya and Draw kind of shaking hands in solidarity for that one, I suppose.
Oh boy, well, the curtain calls come out, but I fear that NIP are the ones forced to take an early bow here. This performance has been a bit of a disaster. Has not got that stand united up and available yet. Maybe that turns things around, start making more aggressive moves. Hoya is also having quite a lot of fun into Breed, as we can see. He's actually up a fair amount of TS, and the Rumble's not having the greatest time. Oh, Chains of Corruption, Shadow dashed away. Your steadfast presence maybe is not required. It's the, whatever the Twilight Shroud is. There we go. Took me a second. Or not. We'll be okay. Get Spirit's Refuge. Good grief.
Yeah.
What's the name of it eventually?
Also, I'm not going to lie. I mean, the Shen into the Bard is okay, because a lot of his damage comes through from that deep auto. Pretty awful into the Varus.
Hope Varus specifically,
I mean,
yeah.
It's good in the sense that you can taunt Varus because he's often in early lane. He's quite close range to you. Does the chain land? No, didn't again end up getting that through. That way, going for an invade as the mid laners trade. Now, on the whole, I would say the Nocturne really nasty to walk into, but I think Skarner's so fed I don't think he gets. And he has a Protoplasm harness.
I also think this is just much better than Heartsteel nearly invariably. This into Bandle Pipes is just so much more efficient. They're going to try and drive into that wall, prevent Wave from driving away into the Fate Seal. They've got the kill. Nicely done. Hoya with a good roam helps interrupt the escape from Wei.
The CC combo really nasty. Now, the Skarner, he's pretty tanky, but he's not infinitely tanky. Even with the kills on the board, they can shut him down. Took a lot there. Dash away.
Stunn's not really too much. Remember, Care doesn't have his ult, so actually, here comes Guwon. They're going to go diving regardless. Renard does manage to dissuade the tail. Fate comes through, but it's spelled away. It is out!
Renard, that was so nasty. Ends up faking them out because he sends his real body the way you'd expect the clone to go. And he ends up waiting around for his W cooldown. Really well played. The LeBlanc mind game's always so entertaining to watch.
Very low. Has to be a bit afraid of a Q. Just back away. Can maybe dash back forwards towards this wave and does so as Care's soul is forced eventually to stop astral projecting.
Okay, he's toying with him now, Sam. This is someone who I can tell just has learned to have fun on the LeBlanc. Now, all of our best LeBlanc LeBlanc players in the world, you know, funnily enough, your rookies who's currently not playing for IG, your fakers, whoever, they learn how to make the most out of that passive and the everything else. Guwon actually does get the Scuttle Smite there, which is Wei does not choose to smite that one. And Guwon gets himself a level up.
Does indeed. 20 seconds on Dragon, and I suspect Guwon, also Wei, may want to think about that one as soon as made a roam top, though. He's going to be trying to go for the ganking Jin play.
Shen
will now look to ult the wave. Shen comes on in with a steadfast presence, and Breathe is a dead Rumble. Will try and take Hoya's egg form with him, won't get it, and it's a good lane swap there.
It is. NIP using their first Shen ult to the game. They get a kill onto the Rumble, and they're making some plays now. I thought this game was completely over, and let's be honest, it's still not very easy for them with Skarner and the Varus being so far ahead, but they are starting to fire back in some important ways now. The Dragon going to get started by Wei, will be their second of the game. Because of the ults and the roams top lane, NIP won't really have the position to contest this. They sent too much topside. There'll be a second Dragon for IG. NIP take themselves a bit of gold value. Nice flick back, although the Shen is here, so he can't take it. I was about to say, maybe he can take a harder trade because he lands the second chain.
Into the Tempered Fate. That'll give Renard a chance to get his cooldowns back. There is no stack on Care with his Qs right now. He's all timed out. Fate Seal now over the wall. The Ignite is down, looking for more damage onto Care. Another set of ethereal chains. He roots, tries to get over the wall with the Q. Another Sigil of Malice looking for the damage. They flash over for the Impale. Cosmic Binding. Distortion comes on forward, and Wei picks up the kill.
It's like the sequel to Hit Rapper 2 chains. It's 3 chains. He has 3 chains as Wei is actually getting CC'd on the other side of it. Where's the Nocturne going?
Well, we're gonna go for a slightly different musical bet. Black Sabbath back in action with some paranoia. Does some damage on the Guwon, is driven into a wall there with the Ixtal's impact. Renard continues to dance around them. He's a tap dancer this game, and he click-clacks all over their bodies.
Renard's got 6 Dark Seal stacks. From who I think Renard was, you know, Renard and Jachi have had a pretty terrible series on the whole. We could be seeing a Medjai's LeBlanc in game 3 to like potentially win them this. Jachi had to step back into the storm there. Yeah, that's nasty. Hang on, that's actually a bit of a problem. There's actually a chance for the kill here.
It has to back away. Assume does have a flash, and Renard will need to leave.
Well, Renard, I want to see a Medjai's for him. I want to see a Medjai's. I think he can burst people up. He's gone for he's got the Empower boots because his mid lane quest has now completed. This guy was really not pulling his way earlier on. Now he absolutely is. Fantastic game from Renard on the LeBlanc.
Wei has gone for the correct build as well. He's got Bandle Pipe second very, very early on. Let's look at this replay because Renard just dances around him. Beautiful use of the distortion platform.
And then he gets the second chain through from the Mimic, and then they realize, well, we can just wait for the next round of cooldowns if we just CC him some more. The Bardot basically buys time for another LeBlanc W instead. It allows him to get another LeBlanc E through as well, which was used at the very start of the trade. He has no mobility left with the flash being used in a previous play. And he goes down. It's the way he takes it. Things get messy after this point, so they think, well, you know, at least 80 carries aren't roaming over. Ours is. We can make a difference. But sadly, you know, the Skarner is so fed, and the Protoplasm Bell Harness does a lot of work at this point. If you don't burst him out, he gets a lot of regen from it. And I don't think they really take that into account.
Yeah, and they're in this weird position where they've got burst, but not enough really to kill the Skarner in one rotation. And then they don't have the best consistent DPS, especially if the Yone isn't there.
Really good point from chat as well, because it's quite weird to see it at this point. I haven't seen a bot lane quest go incompleted at this kind of timestamp for quite some time. It is 14.5 minutes, and he's still got a significant amount of work to go onto that quest. Normally you expect quests to be done in an even lane, somewhere between 11 and 12 minutes. That's typically where you see it. Said now at this point, it's going to be done by... Well, it might not even be done by... It's somewhere in the 15 minutes. He's not actually farming anything in his lane. He's taking up a mid lane thing. That means that every minion he's killed for the last 3 minutes, he's getting 1 less gold from it compared to Jachi, which opens up a huge gold lead alongside the lump sum onto him. Jumping onto Jachi here with a Shen ult.
Flashes out, but there's still going to be the fear, and the curtain calls come, cleanses away from some of it, but that's just 3 ults burned, and the Shen Nocturne combo is a bit much even for the Varus to try and survive. I appreciate the attempt, but still, not enough.
Well played from Guwon to find that angle there, even under turret. I mean, if they had someone else in position, perhaps the IG could have rallied the forces, but IG, they don't quite have the vision control to tell completely where the Nocturne is coming from. That was only level 1 ultimate too. I'm surprised that they had the range for that, but he did, and Jachi's caught out. Dies. That's a good play. Very important, because I believe it's assumed that gets that kill as well. So he gets that shutdown. It was like 1.3k gold. Now it's only 700. That's really important for Assume, actually, because as we were talking about, he was falling very far behind the curve due to quest. Herald's going to get taken by IG. That's really important. If they can use that in mid lane to break that open, then suddenly the Jhin has to step up himself very far into mid lane, which is a big pain. They'll probably use that there, or they'll use it as the good old Battle Herald, which we're seeing more and more use of as time goes by. I think the reason we're seeing more Battle Heralds with the Dragon in a minute, might actually be used for that, is that it's way easier to deny the Herald actually getting like a full tower than it was in previous seasons or at previous points in the past. Using it as a Battle Herald, very hard to deny the value of that, and it can actually give you a one-team fight. If it gives you a one-team fight with like 3 kills and a Dragon, it's more value than a tower, I think, in some cases, because you often get the tower after that play anyway. So you can have that Dragon in 30 seconds, would be third for IG on their Hex Tech. We've had some high rolls for our Souls today, 2 Infernals and a Hex Tech. IG feeling very, very happy with that. Now they're trying to fight over the river as Hoya comes down. He's looking pretty happy. He's building towards the Leandri. Second here goes on to Jashi again.
It's not a bad idea. The Tempered Fate keeps him alive for a second or two. Can they turn to get onto Jashi anyway? They absolutely can. Where does he try and run? They have finally started to turn around some of the damage as soon as he picks up that kill, but they all teleport in. That's making this a bit dicey as Guwon now is traded 1-for-1. Battle Herald as they will now look to try and drive through, but the wall crystallized from Hoya denies the attempted play as Breathe gets stunned up briefly. Jewel managed to shadow dash away as the damage was looking pretty dire. IG 1-for-1. The thing is, they burned so many ults to kill off that poor old Varus. They're still going to lose this Dragon, I think.
And their Dragons, their jungler's down, so no smites, too many ults used. You're completely right. Yes, they do have the Curtain Call and they do have the Fate Seal, but realistically, I don't think they have a way to get into the fight consistently. Another good fight from Wei. This Skarner is becoming a huge, huge issue. I think eventually the Yone and the Onivia will kill the Skarner in good time, but when he's this far ahead of the curve, it just means that point in which you kill the Skarner conveniently gets later and later into the game. As he said, he has the Bandle Pipes. It's getting even tankier after that point. But Jachi makes a mistake here. You shouldn't walk up like that when your teammates aren't nearby. The Bardo even comes in as disengaged, and that's not enough to save his life. That shows you how far up he was going. Jachi's got some work left to do in terms of his development as a player. So he's a player who I have a lot of respect for. Look, supporting Jachi is probably going to be quite similar to supporting Jackie Love in some ways. The high moments are obscene. The low moments are obscene in the wrong way. Now, obviously comparing to Jackie Love, one of the greatest AD carries of all time, it's not quite the same, but it's about the same kind of curve of ups and downs, you know?
Yeah, and again, look, I don't want to give Jachi too much crap for that moment because, again, they burned so many ultimates and, like, someone's got a clear wave and it doesn't want to be the LeBlanc right now, so I guess it's the Varus. Like, where else do you stand there? And they do come and defend him, it's just not quite enough.
You just don't walk up that far, you wait for the next arrow, you're a poke Varus. That would be my argument.
I think he did cue the wave, he just needed to keep...
Yes, he walked up too far for the Q and took another step forwards. I'm like, my dude, you are probably electing death at this point. Not bad damage from Breathe onto Hoya, but Hoya, yeah, the Fated Ashes, yeah, it makes these extended trades really, really nasty. At least Breathe has the Merc Treads to help him out with that, but Hoya, very, very dangerous on the Onivia.
And again, it might well not be about this top lane match, but at the very least, it feels like if NIP are allowed to let the Rumble through, because they can do this.
They might try and Bard out the Onivia here. We'll see. Wei, if you can get through the wall, would be pretty big. Rod of Ages just propped there. That's some damage onto Draw. Does have the flash.
Stun.
Stun stops the wall charge.
One around. He is 0-4-3. Look, he's made some picks, but he's died pretty much every time he's played the ult. Can they jump at Renard?
Oh, they really wanted to get him, I think, but he was just out of vision. Just out of vision. I think they would have jumped onto him there. He did have flash, but if he could have blown that, would have been nice for the matchup for the Yone. Couldn't quite keep him in vision, though. Level 11 for Guwon now. Does have a decent amount of Ultimate Hunter stacks, I believe, although 2 of them might have been on Stash. He's got 2 of them, though, so he'll be fine in terms of Hunter stacks. And, of course, that Hexblade means that level 11... all of that ultimate cooldown reduction. Not that long a downtime on it now.
Stormrazor second for Asu. Is going to go towards the crit from the earlier Ghostblade. Pretty standard on the Jhin. Used to be the Collector second pretty regularly. Will not be that this time around. I think the Stormrazor has become more and more of a really nice item, and especially on the Jhin, where you do want to get that kind of value of that upfront burst. Stormrazor does really help with that at the 2-item mark. And there's enough squishy members here as well. Someone like a LeBlanc, for example, jumps at you, can theoretically just Stormrazor trade them, and they have a bad time.
Isn't Stormrazor apparently coming back with Deathfire Touch?
Allegedly so, yeah. Deathfire Touch used to make Jhin nearly unbalanceable.
Yeah, now Stormrazor was interesting because it was basically like Phase Rush in the sense that you deal damage to someone. Hang on a second, that's a good trade from, very good trade from Kara actually. He's got himself, well, Blade and a bit of crit, so yes, you can do that. But Yeah, Storm Raider was when you deal 30% of someone's max HP, then you get the speed boost, so it's not just 3 hits and out, so you can't use it as well as a tank, basically. But it's much better if you're doing it to squishy matchups. And then the other thing is, well, Deathfire Touch coming back. Deathfire Touch should have stayed dead. Ked's going to look for the turret, can't quite get it because Wei's there to defend it, although it should die just the minions afterwards. So that's going to be first turret of the game for NIP. They open up themselves top lane. But yeah, Deathfire Touch should have remained dead because I just don't want to see, like, Jhin tagging with a W and then hitting it with every R shot, and then Deathfire Touch has done like 1,000,000 damage by the end of it and you die. Deathfire Touch, like, I understand wanting to bring back a DOT thing. Deathfire Touch was not a healthy thing. It was not healthy, folks. I was very glad when they removed that because everyone that built it was really, really frustrating. Hey, thank you so much for the raid as well.
Hey, hello.
Ragazzi. Appreciate you all, the Italian co-stream out there. Hope that your LCK stream was good. We had some tennis of points in this game. Potentially Guon coming towards top side. There's no turret here. Breathe has flash. I think they just ultimate. I think this is a very dead Rumble. Will flash away. There's a Shen ult, though. There really is no way for the Rumble to survive here. Easy kill from NIP. Investing a lot of ultimates, but they'll take the kill.
Well, can they think about a Baron after this? Do they want to try and take the man advantage? They've got 3 people already on that top side of the river. They've not got the fastest Baron, but they have got the Onivia.
And he has the Leandris. There's a Leandris in it.
And level 16.
Sam, I think you're completely right.
Here we go.
And IG need to respect this. They don't have a teleport on their LeBlanc. They've taken the Ignite. They don't see it coming. This is a wonderful sneak. As long as Guon doesn't die to the Baron, this is a great sneak.
I think Hoya might be asked to take some of the damage. In fact, he is slightly frustrated for doing the damage to the Baron. They're not going over.
Mako can ult it if he gets there in time. Maybe he can ult it. He needs to see it now, though. It's gone down to half HP. They're very low HP.
They know now.
The blue trinket's there now. Oh, God, this could be a disaster.
They're TPing back in. Hoya's left low. It's got the passive to work with, knocked up into the sky. That could be quite dicey here. Hoya left low. Will have the crit, the Ike to work with. They've lost care. Tempered fate at NIP. The sneak goes. No! We're making omelets in the river.
Kill Guon. Just leash the Baron. They did the hard work for you. Thank you for the Leandris damage to Baron. IG take the leash and take the Baron at 23 minutes into the game.
They just go, wait, what's that? What's that smell in the river? It smells like Baron and eggs.
It does, Sam. It's
green eggs and Baron.
I think sadly in this case it's ninjas in pantomime. That was comedically bad from them. Sadly at the end of it, I thought the initial idea was great. You have a Leandris, Onivia, and I don't think they realized how much damage it would do. That's going to lead to the Hex Soul. They lose the Baron. I appreciate the creativity. They needed another person there to tank it. This is the problem without having a Skani yourself. If you had a tankier jungler, if you had someone else that could tank it, it would have been fine. Couldn't do it there.
Oh boy. Well, now you've got Hex Soul, now you've got Baron. It's all looking pretty dire, isn't
honestly,
it?
just worse than Ferrari's racing strategy.
Okay.
Oh no! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
The Raiders have just come in. That's
just like oh god.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a look at this replay, because basically the fast set alteration comes on, it all goes wrong.
And immediately all of the Italian Raiders are now going to leave. Okay.
Folks, if you don't know who we are Nymaera Initialise. We are brothers who do that League of Legends casting. We're also watching Care die horribly in a side lane. There is a curtains called in the mid lane. I think Jachi with that crystal actually get out. That template fate is so good, and that means that Jachi can try to fight Flash from Joy to get that shadow dash. Will finally bring down Jachi, but will die surely for it. Guwon also left desperately. No, Mako might think about going for Guwon here, or about going over the wall and just blasts him with the empowered Orte, and will get the kill himself. Vengeance for his AD carry.
Turns out that Bard with a Hex Soul and a Meep actually does significant damage. NIP, it's disaster for them. I felt like, look, this game was difficult anyway. Equalize is going on to him. It's Q slow as well. They still have the Impale if he wants to run at them.
He doesn't have the Crystallize up quite yet, but will be safe enough at this point. Hoya has tried. He really has. The problem is now Breathe is now 1,700 gold up off the Baron and everything else going on. Never mind all the other things that have gone very wrong in this game. Finally finish up that spiel. Basic, guys, if you want to watch some LPL, we're great guys to be following.
Think about doing him.
Think about doing him. It's a great community, great people. Myself, Initialise, and Nymaera will be doing it pretty much every damn day.
And unlike, you know, LCK, LEC, LCS, and to an extent LCP as well, there's actually no funding for LPL broadcasts anymore. So if you want to stick around, it actually does help keep the regional alive. Literally, the only thing keeping us going is fan support. There's a Hex Soul. That's a lot of damage.
My lord.
I actually think he could have got... Okay, the reason he doesn't stick around is that he knows that Nocturne's in the area, so he wants to just flip back very quickly and not risk Guwon jumping onto him. And again, and just playing it like that. This is the play that happens to Jachi. It's the Shen Nocturne goes through the magical journey, which allows them to catch him. I mean, you still need a magical journey there. Jachi then Q's the wrong way, although it doesn't really change that much. Bottle is actually very good. It cancels the Onivia ultimate. Jachi, I think, could have taken one step back and not got caught by the Shen taunt, perhaps. It's been caught a lot. Bartles onto a turret. Onivia's dead, and IG looks like they're just going to keep on rolling. That's another one dead. Shen goes down.
Nice pick up there. And they continue this roll on forwards. It's looking like IG, after, one or two decent attempts at the comeback there from NIP. We saw the idea of the Onivia work really well for the majority of this game. It's now all really going wrong, unfortunately. Wade's gotten Giga fed, Mako's had a fantastic Bard game, and I think Renard as well. For all the gold lead's not that exceptional into Care. In fact, Care's got the gold lead. The playmaking from this LeBlanc has been on another level, and now they're on to Nexus turrets, and I fear for NIP that the game is going to be short of following the CC chain onto this poor Yone. Continues to be absolutely excessive. 1 and 5 now, gold lead, be damned.
IG, by hook or by crook, will win this series. This third game did not look like the rest of the games between these two. I don't think the game will end here now with the curtains called and the wave dying, but the game's effectively over. 10k lead, the rest of the Baron buff breaking the base, and then of course the Hex Soul as well. It's nigh unwinnable for NIP now. Normally we say, oh, is it throwable or not? This is looking like it's getting to the point where it's not, because no one can kill the Skarner, and there's enough damage everywhere else that it just doesn't. It's just not possible for NIP.
It's really not. And again, maybe if Jin gets to a 4-5, but look, he's gone rapid fire third. He needs Lord Doms. He needs Infinity Edge. The Jin isn't realistically threatening anyone until that 4th item minimum, and even then I think he's going to need another one after that. The Onivia is decent, but again, Onivia is never the highest damage champion. She's obnoxious, she's annoying, she's good setup and utility and all these things, but she's not winning you fast fights, and against a team that is blowing you up in the blink of an eye, the Onivia value here is struggling, and you relied on this Yone to be the threat. Is 1 and 5.
Yeah, he is. His early laning phase versus Renard was really good in games 1 and 2, and sadly, the last game of the series is often remembered more than the other two, freshest in the memory. Care was better than Renard this series, but not in game 3. That's the sad fact for him. Same thing for bot lane, actually. Assume and Draw destroyed Jachi and Mako across this series, just not in this game 3.
Who wants now 0, 6 and 5 as well. Look, there's been 1 or 2 decent knockdown ults, but they've never been clean, it feels like. This is all difficult stuff. That's not a bad idea. The Tempered Fate in Mamu's Care's actions forwards. He now gets stopped. Oh, no, Care! Oh dear! Now Hoya's also trapped on top of the Equalizer. Needs to back away. He'll be going down to his egg form. But again, you need to crack a few eggs. And Guwon flashes in, try and get Jachi. Does get it. That's not bad. But again, trades his life 1 for 1. Hoya comes back on out of his egg form. Will likely die. But the Crystallized bites him. Hop over the wall for a distortion. And a triple kill to Renard.
So we're actually on Penta angle for Renard now. There's 2 people left alive. He has the triple. I don't think he'll be able to get the timer for the Quadra. This fight started with Renard just one-shotting Draw. Just a single rotation. Dead. He's going to look for the extra damage onto Assume. W doesn't land. There was a Yone ultimate. Could have potentially killed. Care having to go for the magic resist 3rd item. Has to skip something like that Infinity Edge. He's just been burst out so many times by the LeBlanc. IG break another inhibitor. It's not as clean this time. Breathe does die. The game doesn't end. But again, it's still not a good thing for NIP. It's just one of the least bad options.
And again, there is still this sort of issue with the fact that killing off the Onivia in a good timer, especially if the passive is up, it's not that fast at this point. There is that Medjay.
Yeah, okay, but it is one of my pet peeves where you get the Medjays after you've maxed out the stacks on Darksteel. Basically what it means is there's been a bunch of kills where he could have got more stacks from. You overcap and you would have had like an extra 50 AP, which would have meant that. Look, you're already one-shotting, but it means that you can do it with 1 less skill at that point effectively. It means you can have an extra 1 for just some crazy damage. LeBlanc is very much predicated on how much damage she does with each individual ability. Let's see how much she does now. Level 17 Hex Soul gets a little bit there. Not bad. The Shen as a support, 5 levels down on the mid laner. Not happy.
Nico slides over that wall. Should be okay. Towards the Elder we go, and IG should be able to steal some way. There is a Paranoia. Can we look to steal this? We're going to try and time it out. Keep it at 4,000 HP. In we go. The attempted steal. Is there a Stab United on top of the ball? It's getting into spy range. LeBlanc is the one who picks it up somehow, some way. They pick up the Nocturne as well as a result. Tempered Fate wide. Flash from Mako. They're going to Cosmic Fighting. Fate Seal is good, but Care is immediately near execution threshold and goes below it. Renard gets another in the backline. The team is all but wiped from the Rift. Hoya gets a stun. It's a decent chunk onto Renard, but not the kill. He doesn't have the Elder.
Here comes the magical journey. Hoy's Q's down. The sun's just missing on the wall. Hexol landing and the bell starts burning. The bird may have just cheaped its last. The egg is not going to get shattered until they fly over the wall. Wei kills him with that last Elder's Breath.
Ding! Unexpected item in fragging area. They pulled some eggs out, what do you know?
Yeah, well, sadly, Sam, there ain't enough fraggers here on NIP. Top frag is definitely going to the other side, and there's no nip magic here. IG will walk away by hook or by crook, winning the series 2-1.
Fun game from IG in that last one, and despite actually some creative draft angles from NIP, I appreciate what they did with the flexes, but you needed that Nocturne and that Shen to be absolutely lethal, and outside of 1 or 2 good plays, this wasn't the case.
And I really, huge shout out to Mako. Mako was ever present, his ults were fantastic, he was pretty much everywhere. Bard has never been LPL's champion, really. But now we're seeing a lot of players start to pick it up more. On's been fantastic on it. Mako's been fantastic on it. Even some like Vampires had some good games on it too.
Well, yeah.
That fantastic game versus BLG last split. Bard was something that the LPL kind of avoided like the plague from like season, ever since release up until the last couple of years. It's now suddenly been something, I think particularly because of its ability to have both offensive and defensive ultimates against aggressive combinations has worked really, really well. Like we've seen like diving with multiple ultimates. Well, the Bard ult can use to save your carries. Well, you can use it to catch up people there too. Really appreciate everyone joining in as well from the raid there as well. Thank you.
Grazie ragazzi. There you go. So there you go. All those other Ferrari references.
Yeah.
Folks, as Alex is saying, if you've not followed yet, please do. I'm seeing a few people coming on forwards. I know a few people have come and raided over from Kenren. Longtime friend and colleague of ours across the ERLs.
I rolled Ballroom Saiyan in 50, by the way, so the Dolphin never punished.
There we go. Well done, well done, well done. And if you've not hit that follow, please do. Follow me as well. I'm at Initialise Cast. I'll try and get some streaming done today after the stream if I can. Thank you all for being on in here. And if you have got that additional bandwidth to consider subscribing, Prime subs, incredibly appreciated. Regular subs, incredibly appreciated. There's a Ko-fi link as well. Lots of ways to look after us. And Alex, are you okay holding on for a second or two while I potentially do some lunch?
Yep, that sounds great, Sam. All right. There's some bread, cheese, and chicken in there.
That's what I was thinking. It's potentially some.
There's also like some packaged I think they're like potato pancakey things. You can do them.
I was debating doing some shakshuka because we might have got some eggs and some cheese and some tomato cans and bread.
Can I have a potato thing, so?
You want a potato?
Can I have a potato thing?
We can do that. What do you want on the potato thing?
I just want Sam. The potato thing is the thing I care about. Outside of that,
okay, right. Fine. Let me figure out what can go on the potato thing. Give me some seconds. I'll do a bit of considering.
Potato. You know, there was someone I knew. In fact, I actually played briefly on a university team with him. A guy called Yas Muo. He was like obviously a Yasuo one trick. He one of the more eccentric people I've ever met, in the fact that he just didn't care for food to the point where he literally, I literally only ever ate potato waffles. He was like, well, I could cook you some. No, I only want potato waffles. Food is just functional. You would only eat like potato waffles.
That sounds like Watley, who no longer can taste properly after his important.
So he eats gorilla food.
So he's just gone to gorilla food, Max. So he's literally eating gorilla food for the highest nutritional impact, which is an extraordinary statement.
Yeah. But anyway, he played like Yasuo support for us at point. It was very funny. Yeah, it was him and Deckard Kane. No, Deckard Bane was our. He took Deckard Bane and Deckard Kane for that. He was our 3-item AD carry like Zaya, Tristana, 7. I miss playing with Jake. Yeah, Jake was cool. I catch up with him occasionally. Gosh. Oh, you need to go get groceries? I got a lot of groceries yesterday because Angie's come up for the week, so I get to spend some time with Angie, which is very cool. And we're gonna, chill out and stuff. How was LCK today? I've been trying to VOD review where I can. Oh yeah, that's another thing, by the way. If you guys are enjoying LCK stuff and you want to have like a bit more of an analytical breakdown, you can actually see on my YouTube, I've done, I think, about 5 games of VOD review now from across LCK. So I reviewed KT Genji, KT T1. Those are the 2 big ones which I've done there. And I've learned a lot about those teams. I need to do T1 HLE and I need to do T1 Genji. I'm probably not going to be able to do all of them. It's just, there's just only so much time in the day. But yeah, if that's the kind of thing which interests you, then they're about, well, an hour or under per game. I've put them into individual videos. Just check on my YouTube. I linked it in chat earlier, and you can find out what I thought of those games. So for instance, there's been some really interesting stuff about how teams are drafting and about how they're playing around level 1 vision and how they play around vision control when globals are in the game. Some really interesting stuff I've learned. Oh, did Pays just get dexed by Ruler? That sucks. Oh, Duro played well. Duro was not good the other day though, so. And I'm guess I'm starting to build for CM12 now. I guess I kind of, yeah. I think because I have a 4-star Saiyan. How was the T1 Gen G series? Apparently not great. I think T1 just got blasted a bit. Yeah, I think both these teams have like a lot to figure out. Early training not going well on this run. I really hate it when fine motion just never turns up in training and you have to deal with like them being super low friendship for forever. KT beat them both at this point, yeah, and they do look really good is the thing. They look really good. LCK is a stomp day? Well, I hope we have a bit more of an entertaining game here today then. If you took nameplates off of T1, I wouldn't have believed it was them that was playing. I would have thought it was in Carrick's. Jesus. Because I think there are a couple of things which have been really worrying me about T1, although I don't know whether it applied to today's series. I don't think they have a very good early game jungle read at all. Anyway, there's an interview, so I'll let you Mandarin speakers.
那同时也是拿到了他们在第2赛段的第2场胜利。我们邀请到的是辅助选手 Miko， 先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hey, it's Miko. Good stuff.
大家好，我是 IG 辅助 Miko。
欢迎 Miko。 欢迎你在第2赛段回归赛场啊！那这次也是作为暂代队长嘛，已经带领队伍拿到了2连胜了。那今天在整体的游戏内容上，你觉得有哪些地方是处理的比较出色的呢？可以夸一夸的。
感觉今天大家配合的挺好的，然后就是中单的发挥挺好的吧。
中单发挥也很不错，其实大家配合的都很好啊。那其实我觉得在这2场看下来，大家确实都在互相的托举彼此的兜底。先来说说第1局啊，开局都陷入到逆风了，但是你们的控龙一直是占优的，尤其是中路有一波关键的开团，还有就是在远古龙团前的那一波呼吸是斩断了阿萨姆的一个节奏，再到远古龙一锤定音，最终是完成了一个漂亮的翻盘。也想问一下，当时远古龙团的那波怎么去指挥和设计的呢？第1局。
第1局远古龙团之前的话，就是我们准备从下面出去嘛，然后刚好那个呼吸安贝萨就是打了一套伤害，然后他状态不好，然后他就指挥我们一直追，然后刚好追到蓝 buff 的时候找到机会了，然后就顺势拿下远古龙。
是，所以那个时候大家的沟通都是非常积极的，也非常信任队友，对不对？所以最终完成了第1局比赛的一个胜利。第2局呢，确实有点小遗憾，但是你们没有被影响，调整得非常快。第3局啊，也是开局下路有一波野区的设计，瞬间就帮助队伍去打开局面，也是近乎碾压的一个态势，完成了第3局比赛的一个胜利。那也想问一下，在第3局拿到阵容，包括看到对面选取了阵容之后，你们是怎么去建立开头的那个策略的呢？
首先是就是被梦魇偷了野怪嘛，一起开局，然后就想着利用我们线路优势，然后中路也算是优势的情况下，就往他们野区进攻嘛。然后刚好在河道抓到了他们的闪现之后，就感觉在野区里面，我们战斗力强一点嘛，所以说就那波入侵就做得很好。
是，确实，其实你们抓机会能力一直都非常强啊，也都是在今天关键的这个团战当中力挽狂澜，也最终带领队伍去拿下了胜利，再次恭喜你们。那其实这2场看到 Miko 选手确实是在统轴全局的这个指挥上去托举到队友，并且也看见大家都在用操作去提升队伍的一个整体上限。现在是短暂的磨合嘛，想问一下，现在队伍磨合到什么样的程度，还有哪些方面想要去更进一步呢？
感觉刚开始吧，我感觉我们就是也打了10多天吧，所以大家其实就刚刚熟悉吧，这整个团队。还有很多地方，包括团队啊，或者说是沟通上面，都有很多要进步的地方。
也看到大家其实在不断打磨的过程嘛。但不管怎么样，今天拿下2连胜，非常的不错啊。那么其实这一赛段作为暂代队长回归赛场，大家都非常的想念你。所以呢，现在有什么话想要对现场以及屏幕前的粉丝朋友们说的吗？
就是也很开心今天来到深圳嘛，然后上一次应该是半年前了。然后就是看到大家还是觉得挺开心，然后大家也非常热情，然后希望大家看比赛看得开心吧。
好的，希望大家开心，也希望你开心，也希望我们的所有的队伍都能够收获更多的胜利。谢谢 Miko 记者的采访。那么本场的赛后采访就到这里，让我们把时间交给解说席。
Okay, yeah, for any Mandarin speakers in chat, I don't know whether you picked up anything interesting from that, but it's nice to just let them, well, one, it's actually just quite nice to, even though if you don't understand it, it's nice for you to just hear the players talk, I think. So that's why I tend to leave them on. Also gives me a bit of a break. Oh yeah, some people talking about Doran and Ona having a bad year. Look, I think Ona has fallen off, but I think that last split, there was a point where, like, Ona and Keria were really, really good at making proactive plays across the map. And I think the Enchanter meta has really weirdly hurt Keria because it's not about like hyper smashing lane and then moving into enemy jungle all the time. It's quite nuanced actually playing around the support. Thanks Yoda for sticking around, appreciate you. But I do think that Doran was good. I thought Doran was good. I thought that Doran was second best top in LCK, maybe even best. Like Keen was the other guy, right? But I guess we're gonna get player of the game here. Player of the game was Wei. I think player of the series was Breathe. I think Breathe was really, really good. But it's good to see that Wei can still pull out these kind of performances as well. The Skarner's coming back into meta. Of course, one of the big reasons why Wei was brought onto BLG actually was because he was such a good Skarner player. He was such a good Skarner player. Oh, we'll take both those carrots. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Wait, hang on. Wait, do I need to do another? I want to get both of these, and then I need to race like ASAP, don't I? We got that, so I can do that too. Yeah, I need to run this next one, don't I? Whatever, I have to. Even if it gives me a mood down. Yeah, so next series, top esports versus WE. The player of the series is Wei. Okay, honestly, Wei had a good series. I would have given it to Breathe. I think Breathe was really, really good. But Wei was also very, very solid too. Absolutely no negativity there. Okay, I didn't get the skin fatigue. That's fine. Hmm, 30 stats for 10 energy or 20. I'm actually going to take the energy this time. Okay, and then I take both these. Don't need to rid of them. That's fine, we'll take those, cool. Oh, my nice nature is still solo friendship. Ronaldo's been so fun to watch. He's definitely one of those players I'm like, this guy could have a future. Like, yeah. He's got enough weirdness to him, you know? Let's go 369. Well, we don't even know if 369 is playing. We don't even know if 369 is playing. Because he stepped back for Tsuyan, and Tsuyan was really good, folks. He was really good in his first time back in. So there's a chance he's not even playing. Zombie brand. Oh, I didn't see the zombie brand thing there. I was looking away from the screen. And he gets player of the series as well. Yeah, obviously he did. Yeah. But shout out to Breathe. I think that I do have worries about Jachi, and I have worries about Jachi, and I have worries about Renard. I don't think, like, they didn't have a clean series, right? There were definitely some negativity, some negative moments for them. Yeah. Oh, they flashed up the wrong skin. Right. Okay, I guess it was just like a just narrow there. Wow, all player of the match first, all going to Wei. I mean, he was really good. I think that Breathe was really good though. Yeah, I think that Breathe was good. So he's a little hard done by there, just a little bit. Ooh, maybe I do get that. Don't need that, don't need that. How many training things I got? Oh, I've got enough of that for now. Go on, whatever, that's fine. The KLT stuff is really, really good. Rolling a KLT when you have like a thingamabob, like a mood up item is so good, man. Actually rest here. Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that because then there's... Oh, I get the 20 energy up anyway. Whatever. I kind of do need to take that now, don't I? Even with like 2-3 carrots, it's just so hard to get nice nature trained up sometimes. Okay, do I run this one? Oh, maybe I do need to go for that. Yeah, I gotta get this friendship up like ASAP actually. How has Top Esports looked with Tien joining? Oh, okay. So if you go onto my YouTube, or onto Reddit, or onto my Twitter, or my Instagram, everywhere that I have a thing, I post... thank you for the follows, by the way, Chexy and Killy. Appreciate you both. There's a clip of Tien doing a flash predict in mid lane against Shanks. Beautiful. Tien out-jungled Tarzan and was the main reason why Top Esports beat anyone's Legend 2-0. They did lose their look, their first couple of series back, bad, but Tien has looked individually really, really good in the last series. So, look, put it this way, if Top Esports turn up like they did versus anyone's Legend, this is not going to be a close series versus WE. It's just not going to be close. Ooh, I got myself groundwork. Groundwork? Sure, hope it does. How much of these do I want? I want the energy. I guess I want the Whitman. Hey, Charlie, how's it going? We're through our first series of the day. And we saw some really cool LeBlanc play from Renard just before that. It's very cool. But yeah, Team W, they've changed things up a little bit too because they have Erha, who was playing on Weibo before. Oh, by the way, can I do shout out stuff? Does that work? I actually don't know how this works. Does that work? Oh, there we go, cool. Yeah, folks, Charlie's really cool, good friend. We stream together, and we will stream together again at some point. It's just when I have, like, time, you know. You gonna play Pokemon Champions? I would like to. I'd really like to play Pokemon Champions, because I've been hearing a lot of it from Wolfie. I heard that the initial roster of Pokemon is only 186, right? And there's also... The last thing I heard was that initially there's no Life Orb, no Choice Band, and there's another item which isn't in there as well. There's like a couple of like really key always ever present items which aren't there. But of course Incineroar's in the game, so you know, Incineroar's there to ruin our day. But yeah, no, I'd like to. I don't have a Switch 2 though, is the problem. But yeah, so I mean, I'd imagine they release them back over time. Mecha is the thing. I'd imagine they release them back over time. Whimsicott, is it a Tailwind setter? There you go. Yeah, I really like the idea of competitive Pokemon because one of my favorite things to do is just chuck Wolfie on YouTube because he's very good YouTube content. It's like that's the kind of style of content which I really, really like. It's coming out for mobile in June. Well, I'll just get it on mobile then. There you go. Where would we be without Incineroar? In a better place. In a better place. Dude, Incineroar, like, I didn't even like Incineroar in Smash Bros. I don't like it in Pokemon. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Like, what do you mean this Pokemon could do everything? You know? It's like, Incineroar is the Azir of Pokemon, you know? Azir is the Incineroar of League of Legends, where he just does everything. It doesn't matter how you nerf him, he still does everything. Everything. Like, does he do something? Yes, next question. At least with Ezreal, he only does damage. With Azir, he does everything. Why the delay? Because the first series only just finished now, and it's a rolling schedule, Cisco. So, yeah, it's a rolling schedule. The first series only just ended, so we have to wait for that one to end. We'll come on to the next. Don't worry, it'll be done soon. I probably do need to put on some advert. Yeah, I gotta put on some adverts. Okay, remember Release It? Release Azir was very, very broken. He's just unbalanceable. There are some champions which released in Season 5 and 6 which are just completely unbalanceable. Azir unbalanceable, Rek'Sai unbalanceable, Kalista unbalanceable, Jhin, Tahm Kench unbalanceable. They're either incredibly boring or they're incredibly useless or incredibly strong. They've never been able to hit like a happy medium for like any of those champions. Even some like Kindred, you could argue, is in that role where it's like they had to gut them because they were just too powerful. Olaf was before that. Wait, dates at 230 praying for a correct Alawi rework. Jamad has talked a lot about that because there are some fun things about Alawi, but again, Alawi's are one of those other champions where it's like, well, no one knows how to play against her, so we have to like nerf her unfairly because people don't realize that if you hit Alawi, or it used to be, if you hit Alawi, her tentacle duration like goes down, like her thing. Yeah. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go put on an advert, so if you don't want adverts, subscribe. So I'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Her tentacle duration goes, so the spirit duration, the soul duration goes down if you hit her. So the whole thing is like, you can technically stand and fight if you hit them very quickly. So the tentacle duration goes, but it used to be that's the case. I don't think that's the case anymore, but they used to do like, when she, yeah, it used to be, and I thought that was actually okay. But like, if you had like a champion with multi-hits, like a Renekton empowered W, if she hit an E on you, could actually, if you did like a full Renekton combo, effectively her spirit would disappear on you. But they removed that, and it meant that if you get hit by E, you just have to run. Look, there's no counterplay. So it's like, don't get hit by E or get hit by E, and it's just really boring that way. You know, like, why would you make a champion which is meant to be so much more interactive just so binary? I don't like binary champions, you know. Only non-binary champions for me. Sorry. Okay, right. Sure. Man. It's the only spell she has now? Yeah, exactly. I mean, so funnily enough, I really enjoy playing Alawi in ARAM. I just don't like playing her in Rift because I don't understand how to... I don't understand how to lane with her. I know how to, like... I know, well, ish. I don't really understand how to play that much. I haven't watched LPL this year. What are Team WE like at the moment? WE are a team which, well, they lost Vampire from last year, and while I think Vampire is a flawed player, he gives you a definitive style to play around. WE from last year were very much Monkey, Vampire, run the Rift, make plays early, and just keep grouping, keep fighting. It wasn't really about macro, it's about grouping up and playing around Nautilus Hercs, Wukong Pantheon engages, whatever you had. Now they've changed out, so they had Yao Yao earlier in the year, and they brought in a new AD carry in Taeyun as well. Not Taeyun, in About, who's a Korean rookie. About's not really impressed me. Cube is still a problem. This team is basically, can Karis and Monkey from mid-jungle get huge playmakers and get off the ground early? If they are off the ground, they do really well. But if mid-jungle's not doing well, this team doesn't really exist. They also picked up Erher, support player who played for Weibo, and I really like this guy. I think this guy was probably third best support in LPL last split. I was quite surprised to see Weibo replace him. Hung ended up replacing him. So I think Erher's actually, it gives a chance for this team to be better. Especially, yeah, Erher is surprisingly solid, especially after last year. Erher was bad last year, but he's been good this year. So I think that they've upgraded in that role, and hopefully that means that About can show a better side of himself. They can play around a strong bot lane, but we'll have to see, right? Because this team has to evolve. They have to get their jungle support synergy down. They need to get their bot lane synergy down. Yeah, folks, I haven't got my YouTube monetization up yet because there's basically an issue with like being in Germany as a UK like national, so it means that some document numbers are a bit annoying, and I didn't bother pushing through that. I need to set up my YouTube monetization. If you're on Onivia, obviously that's different. Yeah, okay, this should be, let me turn off the music and go into a different thing. Team WE making their way onto the Rift. They are the home team here today in Xi'an, also known as Chang'an, the first capital of China. It's where the start of the Silk Road used to be, and from where all silk and spices flow. Top esports on the other side. The guests, the visiting team, they beat anyone's legend last time out. Suyan playing instead of 369, who's taken a step back because he felt like his play was not very good right now. And of course, Tien back, Jacula back. Anyone's legend fell to them in a very unexpected series. Is that a free fun fact? I've used that fun fact quite a lot before Neva Power, but yes, technically a free fun fact. WE is the underdog here? Yes, WE are very much the underdog here because Top Esports, despite starting the split with their first series very poorly, they looked really, really good in the last time out first. Like, really, really good. I think that Tsuyan, despite the fact that when he debuted on IG back in 2024, he looked pretty poor. Hey, thanks, Fairy Tale. I will give you a fun fact. Tsuyan out top laned Flandra massively, and a roast for Zeref as well. I can do that. Can you get an unfun fact? Yeah, sure. Because there's actually the leading theory on why pretty much everything dies is that despite oxygen being necessary for life, oxygen is also like corrosive and poisonous over time. So eventually anything which relies on oxygen to live will die, because oxygen is toxic in various ways. So sadly, the thing which keeps us alive, oxygen, also kills it. Yeah. In the same way that, oh, here's an unfun fact as well, kind of. It's often said that koalas eat eucalyptus because they're not poisoned by it. That's actually not true. They are poisoned by it, and they're just not as poisoned by everything else. So they're still eating poison. Oh, I didn't mute my own microphone. I muted them. That's not what I wanted to do.
我是在这个赛段全新加入到了滔博当中嘛，如何看待自己的一个团队的定位呢？包括跟自己的队友们配合适应的如何呢？
我主要配合他们做一些团队上的事吧，然后在中后期可以多指挥一些。
但是作为一个新人选手嘛，来到赛场上肯定是这个兴奋还有压力并存的。希望自己可以后续在比赛当中展现出来一个怎样的面貌呢？
保持住自己的心态吧，以平常心来应对。
好，比赛加油！好的，在赛前我们请到了西安 W1 的2哈选手，先打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是西安 W1 的辅助选手2哈。
刚刚加入到 W1 的这个大家庭不久嘛，那其实新的队伍肯定也会有风格方面的一些不同，你个人可能会做哪些调整来配合队伍呢？
因为刚加入 W1 嘛，所以说更多的是倾听大家的意见和一些想法，然后还有倾听教练组的一些想法嘛，然后再去分享一下自己的想法。对。
那对于今天的一个下路博弈怎么看呢？希望打出怎样的画面？
因为滔博的下路感觉也是比较激进派的吧，然后今天下半区应该会摩擦出更多的火花，打得比较激情一点。
好，那我们赛场见喽。
Hey, nice to hear from the players there as well. A roast for Zeref. Hey, Zeref, have you ever considered eating eucalyptus? I've heard it's not poisonous, and I've heard it's actually very nutritional. Consider eating bamboo and eucalyptus, Zeref. I'm just saying, might be a wonderful diet change for you. You know. The smell of eucalyptus, wonderful. Oh, you're gonna try wonderful. Let us know how it goes. Jesus. Is that a roast or just death? I don't know, Mecha. It's just the first thing which came into my head. I did get hydrated and I have posture checked as well. Cool. What else have we got? Yeah, thanks for the weight loss. Yeah, you're gonna lose. How much do you weigh right now? You're gonna lose actually all that weight in the space of, the next few years, as you know. Oh, God. There's a, gosh, what was the... I had another fun fact. This one was actually a stream title for me, like last week or the week before. Did you know the largest party in history had 0.14% of the entire world's population at the time? It was an Assyrian king called Ashurbanipal, who held a party which had like hundreds of thousands of people. Ashurbanipal, I think his name was. Top Esports on their way onto the stage, though. Maybe we can get an even bigger party than that party it was back then. Top Esports just beat anyone's legend, and folks, ever since BLG won first stand, the crowds have roared back to life. The LPL is feeling invigorated again. LPL may be the best region in the world for this moment of time. Perhaps it will continue, perhaps it won't, but for now the crowds believe it, and that's the important thing. Top Esports onto the stage, for felling anyone's legend, a team in their own search of soul searching, really. Tsuyan, unexpected entry to the top lane. Jaculov, the captain for the team. That's why he's standing where he is. And WE, the hometown team in Xi'an. For those of you that don't know, in the LPL, we have 4 teams with their own arenas. Teams fly to face them, and then of course they fly to face each other. There's a neutral venue in Shanghai, but JDG have Beijing, NIP have Shenzhen, LNG have Suzhou, and WE have Xi'an. some rumors of another team actually picking up an arena actually, but we'll see who actually goes with that as time goes on. Team WE. I got to cast in their hometown. 2023 summer finals was in Xi'an. It was a wonderful time, a wonderful city, very historic, as we said. This was the first capital of China. History runs deep here. It's where the Terracotta Warriors are as well. Team captains Bump Fist, Monkey, and Jackie Love. The rocket lifts off. And by the way, folks, if anyone has any like cultural facts about the region and China and LPL as a whole, if you have any random information, chuck it in chat. We'll read it, as long as you're not lying. Don't lie, you know. But yeah. Suyan is apparently being coached by 369, even though he's taking a step back, so he's still part of things. That's good to know. What are your expectations do you have from Monkey? Monkey is by far the most important player on this team. He typically needs to have an aggressive go button. He wants to be up in the enemy's face. You know, he's a fantastic Pantheon, a fantastic Shinzao. All of the meta junglers Monkey does well on, but this guy, you want to see him have creative early jungle pathing, leading the play, much in the way that Guwon does for a team like NIP. He's another player like that. And I have to say, LPL junglers are really good. I think at LPL, jungle is perhaps our strongest role across the entire average of things. You've got players, of course, even with Kanavi leaving, who was so good here. I know he's not done as well in the LCK, but he is still internationally recognized. You know, we have Tarzan, we have Shun, we have, I mean, Monkey's up there, right? Players, yeah, there's a bunch of players. Tien, Jeje, Wei, lots of very, very good world-class junglers even. I think that our jungler's fantastic. You know, you go back a couple of years ago to 2023, and I think LPL, look, I think LPL in spring 2023 had the highest concentration of world-class AD carries ever. LPL occasionally just runs around in these cycles. They collect this talent, develop this talent. And I think right now, jungle is perhaps our best role. That's where we have a lot of our best talent. That's even with Kanavi leaving, as we were saying. You know, into draft for our first game of Series 2. WE versus Top Esports. Top Esports. Look, folks, this is a way more interesting series than I thought it would be, even just a week ago. Well, technically the split hadn't started a week ago, so we've seen games now. Things do change like that. We got ourselves our samba beats, a bit of a dance, a bit of a swing, a bit of a pop in the step as we go into draft for this second series. A Kali band away from Cream. Now, funnily enough, actually, it's often a Kali band away from Karis. I mean, there's enough combos up for an Orianna first pick. Surely, with the Azir ban, you're looking at a... Okay, with the Akali band away, I think WE were looking for the Orianna first pick, especially with stuff like Orianna Nocturne available too. So now we have Ryze Pantheon. I think that's the next biggest duo. You need to lock two of them. You can't allow Ryze and Pantheon through on the same team. It is frankly too strong. So the Ryze gets locked in for Karis. Monkey will now be looking for Pantheon. If it's not picked, it will almost certainly be picked by Shinzao, by Top Esports, meaning that Monkey may go for either Nocturne or the Shinzao. Technically, could go Poppy or something like that too. Not bad into the Pantheon. So what does Cream go towards? Interesting question there. You do have extra things. Nami picked in early. Okay. But Ashe Seraphine is available. I suppose Top Esports would have thought, okay, I think the process is, if I pick Seraphine, there are less good pairings for it. So if they pick the Ashe, then it's kind of meh. Now, I think that maybe the Seraphine still would have been better. It's the Viper locked in for Monkey, actually not going to be Nocturne or the Shinzo. He wants more of a go button. As we said, Monkey is a big player of that go button. Please don't pick Cube or carry. WE, Cube is just... no. Cube is not a good carry player. He makes a mistake, and when he gets behind, he falls behind. I think that's a huge mistake. Suyan is a Jace player himself. To take away from him, I just don't like seeing the Jace there. Cube should be on tank duty. He is too volatile in the negative direction when he's on carry matchups. I don't like this. Corki's locked in to complete the Corki Nami. You're going to ban away the Lulu, maybe ban away the Seraphine, and then a lot of your bot lane picks. All of the other enchanters are gone at that point. You're looking at probably a... well, you might go for a Nautilus angle at that point and go for actually a very last year WE draft in terms of the Vi Nautilus. I really don't like that Jace pick. That's going to be a problem. It's going to be a huge problem. They'll probably ban away the Yorick. They might ban away even something like the Jax or the Renekton. Nah, maybe. Cassiopeia. Wait, they're hang on. Whoa. And now they're banning to protect the Ryze, which means that you're going to get a good matchup into the Jace. The Yorick is still around. You still have something like a Nah, which are both fine. Renekton. You've got picks which will at least be able to compete. Ambessa even. I think top piece was ban away the Seraphine now. Just ban away the Seraphine, that'll be fine. That's probably the most valuable pick you can have taken off the table. Yep, there you go. WE, well, you ban away the Cassiopeia. There's still a Onivia into the Ryze, which is fine. There's Galio as well, which can go double global with the Pantheon. The Yorick is banned, so they do one-on-one for both sides. I don't know. I feel like Svian just goes Renekton, Nah. Sion's also fine. It's also completely okay. If you go for the Sion, it means that you don't want to go for Galio. You can't go for such a low damage composition. That would be bad. Jace mid lane? I really doubt it. Really doubt it. Can't Ryze be top lane also? Jace mid lane is... Look, because top esports have last pick, you have to reveal this before. So then if you chuck the Jace mid lane, then you go for like a mage and Jace gets destroyed. There's a bunch of picks which destroy Major, like Jace in mid lane. He's just not a very strong mid laner anymore. If you know the matchup, then yes, Jace is fine, but you can't blind pick it. And I don't even think the Ryze is that good into the Science, so it's going to be Varus. Varus Nautilus isn't bad here. That's actually okay. And About is a confident Varus player, gives you some more pick potential. So Cream, I don't think he should go... Yeah, Aurora's good here. Yeah. Aurora's good. Aurora's good. It's good into either the Ryze or the Jace as well in a side lane matchup. It can also escape the Vi ultimate. This is perfect. Yep, easy picking. It's the damage that you need. I prefer the Aurora, honestly. I don't think you need the Victor, do you? I think the Aurora is really good here. I think it's enough damage. You can blow up someone on the backline. You can escape the Vi ultimate. Think about the Ahri instead. Hovering over a couple of things. It should just be the Aurora slammed in. You can get through a lot of the CC just by going into your ult animations. Big thing. There you go. The Aurora's locked in. So, on paper, I don't mind Team WE's composition. In practice, Cube on a volatile matchup where he's on a Jace, when there's a Sion Pantheon that can just both ult at him is a problem. Pantheon and Sion, if they both ult Jace, even though it's a tank Sion, will still kill him. The Aurora can also similarly roam very quickly. So while W do have a very dynamic draft, I think there are some limitations to it. I'm going to go put on an ad break now. If you'd like to hear me talk about the team compositions, please subscribe. You won't miss any of the gameplay, but you will miss some of our analysis on the situation. Please subscribe now if you want that. On Twitch. Okay, so on the other side, Team WE, they can definitely explode bot lane. Varus Nautilus can very much be a threat. Monkey can very much have some early pressure around the map too. Karis on the rise. Can this mid-jungle be the instigators again? I really just don't like Cube not on a tank. I just don't like that, folks. It's not my favorite. Bad draft. The thing is, I don't think W's draft is like bad with nameplates off. I think it's bad with nameplates on because I just don't want to see Cube on carries. I think Cube on carries is a loss factor. Wait, no one's gonna put even 1 point on WE for channel points? Ugh, cowards. Okay, onto the Rift. Let's hear those gyos here in Xi'an. It's really cool to hear the crowds invigorated again, you know? These are people who've been fans of the region for a short time or a long time, but LPL has been waiting a long time for an international title again. It is a big thing for First Stand to be ours, you know, and convincingly so. Convincingly so. Now, Genji were definitely not the complete team that they wanted to be at that tournament, even as tournament favorites beforehand. At the tournament itself, they showed far too many issues with their early game and their drafts. And while BLG didn't face Genji, dominated almost everyone else. Of course, the 5-game series against BFX at the start of the event, before they completely figured out their own meta as well, was, I suppose, a little worrying for them. Svian doing fine in this top lane early shove, does get that level 2. Cream dodging out that Q there. Will get himself the electrocute trade onto Karis. Nice. The big thing about Aurora is just hitting your Qs. You just got to hit your Qs. I know it sounds simple. That's kind of it. Junglers heading bot side. Both the Pantheon and the Vi heading towards bot lane. Bot lane has early shove in from Jackulov and Fengyue. Fengyue, a newer player as well. For those of you that don't know him, he came in this year. Yeah, he's a player who's very, very good Poppy support player. His Poppy support has been really, really good. In fact, he might even be the best Poppy in the LPL. And when Top East was last split, look, there's a lot to be said about the Top East was last split with all of the drama surrounding Nio, and oh, what an idiot, man. What an idiot. I actually think that Fengyue really gave himself a lot to be proud of. Even though there were some worse games, I think that he did a lot to be proud of. We're into a quick pause. Which team scales better? I think that the... Oh, that's a good question. You have double poke from Jace Varus, but there's a Scion on the other side. Ryze is really good. Who scales better? Corki scales pretty well. I mean, the thing is they scale in different ways, because you have a global on either side, so that's about even, but then having a Scion does really help any team composition. You can shrug off the poke. I think because there's limited frontline on the side of WE, I do still think, despite the fact that they have really 3 individually while scaling champions in terms of double poke of Jace Varus, and then the Ryze just being a monster. I mean, the Ryze is a bit tanky, I suppose. I think that eventually Top East will just slam him with the Scion Pantheon ultimate, and they just you know, they struggle. Yeah. So I think on the whole, the Scion makes it a better scaling comp, on the whole. And it's not even like Corki Nami scales a lot better than people think. That is actually a very good scaling duo. They burst you out so quickly. You know, if the Corki finds an angle to Valkyrie forward onto an isolated target with the Nami E running, that'll one-shot a Jace or a Varus. Maybe not the Ryze. Ryze is a bit tankier, right? But it will one-shot almost everyone else. It's so cool to see these packs again, because for a lot of last split, for a lot of last year, LPL arenas were going quite low ticket sales. It didn't feel like the crowds were really like feeling it anymore. So, you know, like we were saying, winning first stand is genuinely very important. It feels like there's an excitement around LPL again. For now, we are the best region in the world. And if you disagree with that, beat them at MSI. And maybe they will do. But for now, we hold that title. It's big. You can be very creative with Ryze ultimates. Yes, you can. You absolutely can be. But you can also be very creative with the Pantheon ultimate as well. And it's easier to be creative with a jungle global, because you don't have to show up on a wave. You don't have to show up on a wave. Now, you can guess from jungle camps from where people might be, but yeah, it's a very different kind of thing, right? Ugh. Okay, let's do a triple crown. Yeah, I'm gonna do a triple crown. Why not? Cool. Don't know what the pause is, but is this the first game that they've played in... Yeah, I think this is the first game which W have played in Xi'an. So it might just be some venue stuff, might be some technical issues because it's their first game with a split. To be honest, folks, that's not unreasonable. Has LEC seen bigger numbers as well? No, I actually think that's an issue for them. When Cadril was ill and didn't stream, the numbers were really through the floor, and then... He's had like 4 times the number on Twitch of LEC stream. There's no crowd on Monday, so LEC I think actually viewership-wise is not looking particularly healthy. Despite the fact that I think they have a lot of interesting teams. You know, I think that Vitality are very interesting, obviously G2, KCM, Koi. There's a lot of teams which I think are very interesting, but yeah. Wait, check the league chat and Discord? Yeah, I can do that. What did you have? Wait, you lost a 22 kill Pantheon game? Yo, that's so sad. I mean, you're into an infinitely scaling Aurelion Soul, right? There's actually a lot of stuff. Oh god, that's sad as heck. Damn, unlucky, bro. Unlucky da. Well, Nymaera, I hope you recognize your task. If Cadril is 6, you have to bring the numbers right. Yeah. I have asked for LEC co-streaming rights, I just don't think I've got them. I need to check my emails again, actually. Oh, I hate checking emails. What's this? Oh, whatever. It's fine. Cool. Getting LEC rights is near impossible for most people. Yeah, they've given it out to more people, and G2 do have a ton of co-streamers. I did ask G2, but I'm not sure whether they have... Basically, they have like 10 co-streamers, so yeah. How did the previous game end? Basically, Renard ran the entire team around the map on LeBlanc. He was really good at lane dominance and then surviving. And there was a really bad early skirmish for NIP around bot side where they lost a lot of flashes, Scuttle Crab, and a couple of kills, and then it just felt like it was just kind of game over because bot lane fell apart. And for once, like, bot lane wasn't crushing, for once mid lane wasn't crushing. Yeah. I just watched Corki Nami actually obliterate DK. Yeah, Corki Nami's really strong, I think. I think it's very, very bursty. Perhaps the burstiest bot lane in meta. Like, someone just shows a weakness for like 1 second of positioning, they just delete you. I think it's one of the reasons why people like playing. It's very good if you've got the reaction speed to delete people. Monkey walking up, seeing if anyone's on bot side Scuttle. Ooh, they haven't tracked Monkey very well here. Does Monkey go for the Q? No. This goes towards top side Scuttle. So Pantheon's going to get bot side Scuttle. Monkey's going to get top side. Cube is 10 CS up on Soyan right now, but it's not leading to that much currently. After your BLG shirt stunt, you asked GT for help. They'd found it funny. Although they did reference it in an email. That was quite funny. That was quite funny. Tien's on bot side. Charging up his passive. No camps for him to do. He hasn't gone for his first back, folks. He's going for a very ambitious play. No extra combat assets. No one else is here. There's no teleport from Karras. He can't get there in time. Cube's teleported top side to get the stun onto about the bubbles thereafter. Feng Yue gets the aggro, and that's a really clean dive. They get one extra turret shot onto Jakilov. Very clean dive. Easy kill. Tien. Very good early path again. Most of the time you'll see junglers back very, very early after their first clear to get their combat stats up. He chooses not to. He gets the first kill. That might actually buy... It gives him a full core field. Yeah, he's really happy with that now. Now, typically you only get your double long swords and a control ward after that. You very rarely get your full first component. That's a great play from Tien. Tien has been very, very important to watch. That's just the clean feed just stuttering there a little bit. I'm just going to quickly refresh it just to make sure they don't lose any more time. And get back into it. Tsuyan does land the Q there. Gets a little bit of damage down. You're a little bit careful. He doesn't have a teleport to get back into lane. Good damage there from Cube. Gets the grass proc. I missed the LR viewership numbers. Okay, but this is the thing, right? This is the thing. You say you missed the LR viewership numbers, and I do agree, and it's really cool to see that happen. You can't bend over backwards for something like that, though, and to kind of, like, damage the integrity of things. Jakilov does have flash, does a barrier. He's going to get hit by a Q. No, he won't. Good Valkyrie out the way. Doesn't have to flash either. Hook was good from Erha. Jakilov safe, though. But yeah, you can't bend over backwards and just, like, compromise your integrity for just one team. You know, that just looks bad in some cases. And then the other thing is, you know, sustainability of that is often well. Remember, folks, that MKOI and KC did this as well, just not within the English sphere. They did it actually better. They had bigger numbers. It happens every so often. MKOI and KC did it as well. And then the other thing is, you know, I know that some people were talking about how, you know, when Cadril was off, it kind of showed how much esports needs co-streams. I actually argued the opposite and saying that actually because we have relied so much on co-streams and given them so much ground, co-streams have ended up becoming like undermining broadcasts. Obviously it happened to LPL, right? We lost our broadcast and now we are just co-streams. While we get talking about that, I'll stop grassing about that. But I think it's very interesting to like hear the different perspectives from people who are both looking at it from the outside of the industry and people inside of, right? But I think that the sustainability is a problem there. Fight in the bot side, that's way more important. Tien, oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Bad does just about live with the extra auto attack from Jakilov. Comes through the bot side 3v3 from top esports. Used to be a specialty of this team, and now they've reunited Tien and Jakilov. Perhaps it'll be there again. Good kill for him. Good early game. Felt like in their first couple of series, Top Esports hadn't really figured out their early game, and they certainly hadn't figured out Jakilov's position within it. Now he's 1-0-1. He's up 10 CS. I think Top Esports mojo is back, folks. Someone called Munchables. They're looking pretty good. Thank you so much, Sam, as well.
Very welcome. Got the fork?
No, I don't, because I don't see the fork at all. I do have it now. Thank you. Nice. Did you make an omelet?
No.
Sure. I think Sam made an omelet. It's very cool. Nice. I have food, folks. I'm fed. Yeah, Sacrifax is an interesting thing, right? There's like, or you have like, yeah, the problem is it just, co-streams end up kind of destroy a little bit of the sustainability of the main broadcast. And I think what, like, the intoxication of having good short-term numbers ends up blinding you to the fact that you reduce your power to market, to send messages. Because back in, like, you know, 2020 or before, way back in the day, everyone watched the broadcast, so the messages that were put out there, the way that you talked about teams, the way that you branded players, everyone would be on board with that, and everyone would hear the same thing. Now everyone's, like, split between a dozen co-streams. There is no consistent messaging anymore, which makes it very hard to build storylines, to build content, to get people on the same page and make it more of a community thing. WE struggling to get off the ground in this early game. We did say, look, their mid jungle need to do something. Bot lane about dying twice already. About is a player I do have some worries for. Yeah, he got rookie the split last split, but myself and others kind of agree that was not really great. Cube continuing to do quite well here, 20 CS lead. Top Esports not choosing to go towards the Jace. Now, Cube on side lanes later will still be very vulnerable. He'll need to play that well. That's the worry I had with this guy on this champion. I much prefer him on tank matchups. Pantheon has ult. If W walk up too far, and that is a flashless Varus. You can hook the Pantheon at his landing spot and cancel his W, but still. Rai is now able to realm warp as well into plays if he manages to get a break in a wave and see the play coming. Monkey starts Dragon. Oh, good damn. JackeyLove goes over the wall. Of course he goes over the wall. Hang on, where's the Pantheon? Oh my god. Folks, that is a classic JackeyLove. He just flies into the abyss and takes a kill for himself. I have missed JackeyLove. First it was TN making his big plays. Now it's JackeyLove. Top Esports bring back their veterans. And oh god, it's great to see them. That was so... dude, this is why I was like, look, Jackie might int for a couple of series. Do I care? No. Eventually he'll come back. Eventually he'll find his feet again. It happens when you take a break. It's like riding a bicycle, or in this case, a rafflecopter. It's the name of this copter. You just don't learn. Those instincts are always there. Hang on, Realm coming down about very low HP. It's going to be a 3v3 in bot side. Technically, Tien's going to die for this. No one else is coming to help him. Aaron misses. It's pretty close, actually, to a turnaround. Hang on, they can walk down there. They can. There's a Nautilus there. Hang on, when's the next VIQ coming up? That's going to be the next important cooldown. Kree goes for the ultimate. Can they get Karis? I think they can. That's another Valkyrie going forward. Very close to Barracks. JackeyLove's done it again. The early game is going so well for Top Esports. Where was this in the first few series? JackeyLove walks away with a double, and the player with so many doubts around him after one bad series. Oh, ye of little faith. JackeyLove never forgets how to make an aggressive play. Oh, that's beautiful. Dude, it's been so fun watching Tien and JackeyLove make their way back in. We knew that split one of the year, because of the nature of the player auction, was going to be a bit different, because a lot of players didn't want to just go to a random team. It's very different for them, particularly a lot of these more veterans. They just thought, look, realistically, split one of the year is the least valuable. It's not going to MSI, it's not going to Worlds. I'll take split one off, avoid the auction, take a break, which is good for mental health. It's worked very well for Mako as well. Hang on, ult on towards JackeyLove. I mean, Bat's going to get some decent damage there. It's not the craziest thing. Sam, the early game's been fantastic. Sam's been cooking. Thank you so much for the omelet. I appreciate you.
There you go. It's with the potato thing underneath. So.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Ah, I hadn't got to it. Hang on, JackeyLove's jumping forwards again. About is going down very low. Sam, JackeyLove has had a magnificent game so far. Ooh. It's 11 minutes in, and JackeyLove has been steamrolling through bot side, both Tien. I got it. Sam, sit down. Oh, God, so again.
He's been doing it.
Yeah, but JackeyLove and Tien, incredible early game so far. Just judging the 3v3s, while JackeyLove literally jumped over the back of Baron Pit to 1v1 Monkey. Well, he's tightly with his Nami behind him. But just sees Monkey in the back of Dragon Pit. He's like, yep, I'll kill him. Just jumps over the wall in a way that only JackeyLove does. I have to pull the microphone up a little bit as well. I pulled it down.
That's okay. We can arrange that. Cube getting a decent chunk there onto Suyo. who's on the Sion. Again, Sion v Jason matchup we've seen a fair amount over the years, really. That ability to just sort of survive the early lane and then try and bring it into team fights. Of course, if Jace then does get a free lane, can try and snowball his way out of it. Of course, if you don't, you do hit a point where the Sion just sort of stops caring about your damage a little bit. Has gone towards the Ghost Blade, looking to go towards the Muramana as well. These glass cannon builds still coming out from Jace, even in the top lane. Of course, there was a while where he was kind of doing the opportunity builds in the jungle, but has kind of really been nerfed out of relevance in that role. Fongyu on a little roam through the enemy jungle, won't find Monkey. Will not spot the control ward there by the blue buff either, but we'll see if there is indeed a ward on the other side. Does eat a decent chunk there from Bout, who hasn't had a lot of fun this game out, hasn't had a lot of fun at all. The bot lane of Jackie and Fongyu definitely on good form after a rough early reintroduction to the LPL.
First couple of series from them were not fantastic. And Air has been landing the hooks he needed to. It just feels like About's been over-pushed, caught out by a couple of stray skill shots, and Monkey has not really been able to get out onto the map. Toppies was just slapped them hard very, very early, and now you're playing from behind with a very squishy composition against Pantheon. You're probably just going to die on cooldown to just people walking around the map, which is a big problem. We need to find a way to survive the first global, stabilize, and try to get some powerful members of their own online like this Rise.
We were chatting with Finn a little bit the other day alongside Kangas. Shout out to both of those guys. And basically, Finn was saying he's been really enjoying running the Aurora top, but specifically with Storm Surge over the Rocket Belt. Actually, we'll have to wait on these kind of discussions because there is Tien coming in here with the Grand Starfall. Jackie's also made the roam over. So we have throws on the Soul Furnace. Decent chunk there from Q, but I don't know whether they really want this fight. There is a Rise and everyone else coming as well. This could get very dicey. Rise is now here. Might be there just to extricate the Jace who just dies. Now Ura is in danger. Has gone very deep to get involved. He's now low. Not quite down. Jackie over the finals. Sheen auto brings low the diver. And suddenly top esports come over with two. They try to save their top laner and fail miserably.
Cube just walks up. This is why... Look, guys, I don't like Cube on non-tanks. Because when he makes a misstep like that and takes a step too far forwards, he doesn't die on a Sion or a Cassante. He does on a Jace. That throws Air into a position where he can't really recover because he's already kind of all in on trying to save him. And I think that WE, while the early lane went well for this Jace, this is the worry I have with them picking a carry top champion. They're not great. Well, Cube is not great at playing it, and W typically have never played towards that, really.
Jackie, Valkyrie's forward, takes half of Karras' health bar, throws down the barrier and forces everyone back. In fact, to be honest, I'm going to make that more as a WE call, because clearly everyone was roaming, everyone was looking to make the play. If you are going to turn around and not just walk up and make the play, then you have to do it on the right timer. Well, people just weren't in range.
This is the thing, right? I think that it was the right play to defend Cube. I think Cube is the one that stepped up and died. Because he stepped up too far and got caught out by the Pantheon. I'm sure we'll see a replay of it. And so saying, look, when I said, oh, W typically haven't played towards that, what I mean is like Cube has picked carries before. W have not been very good at playing towards him, so they have attempted it. They've just not been very good at it, is the problem. Dragon goes down, W will get there first at the game, that's something for them, but a 4K lead at 15 minutes is really, really hard to come back from in this kind of composition.
It is, and again, I'm not exactly sure that the scaling is going to be enough to bring yourself back this game either, because I'm looking at the front to back, and you've got very good front line, good AoE damage, good pick, an enchanter, double carries. Like, that's about as good as it gets. It's a jack of all trades, a master of front to back, perhaps, is the way to put it. And I'm looking at the other side, and sure, Varus, Vi, Rise, all that ability to gang up and blow up a single target is good, but your front line is somewhat questionable, and I don't know how free it will be to make that journey through the front line to the back line in one piece, really, from someone like the Vi.
Thank you so much for the donation, Wes, as well on Ko-fi. It makes a big difference to us. Oh, 20 years, that's incredible. Thank you so much. It does keep us in rent, and it keeps us doing the stream. You know, I guess it buys us omelets as well. Even better.
It does.
We should change it to omelet. No, that's not quite as catchy as Ko-fi. I know technically some people call it coffee, but then do people get that confused with the thing? Well, I mean, you can call it coffee too. I mean, technically,
do that well. Exactly.
Yeah, top esports, very, very dominant. I just don't see how this. I don't see how this gets better for them, Sam.
I don't either. Cube throws out a shock blast that does very little at this point. Just jump on forward. You can do this as a Jace where you can kind of get to the skies into that hammer thundering blow that does kind of interrupt the Sion Q. Misses his accelerated shock blast there, but it wouldn't have done all that much of the Soul Furnace.
He's done that like a lot this game already, though. As Q, look, he's got some decent CS advantage. I'm not going to knock him on that. The problem is here, you know, if you're into something like an Ambassador, you probably can just send it as the Nautilus there and try and kill him. You can't really do that versus the Sion. Jacula might get Q'd. That's the Varusol after the Narmel's not bad.
It's not at all. Jackie surviving for now. Teleport's coming forward. The Grand Star for the turnaround. Monkey's in danger. Slight stutter from the clean feed, but no one dies during it, so we're all good.
I mean, Jaculov has been playing the Knife's Edge so much better this game already. Like, as I was saying, I was okay with giving Jaculov, honestly, a whole regular season just to get back into gear. Just take as long as you want, mate. We know how good you can be at peak. He's 5-0-3, Sam. He's got 100% kill participation in the early game. This is what I wanted to see from him. I didn't think we'd be seeing it in week 1, Sam.
Okay, Cube does get a decent plate chunk there. He's going to get ulted by the Siren, but dodges away well with the Ghost Blade. And actually, Nazuya might find himself in a spot to bother. Does have the Vi coming, so is TN here as well. Let's make the 2v2. And I'm not sure they want this now that they see everyone else around. Cube will back away. Cream was also en route, so would have become a 3v2 and slightly harder to play off. I think also the lack of mana on the Jace going to hurt a little bit. They're going to throw down this Herald and look to take out this bot lane tier 1. Topside Karis should claim this top lane tier 1 for WE, get themselves a little bit of something back on the board, but it is going to get traded very swiftly for that bot lane turret. So still at that 1 turret advantage. Now WE potentially in danger in their own jungle. Over comes in with a good Aegis Assault to block out a lot of the early damage. It's now being jumped on, but now Jaculov with all of the CC down just gets to hop on board with the Valkyrie and blast one and leave about 10%.
Jackie has just decided he's done with this game, man. He's just full sending it every time, and credit to him. WE are not using their cooldowns well. Oh, God.
Oh, dear. Into the weirding. We'll get between worlds, and I think the worlds he's between is the living and the dead. Grey screen incoming. Finds himself in Sheol. Now, Karis is in a spot to bother himself. Jackie tries to get the kill and force the flash out of Karis.
Toppy is also just styling him. Sam, this is brutally hands diff. WE are just throwing cooldowns at the first person they see in a hope to pick them off, and they realize, oh god, no, there's someone else in range, and it's ended up punishing them. Cube dies again, and this is my worry about Cube on champions like this. When he has a difficult position on a side lane that's not a tank, he does just die like that. And, well, look, to be honest, folks, the Jace hasn't been actually the game-losing factor. The game-losing factor has been the early skirmishes getting so brutally punished. What can you do about this, though? I mean, you think you've got a 3v1, but Pantheon E, fantastic there. Even with the Blast Cone, all it does is just extend the play to the point where Jaculov can come through for a magnificent amount of burst with another Pantheon Q coming through as well. They just have so many stats after winning the early skirmishes that they can play as brazenly as this.
Especially after Monkey and Era have burned like their entire suite of CC. Basically all into a Pantheon E, and then there was a Nami behind with the heal, with the ebb and flow. Good chunk there from the big one onto takes about 15% of his HP bar. And this is before Jackie's even got the Muramana transformation. In fact, he's nearly at a 3rd item, and he's still not got that transformation. He's snowballed this aggressively. His Muramana hasn't had a chance to catch up.
So he's built the Noon Quiver. I'm wondering, normally that goes in towards your pen item. It could actually, in this case, be a shield buff if you're playing this aggressively. Like,
oh my god,
permanently jumping forwards. Is not a tank. You know, I like this support. This has not been a good game from him, and WE, it's not been a great game from them as a whole unit.
Cream eats an accelerated shock blast, even with the 2-item Jace. It just doesn't do a lot right now, unfortunately, for Cube. Turret in mid lane, looking like top esports next claim. Infernal Dragon's also up, and the Pantheon, the Siren in the river, looking to make a play. And mid lane flash as they go looking for more. Karis forced to run away. He's got a Realm Warp, does get out to safety. He's alive. Turret now in danger. The Chains of Corruption lands, and Cube has gone to the skies, but I suspect he may now come down into the dirt real hard, breaks his ankles on re-entry to the atmosphere, and they get a kill. They do actually manage to pick up the Nami on the back end of that with a nice arrow, so it does actually become the 1-for-1. A little better than it could have been. The problem is they still lose the turret, and they're still going to lose this dragon.
I think that was a spread Var Assault, which ended up getting onto Fungyue, which meant that he went down the arrow afterwards. Whatever, they still trade up in kills, and to be honest, with the Corki still alive, you're still killing them, really. Dragon going down, Monkey coming over, does have ults.
Not bad to get on in there. The season to assist comes on down, and they kill off the jungler. Actually, Monkey pretty good. Jackie now eating quite a lot of damage as Karis begins to unleash pretty well. Doesn't have the actualizer, but I think Top esports are losing this fight. Cream now looking to come on over. Has got most of the health bar to work with. Zion on the other hand, very much does not. Needs to be in danger towards Monkey. We'll have another Q cooldown. Flash away from Zion, away from that overload. WE have won this fight. There's the hook after. Dragon secured, and Top esports need to retreat. Slightly awkward from them.
WE managed to get themselves a really good fight. Tien goes down, and felt like WE finally got Karis to just start ripping through cooldowns Suyan could frontline for a bit, but not for forever. This initial play, this is just utter hands dip and disrespect, right? They're so far ahead of the game. Fungui ends up tanking the aggro for the first bit. They end up dropping it. This the Varusol with spreads. That's what ends up getting them. I think, right, it spreads to the side, and then I think it ends up spread. Oh, it spreads onto 4 people. Okay, you did just give a 4-person spread all. That's not great, Top Esports, in fairness.
Slightly unfortunate. Gives a big shutdown over to Bao. Picks up another kill afterwards as well. He's now quite happy for all that gold. And again, stopping the snowball on the Dragon is important. They're still down 5,000 gold. But Top Esports will be a little upset, I think, there about fumbling the back end of the play. Not having an army around, but actually the lack of sustain and CC became a little problematic once the Vi got beyond the front line over that wall. WE stopping the Dragon stacking kind of just delays and denies one of Top Esports' potential win conditions of an Infernal Soul. Baron is alive. I don't think we're going to see a start on it anytime soon, but hey, who knows? And we were both wrong, by the way. Jackie has gone towards the Hex Optics because he wants to get that first kill and then get the extended auto range for the rest of the fight.
You know what? I kind of forgot the Hex. It's just a really efficient item too. I kind of forgot that it built out of Noon Quiver for a second. Oopsies. Because I just thought, well, he's diving in anyway. Shield Bow. I think I just got fixated on Shield Bow.
It's just a really good transition item out of non-crit into crit as well, because it's a good first crit item.
Yeah, because I think basically it's replaced kind of like the begrudging collector, which is like, it's look, if you build a first item, okay, you can still go like full crits. It's like that's the halfway house between lethality and crit, and that's why it's often built as a first item. Very good early stats. Whereas like a collector third is like, well, I don't really want that at this point in the game. Monkey is on an extended flank. Cube is hit too.
Do they have the damage to make a play here?
They could look for someone.
Why are they here?
Because they're looking for an extended pick. They're trying to go for these creative plays. Monkey loves going for this kind of angle. Promise, if they don't do it quick enough, they are within Pantheon ult range. They have a sweeper. They know they haven't been seen. Who are they getting towards first? They're a very split team, though. This could be an issue.
They go jumping forward. The Vault Breaker's in. The HSL buys a bit of time, but I think TN is just dead. That's a good pick.
It is. Sadly, it's on the other side of the map from the Baron. If they could get it on the Baron, that would have been huge. It's a lot of time used for that. You'll notice that Corky's pushing up mid lane. Hang on a second, Cream, you're not safe here. Does Suyan teleport in? He's using the ult to try and dodge out on the Nautilus Assault. It's not going to work though. He pings bongs, backs and forward, and goes into the gutter.
That's 2 big shutdowns just going over, and Cube's going to be happy now. He's now 1,600 gold ahead. The Jace potentially becoming a win condition. Of course, all the while, Jackie and Fongyu still get to shove through mid. They dodge away from that Chains of Corruption with a well-timed Valkyrie. And
that's good. Honestly, that's pretty good from WE. At least just comboing up with some big damage and saying we can burst out one member even if the 5v5s are more difficult. That's pretty good awareness, and it's led by Monkey, the real leader of this team.
It is. Monkey had a rough last series, guys. In that first series, he looked way out of sorts. Very poor series from him. And Top Esports, the snowball's been good, but they've now fumbled this dragon fight. The gold lead that was about 5k is shaved down to 3.3, which is a significant drop in that overall gold, and people like this Jace are quite happily the recipients of that. Now got a Serpent's Fang into a team that has largely got shields, and the tankiness is somewhat questionable outside of that.
Yeah, definitely even helps against, the Scion W, which is where he shrugs off a lot of his damage. I mean, credit to WE. I mean, the gold lead's gotten less from Top Esports, and I think that Top Esports have struggled to keep up the tempo of play. I know it's that dreaded word, but basically, the thing about tempo is that it's a little bit like a chokehold, right? Where someone has tempo, it means that you are reacting to them. They're the ones who are they have the agency to choose something to happen next. Now, that's not always a good thing to happen next. Sometimes you make the wrong play, but you have the choice of what happens. And it's like being placed in check in chess, where you are kind of obligated to move defensively. Sometimes you can use that to turn things around, where the check actually becomes a bit of a bait. It's like, oh, this is a great move. No, actually, you've just lost an important piece. It's the best way, because I think sometimes tempo for a number of years, thinking about season 5 and 6, everyone just talked about tempo and no one really knew what it meant. It means it's not always just the speed of plays, it's the obligation to play defensively or offensively.
It's being a step behind in a dance, and speaking of dances, Baron dances begin. Here's that suggestion of check. WE come over and Top Esports pull off of that position.
Now you can
Oh
see,
my lord!
You can see, yeah, look, you've got double poke. Now Nami heals through it with the W, right? She does have some ability to do that. Cream, be careful there. Tries to look for a combo, misses the shotgun. Dragon spawning now. W have 2, top esports have 1. The range advantage from W is great if they can hold their battle line before someone like a Pantheon and Sion fly into the back line.
And the fact that About and Cube are now at 3 items is a big deal. It does mean that this poke is actually threatening what is a relatively squishy team beyond the Sion body blocking what he can. But things like the arrow still pierce, and Fungi again caught. Again, he's still the Nami, should be able to sustain through it to some extent.
Yeah, but they haven't done enough to stop them going towards the dragon. This will go down, and the thing is, the wave is gone. If anything, if it comes to it, Cream can just ult the next wave if he really wants to. But he might do it just for a bit of chunk anyway. Yeah, I think he might just ult for the wave clear if they actually walk up to it.
Ooh, Cube, Monkey rather, takes a significant chunk, but so does Cream. Jungler and mid lane are both down about half.
Yeah, Dragon taken those. The top esports, they trade a dragon for some plates. That's actually completely fine for them. Of course, WE, in the perspective of the wider game, the fact that they can trade and at least force top esports to think about it and slow down is much better than I thought the early game would suggest. However, we are getting to the point we know there's a GA on Tien, there's a Zhonya's coming on Cream next as well. 4 items Jekyll, who has now got the shield bow, actually went for it 4th. The luxury defensive items are now in there from top esports. That means that if top esports just choose to full send it, I don't think this will look as timid from them in the future.
No, I agree. And again, at least WE, because they denied that last dragon, it's only second dragon for top esports. Really, at this point in the game, it means very little at all. We are 10 minutes minimum off a soul, really, which would be near enough 40 minutes on the clock, which would be a very late game indeed. And then things like the late game Rise, the late game Jace, become a bit more problematic again. And if they do manage to stall out to that point, I think WE will be happy enough with these mid-game choices to triage and stall out what was looking like a pretty comprehensive snowball. It still is in a lot of ways, but back to Baron we go, and top esports started up.
And that's going to be a Vi on the other side of the map.
Oh dear.
That's a problem. Vi's on the other side of the map. You shouldn't be there. Do they have any chance to force a fight before this goes down? I think top esports have enough time to just take it and run.
They're going to try and run after Karis on the flank angle. Look for a steal there to the back. No. Monkey needs to get out. Now Cream goes in. Between worlds, they blow up the Nautilus. Grand Starfall. Pretty deep there from Tien, but he's got a GA, so isn't too bothered about losing his initial life bar. Flash over the wall from Monkey. But as we say, do what I do. I said that failed, that horrible phrase. We'll come back on that one another time. I had a cool phrase that just didn't work out, guys. Much like WE's Baron contest. There we go.
Just have to believe you. I mean, just Monkey in the wrong place. Tien has the blast code. He's got the impact on him as well.
Does indeed. The shield vault does come on board, and Cube is put into said vault, and alongside all of the gold he's worth.
Top esports, they get their defensive items. They see one person out of position on the map. They take the objective, take the fight, and this will be game over. It's stalled for a little bit, but credit to top esports. They're looking like they understand where they want to play around on the map. This is so much better than their first couple of series into the split. Suyan just forcing them off the inhibitor. He should be safe, but takes a bit of damage, forcing them off of that.
Does at that. They can't end the game right here. Do we have a potential teleport or realm warp follow? No, not really. Monkey charges up the vault breaker. Will not find that. Chains of corruption onto Jackie. Tempted, won't quite land.
Sometimes I just watch. I watch where the skill shifts go, and I just think about where I would click. I would have clicked into that Bar Assault Sun. Like that's like, why? Because it's the instinct of, I'm walking in a straight line and there's a skill shot coming at me. I need to take a sidestep because I assume they're going to be on target. So a lot of because you use this quite a lot on like Ari charms and stuff like that, right? Where you just assume that someone will, a high enough elo will just take a step in another direction, the opposite direction, because they try and react, and then they just try and like put in the background which direction it'll be. So I'll just click here, and I would have clicked into that. So Jackie, love, credit to him, just walks in a straight line and walks away. I'm just saying, that's the instinctive way to move.
Yes. I got distracted reading chat, I'm not gonna lie, at the back end of that.
Yeah, well, it's a font of wisdom, I hear.
It's a font of wisdom, so I hear. So I hear. Yeah. But I can see what you mean about the backstep, and Jackie just holds his line. Yep. Just holds his line, and now I hear the silent ult on, and he's in a 1v3. Does have a little bit of support of Tien over the wall, but it would mean he was after flash. I think he's just dead.
Okay, I mean, the tower goes down, but like, buddy, there's literally no one on your screen. I mean, he did have ults.
He used it. He used the ult to get into the play.
Which is... that would be the problem, Sam. You see, in their situation, you would really like to have that to go the other way. Maybe what he was trying to do was wrap around the back and the bot lane inhibitor in a turret, and then catch someone defending the turret. Instead, got stopped before he could reach the play. Sad body block, basically. But yeah, goes down. Means that some of the... Hang on a second. Monkey doesn't want to be there.
We'll quickly Vault Breaker away. Don't think he's got really the capacity to steal that one, big man. Backs away. Facilities, that's the one in that particular reference. Don't think you have the facilities for that one, big man. I still don't know what that's from. I can never remember.
It's from... I think it's the guy that did the 1 + 1 =
Ah, yeah.
Quick hang on.
Oh my god!
Just about survives for a second until the Grand Starfall crushes him under his weight. Cube does kill off here. The problem is the AD carry's already dead. Is about to follow, and they tried to realm warp out and do. That's great news. However, you lost your jungler, sure, but everyone else is dead. Oh god, I remember there was a time before 2024 MSI, you know, early 24. People like Aurora kind of sucks. Aurora's like, oh, it's only really good like if you're like, you know, like just on the best team in the world. Aurora, when it's in the hands of like a good Chinese mid laner, just does something more. Cream has just been one-shotting about when he lands onto him. Does actually end up relying on Corki to do that hard work though. JackeyLove is still my player of the game. A deathless JackeyLove game? It's not possible, Sam. This is wrong numbers on my screen.
He has somehow broken the curse and done so in exceptional fashion. This Corki has been off to the flying start that we wanted to see from him. That first series, ignore it, guys. This is what we want to see. The great AD carry, the Prince who was promised returns. And will die to the turret. They've not actually ended the game. They've actually run out of minions.
There's a teleport behind them now, by the way.
Oh, have we cursed it?
So yeah, I'm pretty sure that he dies.
Oh, okay. And now Valkyrie away, and now the Between Worlds from Cream trying to jump onto Cube. Likely dies. Another teleport coming. JackeyLove and Top Esports do need to leave. Powered Q. There's the shield breaker, or shield bow down, and Jackie pops away from a potential shot blast that would probably have killed with the Serpent's Fang empowerment.
Yes, it would have done. So Top Esports lose a few on the retreat. Suyan, look, Suyan's been having a bit of fun with it in the last few minutes. He's, credit to him, he's played his role fairly well. He's not really been the main character of this game, though, has he? I think the important thing is it's just been like, Cube has a gold lead, hasn't... Ow, that's my hair, sorry. You just yanked my hair as you moving your chair. Appreciate that. Ow.
Unintentional.
But Cube, yeah. Cube has also died 5 times, even though he has this gold lead. And that's why I don't like seeing him on... I don't like seeing him on carries. He's just not responsible enough with these kind of investments into him. Dragon is available. It will be a 3rd Dragon for either team. The problem I have for Team WE is that if you turn up here, you probably just die and lose the game. At least it's not a soul. They'll give that over, take some extra gold, and try and survive a little bit longer. Try and get another item on maybe your Rise.
Has to be the idea, I fear. Cream plays out the mid lane wave. 20 seconds on Baron. Apologies to correct myself as to which particular neutral objective it would be. Setup very much in Top Esports' favour. I don't think anyone was going to be doubting that at this point. Poor old at 0-7-7 has decided to play the game of sole frontline Nautilus in a losing game state, which is probably the least fun experience a Nautilus player can ever have.
No, I don't really feel like Air had that much chance to do much this game. You know, about misstepped a little bit in the early game, and as did, you know, he did too, but you know, the early mistakes has basically meant that it's been unplayable from after that point. They don't actually, don't actually see what's happening with the Baron, and they don't know where they're coming from.
Tidal wave comes from an old angle into the backline, goes to Grand Starfall and keeps people busy. They have run of Jackie, now no longer deathless. That makes things a bit more interesting. Monkey with a good escape for now. TN still blows them up. This is unfortunately looking like a difficult fight for Karis with a decent amount of damage. Unfortunately, the decimating smash comes on down. Cube survives on the other side of the Zera. Speeds himself away. Spider Naught. But unfortunately, the theme tune is not enough. And this ain't a comic book, I'm afraid. There is no way out of death like that. He dies to TN. They kill JackeyLove. They kill Cream. But at the cost of pretty much everyone else.
It was a really good hook out of the bush from onto JackeyLove. Full CC chain, and it didn't matter how many heals and shields he had. He went down. First death of the game, and like I said, surely something was wrong. JackeyLove having a completely deathless game. Took a lot to kill him though, and while that happened, Top Esports just ran through the rest of the team. Tien's been excellent on the Pantheon, consistently going into the backline, trading massive amounts of HP or even his life for the enemy team. It's a great hook from Erher. Actually, in an even game state, that would have been a game-winning play because that would buy you the Baron. It's just not here. and WE could combo onto him. Top Esports just have way too much damage on the likes of the Pantheon and everyone else around that they can also clean up despite the Corki going down.
Shout out to Cream for a phenomenal Zonya's timing. You saw Monkey try to flash for the E and get the shield off of hitting Cream, but denies that with the Zonya's, forces the Vault Breaker out for Monkey. Otherwise, I think that maybe the Vi could have stuck around in that fight. And at this point, again, Monkey's getting to that point where he can be a bit more threatening again. Doesn't happen, though. Of course, we've got a couple minutes until Soul would be available for Top Esports, and it has been stalled. We are 36 minutes deep here. They failed to cleanly close this, despite the early leads that they did accrue.
Yeah, I think that the wave clear and the range has really made that hard, where they have to kind of just like full send it with flashes, and at that point, potentially, you leave an angle for someone to slip the noose and kill one of your carries. They've been trying to play it textbook. I agree, it probably should have been closed out by now, but and again, still early days for this reformed Top Esports roster. Very similar, of course, to their 2020. One of their rosters at some point, of course, with their top lane and top.
I want to say.
With their top lane and their it would have been 24 because Kanavi was still on JDG at that point. But with their top lane and their support changed, of course, from that time.
It is, but there comes a shot blast. Cream goes a massive chunk there onto Monkeys, forced a Vault Breaker away. Final inhibitor turret. Sorry, I probably still one that top side, but then they go unstoppable onslaught alongside the Grand Starfall. Left low doesn't quite go down to the twofold X, but will to the Between Worlds, and Cream picks that one up, goes across the veil and gets out. Shot blasts are stinging from Q, but they're not killing anyone. TES a little low here on the HP bars, and the poke is proving problematic at this point. Jackie, though, seems unfriendly, but there's the Vault Breaker. Flash away, drags the fight into Nadia. The problem is Karis is there as the witch, and he blows up Jackie again. There goes Monkey taking on the Vault Breaker. Cream blows up Karis. Vengeance for his bot laner, and again, Monkey likely to fall. The GA procs comes on out. Cube desperately there to try and do some damage, gets slowed down by the decimating smash part completion.
Their wave clear's still here. They still have the Jason, the Varus. Cream died just at the end to Monkey's splash damage from his E, so he went down. Of course, Jacula got caught by a Monkey Vi ultimate as well. I mean, I know he's 1 and 5, but Monkey has been trying to put as much pressure down as possible. And Top Esports, well, before we were saying, well, you know, early days for the roster, reform, blah, blah, blah. They still should have closed the game by this point. The game goes on. There's a minute till Dragon, and I don't think Top Esports thought they'd have to fight around that.
No, and again, look, Jackie, Valkyrie flashes away, drags Vi into the middle of nowhere, and still they don't manage to punish that hard on that, which is really problematic. Cube and about with the range have proven to be really, really obnoxious at the back end of this. Cream, sure, does finally pick up Karis, but going 1-for-1 at this point in the game is not what you want to see.
Just gives you more time to even up the gold, right? About still has, you know, an item to complete. He has cheaper items than Jackulov, who has just got himself an Infinity Edge, brother. Oh my god.
And a GA done as well.
Yeah, so Jackulov, he sold his Hex Optics for this because this was a cheap item. You can get more valuable, slot-efficient items. Jackulov is going to be doing a crazy amount of work. Dragon spawning now. There was a recall from Pantheon. He does have a Sterex and the GA, and of course he's got that ult charged up as well. Perhaps Suyan ults in here. Pantheon can fly in at any moment.
Horizon focus on the Nami means actually hiding in these bushes, not actually doing all that much work because you keep being on vision. Because
there he goes.
The tidal waves on Stoppel onslaught to the backline. Misses everything though, and now Suyan slightly split off. About misses his change to corruption though, and about being run up by Cream. Tries to get the weirding blast. Won't be quite enough. Where's the twofold hex or the spirit abjuration? Neither lands, and they full send the ult and don't land them.
Well, I think it was flashed away from the Varus. They tried to split him off. It was very close to getting about into a proper death scenario. He does have teleport. Can't remember if it's off cooldown. Dragon started. Top East was looking for Soul.
Look at Monkey. Can potentially look to come in for the fight afterwards. Karis and Cube taken pretty low from that. They have spotted out an idea of where Monkey is. He can look to steal it. It is Jackulov that secures it. Infernal Soul now, but Top Eastbourne fight commences. Karis goes golden. Is blasted, and suddenly the extra bit of damage is really stinging. They finally win the clean team fight. Surely there is not enough wave clear in the world to stop the game ending now. Top Esports, it takes them near enough 40 minutes, but the game is over.
Yeah, Suyan sure as hell hits that last ultimate. Teleports to just square Cube in the back. Hits him with the ult. The towers are going down by the minions. Even they were tired of the game. Top Esports will take game 1 with a 10,000 gold advantage. Fairly dominant. Maybe not closed in the way we wanted, but still a continuation of a great run of form from Top Esports. Beat anyone's legend, game up on WE, looking across the board like a potent team.
The individual play on the whole, very strong. There will be some questions about what happened in closing. Where did it go wrong to give WE so much license to stall? Because really, we shouldn't have been saying James Bond as in bank bonds there, looking to make things mature and you know, keep things rolling for that long. That was pretty ridiculous. You see license to stall?
Wonderful. Appreciate for the resub, Segafax. Appreciate you all, and thank you everyone for watching as well. You know, Sam and I, we are brothers. My name is Nymaera. This is Initialise as well. If you know us by our casting names, we have been casting LPL for a number of years. I have cast 2,000 LPL games, a lot. Like I cast like 1,000 a year, pretty much. Yeah, it's a wondrous thing to be able to do this as a job. It's a very cool thing. However, the only reason this continues to be our job is because of support from yourselves. We are not paid to do this. There's no tournament organizer, no broadcaster, no LEC, LCS, LCK, Riot paying us to do this. We're just doing this for the love of the game. And if you do enjoy what we're doing here, please think about supporting us as well, because that is literally the only thing keeping us in business. I need a drink, Sam, because I need coffee.
I left my coffee in the kitchen, so if you could bring that over.
Okay.
Or possibly some water as well, I'd appreciate that. And probably worth leaving the door open because it's getting real sweaty in here. A fun fact for Grumpy. What is a fun fact for Grumpy? I had a few I was saving up. How'd your... ask... I think the Pisces Cup went quite well. I'll ask Alex when they come back. He's going to have a bit of a break. Remind me, Viran, and I will make sure that that question gets answered. And a compliment for Scorpio. We can do that. Fun fact for Grumpy first, though. Also, chat, if you don't want to deal with adverts, subscribe. Subscriptions allow you to dodge the adverts and support the channel. If you don't, sit there and enjoy the advertisements. What do you mean? No, Sam. Unfun fact. Unfun fact. Oh, I see. Sorry, I've done unfun fact. So, unfun fact. I had to think about this, and a roast for Zeref as well. Zeref, the fact you're asking for unfun facts says quite a lot about your character, really, doesn't it? You think you're different. You think you're quirky. You think you're not like the other girls. You're the basicest bitch out there. It's true. What's an unfun fact? Okay, it's a disgusting unfun fact. Mango flies are horrifying. They live inside the flesh of living beings, and you have to pop them out. If you ever have trypophobia, you know, the one where you have a fear of small holes, they will trigger it. Really affects things like cattle in Africa, as well as dogs. Poor old dogs, especially if they're let to live outside, often end up with these horrible infections. They're not like deadly, but they're really uncomfortable and gross as hell. Really, really gross. It is serious body horror stuff. So, well, as for an unfun fact, there you go. I think they're also nicknamed botflies, but I think it's mango flies is the one. It's pretty disgusting. There you go. That's a very unfun fact. You know it now as well as I do. Thanks, I hate it. I mean, I was asked for an unfun fact. You got an unfun fact. I owe a compliment to Scorpio as well. Baby, what have we got? How long have you been here now? Sub for 10 months. Over 999 messages. Oh, my days. What brought you to the channel in the end, Bebe? Because I think at this point, you've been one of our most active members for such a long time. Feels like it's been a very long time since I haven't seen you in a stream, which is kind of awesome. I don't know why. I've been following since June 2024. Damn. Nearly 2 years at this point, which is pretty awesome. Bebe, the fact that you are here being so excited about the LPL day in, day out, been such a cool part of the community, really lovely to hang around with, always with the insightful comments and just being a nice human to be around is really, really appreciated. You make the community better by your presence. And you're quite witty on top of it all. Oh, thank you, Zeref, for the gift sub. Welcome on in, Brat.
So who gets MVP? I mean, there's a couple people it could be. My initial impression is Jackie, who I think actually had a very good game on the whole. Cream and TM were also pretty solid, ended with very good scorelines in the back end of it all, but I think probably Jackie after the early laning phase. Hey, Q. Oh, I appreciate you. It will be Jackie picking up the MVP. Makes sense. Was near enough 100% kill participation for a very long time. 31% damage share. Yep, that makes sense. I think Jackie understandably becomes MVP here. Sure, one for Cream. He had some good pops. I think later on in the game he became quite good. But yeah, I think some of the ways that they got back in was just catching out people like TN and Cream with some weird shenanigans from Monkey and Cube. Oh boy, right, let's make this a little larger. Have we? Well, I'm assuming we've got Sessions Diana on, don't we, already? We do indeed, okay, cool. We move this over here. Whoop. So we can get out of the way of the adverts I'm having shortly. They've clearly got this set up for vertical streams, don't they? Triana position 2. Yeah, I mean, like the Scion ended up not actually being very good frontline later on. Missed a lot of big ults. Like actually that last dragon fight, for example, they full sent with Tidal Wave, Grand Starfall, and Scion ult and hit no one. They sort of eventually got to a bout, but that was kind of circumspect rather than by active choice. Wasn't very impressed with that personally. Oh boy. Kind of feel bad for bottom 6 teams, but LPL has been so much more enjoyable without TT versus UP. Yeah, there is some truth to that. There is some truth to that.
Catch you later, Katari. Appreciate you. Until the next time. Not gonna lie, guys, I'm checking out spoiler season from MTG. Some cool cards. So IG converted their lead cleanly, right? Right? Yeah, largely. Game 3 in particular was well done. What do you think of all the prepared cards? There's some really fun ones. I think the fact that you can't prepare in media res, and the fact it takes until your end step to there we go. I'm sorry, I'm covering one of the hosts here. Actually, this is one of the casters, isn't it? Let's move that down. Okay, you can see the cool things. That you have to wait until end step to re-prepare things is quite interesting. I think what spells are on them is pretty crazy. The bear with cultivate, low-key excellent. The you got diabolic tutor now, which is pretty ridiculous. There's a wheel of fortune in there. Some very, very ridiculous. I mean, what else was there? Was what's the blue one? One blue, do some drawy things. Lightning bolts there as well. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a long Kubitus basically. No worries in asking that question, because again, I think a lot of people are wondering. Basically, the guys that were running LPL's English broadcast was JD Esports, who basically run the LPL broadcast in general, and they decided that the English broadcast wasn't making enough money, was costing them too much, and they stopped running it. They don't run it anymore. And so Riot then picked it up for a season, but they didn't want to have to pay what is a lot of days of broadcast, basically. And so they did it for a year, but only did some of the days, and it all got a bit messy. And then eventually they just stopped running it at all. And as a result, there is now only co-streams that are rolling. They had that whole announcement out saying, we're going to move to an exciting new co-stream only model, which was a bit of a kick in the nuts, really. And very disappointing to see. And Astral Recall, that's the one. Thank you, Brack. So now basically LPL English again is an unofficial fan broadcast. There's some great guys over there. Shout out to the whole LPL English crew. We occasionally get people like Slayer and Rude Dude in chat. It's always lovely to see them. And LPL English in general it does great work, but again, it is unofficial work, which is a real shame. What do you do? Some of the Quandrix X cost spells look excellent as well. Been looking forward to seeing some more of those. Yeah, it definitely feels like the general opportunities to be in tier 1 play is kind of gone. Yeah, but their LPL logo is the official one from years back. Yes, I think they just... Well, it's still the LPL logo, right? They just got it in there. They just got it in the streams, basically. It's one of the ways they managed to make things as official as they can be. Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is.
I'm trying to get onto the other. That was a bit awkward. I was like, why can't I see? Esports doggies dog. Well, yeah, basically. And again, a lot of those guys were also LPL casts, and once they weren't casting LPL, they still want to cast LPL. They do their own thing with it, which makes sense. Welcome back. Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Step out the room. It's too long.
I could use it.
Like, we literally had the door like ring, so I was like, okay.
Yes. There's no way we could open the window briefly, is there?
No, it actually makes the room warmer because this is so bright.
Yeah.
Sam, I've tried this. We've learned this lesson the hard way. Yeah. Oh, your water's through there too. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Yeah, basically because I have like sun-facing windows, and they're really large. It means that this whole place just becomes a greenhouse as soon as it gets warmer again. What were you guys talking about? What was it? Blah blah blah. If I had the opportunities to cast lower levels tier 1, then many had the opportunities to I don't quite understand that sentence. Yeah, we did get a lot of traction at first because we were the only ones doing it, and then LPL English came along and then they did it as well. And then obviously they have the branding of it, right? They have the branding of LPL English. But yeah, I mean, put it this way, I don't think there's that much return on investment for your time into LPL English in terms of actual monetary stuff. I mean, in terms of the exposure, it's very good, but in terms of the actual monetary stuff, it's better for us to have our own channel. That being said, I wasn't invited to be on LPL English anyway. I never had any conversations about that. I think it's basically because like, I think one of them got wind of the fact that I'd be on LEC, and then they decided that they didn't want to ask. I think that was what happened, really. And I can sort of understand that, wanting to give like time to other people, but I wasn't asked. And I was a little upset about that. I was. Would have been nice to have at least the conversation, but like, that was a while ago. I'm not too bothered about it now, but that's just context for people wondering like why we're not on LPL English. One, weren't asked to better financially to be on this, basically. Yeah. And you know, we're doing fine. We're doing like, in terms of like, I like the content that we're doing. I really like the community that we have here. You know, when I've been on some other channels and stuff, like I miss the community we have here. It's nice, you know. And yeah, it's a good time, and you know, we've been very lucky to have the opportunity with Onivia to broadcast over there too, to get our work out to more people, and that work continues now. Let's get ourselves into draft for game 2 of WWE Top Esports, our second series of the day. No surprises that stuff like the Karma and the Rumble remain banned. The Azir and the Orianna once again banned as well. Jarvan off the table. We still have Nocturne, Shinzao. It's been passed up a couple of times today. The thing about the Shinzao is that if you're really good at it, you can use it as a go button. You can kind of struggle without that. You have just given over the Ashe Seraphine to Top Esports. Do you have an answer to it? I suppose as the Yunara Lulu saw that work in our first series of the day in the individual lane. Doesn't always. It doesn't always. Oh, thank you, Caravan. Appreciate you so much. So the Ashe Seraphine very likely locked in here. Do you have to lock the Seraphine? Well, if you don't lock the Seraphine, maybe you get MF Seraphine or Ezreal Seraphine. You could also Ezreal Bard on the other side too. There's some Bard lanes that work quite well against Ashe Seraphine. And Ashe Seraphine is like, it's the lane to beat. It does a lot of stuff. It does very well in lane. So, but there are duos which are maybe more niche in their team composition applications, but can compete within lane. They do just straight up lock in the Ashe Seraphine. They probably took the extra time to just discuss what they were going to lock in next. Against the Shinzao, you can look at something like the Nocturne. Ambessa available too, it's worth noting, which is quite good with and against this kind of thing. Of course, yeah, the Ambessa is pretty good here. Yeah, because now what you can use like the Ashe Arrow or the Seraphine ultimates to then fraud wall. Okay. I'm gonna actually have to refund that because I need to set up the fraud wall again if we're going to do it. I forgot to turn that off. My bad. Oops. But yeah, so what you can do is you can launch one of your ultimates from Ashe, Seraphine, or Ambessa, and if it misses, all good. No worries. You want on there? Good. Of course, the Yunara Lulu, we saw that earlier in the day as well. Seems like that's been the popular answer. Nocturne away from Tien. You can also ban away, I guess, Poppy or something. Neferi is not fantastic into Shinzo. The Mel banned away. I mean, Mel is the best out of lane counter to this duo because you can throw like your ultimates out and she reflects it back at you. You're very squishy, so if she hits you with an E or a Q, you do just kind of explode. You know, there's a lot of things which can go wrong with the Mel. Kali banned away from Cream again, by the way, in the first round. We will have to keep track of that. The Skarner banned away too. Skarner's really come back to LPL. Like a lot. So what do they want? I mean, typically when you have... Well, the Ambassador can go jungle or it can go top lane. Won't really go mid lane. Don't really want to blind pick your mid lane. Do you want to... Well, there is Renekton ban. So you can... Look, with the Renekton ban, Ambassador's happy top. Do we get Tianli Sin? Do we get Tianli Sin? Tianli Sin? It'll be the Neferi. Okay. Alright, Neferi's a better go button. It can be a bit rough into the Shinzo. But it's pretty okay. And now if you're looking at something like an Ahri, Ahri's not good into Neferi. There's no one to set up for you too. But then again, what else do you do if you want just like a safe blind pick? Annie's probably better. Yeah, Annie's probably better. Just look for that flash ultimate. Better consistent engage. You know that the Ambassador's going top lane now. Do you have a good matchup into that? Yorick is... It's fine. But like Q pick... I would have preferred the Cassandre. Just go Ambassador Cassandre. It's a fine matchup. It's okay. You know, it's fine. But the Yorick is again one of these champions which I think can get isolated and shut down by Cube, and I just don't like him on volatile, more carry-centric matchups. Now, Yorick is better at absorbing pressure, but I would have preferred Nah, I would have preferred Cassandre, anything like that. The Hui is locked in, but it's a blind pick Hui. It's a blind pick Hui, and that's quite risky. It's very risky, in fact. Even thinking about something like a LeBlanc. It's a pretty good draft for it. There's not that much that stops you. Annie would be a self-counter pick for the laning phase, it is worth noting. LeBlanc, I'm actually not sure how that matchup goes. The Ahri one's... Ahri is very good if anyone combos with you. In a 1v1, you can struggle a bit, but then again, his early damage isn't enough. Just saw that first game, had 45 kills. We had a lot of kills in some of our games, yeah. Well, that's our full compositions. Cream going back towards something which is somewhat of a comfort pick for him. In that Ahri. WE, what does that composition do? Well, it just hopes that Yunara Lulu carries, I suppose. I'm gonna go on a quick outbreak. If you want to hear me talk about the compositions, don't forget to subscribe. It's how we keep ourselves in rent and keep streaming. If we don't have you supporting us, which we are very lucky to have as well, then we don't get to do this as well. Let's get ourselves that outbreak. See you in a minute and a half. Okay, overall compositions. I think the top esports walk away with a much more coherent comp. They have very long range engage. If someone's out of position, they get pounced on and they die. WE, they have some okay laning matchups, but they don't really have engage. They're just really hoping that top esports overstep into a choke point. They get Hui ulted and like Yorick caged. And then Yunara Lulu just carries. They're hoping for like good, very good early game skirmishes through the Shinzo, very good laning phase, but the composition doesn't really sync up from W. I think their composition is very much based on it'll work if we get ahead. Yeah, I think top esports, they just look way more informed. The bot lane is so good. You know, I feel bad for her now as well. You know, stepping into a team after being very good last split, going into a team, having to get used to a new AD carry as, you know, a fresher support player to the LPL. Figure things out as you go along. Go on to objectively just a worse team. No worries, Kutas. No worries. Long ass transition time into the game. Yeah, so basically, folks, this is the first series that's been held in Xi'an this split, which means that you can, yeah, sometimes you'll see like tech issues while they, yeah, sometimes you'll see some tech issues in the first series. They played, so W's first series is played in Shenzhen. They played against NIP, so they traveled to another team's, big arena, basically. Okay, what's the plan here? I don't think I've ever seen ASOL in LPL. There was a lot of Aurelion Sol played in spring, or rather winter 2024. And it was Rookie that played a lot of it. We saw a lot of it because it was roaming mid-meta. We saw Ari, Talia, ASOL. Those are the really three big picks. We saw a lot of Aurelion Sol into almost everything really in spring, or very early on in 2024. So that's when we saw it a lot, yeah. And Rookie was the biggest player of it. That was when Rookie was on NIP, and he was really good. He was the second. He was like maybe second best mid at that point. He was really, really good. And then he ran into obviously Knight a couple of times, and what do you do? But yeah. Did Rookie retire? Rookie's not playing right now. You know, apparently he's been pictured back in Korea. He had a very public breakup is a thing over between winter and spring. We don't know whether that's reflected on anything, but yeah. I'm really happy to see Tien back. Not my favorite jungler of all time, but I've always enjoyed his plays. Exactly. Yeah. And same with Jackie. Like, when they're on form, it's just fun. It's just fun, you know? What do I do here? Do I rest? Maybe I do this. That'll work. Someone get Jackie with a fan or something. I have so many fans. Don't you worry about that. Yeah. Maybe we could just need one of them on stage. So once again, it looks like we're just slower to load into game a little bit. It happens every so often. We'll get in soon. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. But yeah, it really does look like Top Esports are just one of our better teams. I mean, they had a bad first series versus IG, and then, you know, you can rightfully call them out for that, and in some ways you should. In some ways you should. That's fine, that's fine. Sure, why not? You walked right into that? Exactly, exactly, yes you did. Okay, let's get to it, shall we? Come on, get us into game already. Okay, I'm gonna take camera off, and then hopefully that'll get us into game. You're keeping us waiting. You should have said clearly said the wind swishy thing and not the fan. Exactly. Why did you not say the wind swishy thing? I was confused. Eh? Fumbled almost half my emails this morning. I haven't even like checked a lot of my emails for the last couple of days. I really should. I really should. Yeah, sorry for mentioning spooky emails. Okay, into game we go. Top Esports versus WE. Let's get to it. Hey, good stuff. Okay, into our early game. Fengyu and Jackie really got the better of about Nerha. Game 1, Nerha's last Lulu game, actually pretty good. Very nearly got a clutch 2v2 call. And it was Monkey who failed his early jungle clear. That was it. He went on to Wolves and he failed to leash them properly. Tien hopping over the back of the pit. He's not been spotted yet. Yeah, look, okay, folks. A lot of the meta right now is about getting very good level 1 wards and then seeing where the enemy jungler is going. They put a ward on Raptors. They think he might be going from top lane to bot lane. He's starting on red buff, hopping the pit and going into the enemy blue side. See, there's a ward from them now onto the enemy camps. Very good play from Tien. He's going to get, well, blue buff and Gromp, maybe? He might get blue buff and Gromp. We'll see how quickly he can do it. It's obviously, he smote his first camp to get over here more quickly. Gets blue buff, he's going towards Gromp. If he gets both of these, it is so doomed. Because at that point, Tien can just recall very quickly, go to claim his top side camps, or whatever side of the map that Shinzai comes over to. Monkey's going towards his blue buff. He does have smite coming up. Tien has his now, so he can be able to get there in time. He does. Or rather, he gets the smite in time. Really important. Monkey can't come over. What does Monkey do now? What does he do? He's lost his blue buff and his Gromp. Now, all Tien has to do is correctly track Monkey and try and make sure that he can protect his own camps. Monkey was looking for a cheap Raptor secure. Monkey's going to go over. Doesn't get the W because it's a good W from Tien. Get some damage back onto Monkey. Monkey has his smite, so you might want to try and smite the big Raptor. Doesn't have a ward to put into the brush. He's still looking to smite this. Looking for a good fight. Gets the W. He's trading very well, actually. Doesn't get all the small ones. Does get the big ones. Tien, does he look for a recall? Bot lane's now moving. Finger, you need to be a little careful there, buddy. Had just whimsied himself to see if he can get any further forwards. Monkey trying to get the W around. He's over instead. He's going to get his crook. So honestly, good defense by Monkey. Good defense. Realizes, look, I'm a level 3 Shins out. I can still fight. Well played from him. Honestly, well played from him. Bot lane is pretty even right now. Tien going back out of his own side of the jungle into the enemy side of it. Tien will get his top side camps and then get the top scuttle. It's worth noting that Monkey's left his wolves on a very long cooldown here. He's getting the scuttle crab, but his own camps are going to be on a longer cooldown because he didn't take his wolves. Very interesting level 1 jungle pathing, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, where Tien went for red buff. He's on the theory, hopped over the back of the pit, and then used that to get into the enemy side of the jungle, so blue buff and Grom. Then Monkey realized, look, I'm still a level 3 Shinzao, I'm gonna fight you for your own Raptors. Did actually end up managing to get that because Tien used his smites to, one, smite the first camp quickly, and then Grom, so he didn't have a smite for his own Raptor contest. So Monkey's actually basically ended up being somewhat even. But because Monkey went for Scuttle Crab, not Wolves, it meant that his camps are on a, well, some of his camp, he's slightly slower behind his clear, so Tien gets himself a steal in the Raptor camp. So this is what we expect from Tien at his best. Someone that just knows the timings, knows how to get into an area of the map, and get something more out of it when he's on form.
So that picks up that Scryer's blue. Monkey's going to be down that camp. Recall now from the Neferi, who I don't think is going to get interrupted. No, and they're not even going to walk around the corner. Nice observer toggle there. And Dane gets the back and gets that early Dirk alongside a control ward, which always feels real nice as a jungler.
Oh, early Dirk is... You shouldn't expect to get an early Dirk, you know, all the time, but he's managed to stick around for a little bit longer. It's a real luxury if you can stick around for a Dirk instead of double longsword, which is often the lethality jungler's first recall. Obviously, it's a little bit different when it's a profane Hydra because you don't get the Dirk in that build anyway, because it's the brutalizer, but still very, very different. We do have, of course, the Hui Ahri matchup, which, I mean, as an Ahri player, I've played this a couple of times. In an individual level, Hui's like not strong enough early to cause too many issues to the Ahri, and later on it's really just about who combos with who. Ahri has kill threat at level 6 if Hui misuses his CC. If he misuses that, Ahri just all-ins you. Hang on, Fengyu might die here.
He's about to face check a tri-brush that has far too many people in it. Tien is coming on over, but will Fengyu get the chance to run away? Gets knocked up, does flash over the wall. Good timing on that one, but Monkey will follow. Audacious charge. Good healing. Monkey likely dies now as a result of this, but it will be the 1-for-1. Jackie's going to have to face check. The wind becomes lightning. Tien now gets to eviscerate over the wall. The dark daggers come flying on through, and Jackie gets the kill, but is left quite low, so it is going to have to reset.
Does this allow Tien to go into the other side of the map? You're right, Jackie is resetting. That is a bit of an issue, so he's going to lose half a wave for this, maybe even a full... Well, yeah, be a half a wave technically. It's 5 minutes, not they're not melees. Looks like a Karis. Okay, so it's ult for ult in mid lane. So, see it right there. If Hui does hit stuff onto Ari, obviously a bit of a problem. He's not quite within QW kill range, but it's getting a little bit close. Creamorph's obviously very comfortable on the Ari. He's one of his, what, third most played of all time? Second? Yeah. He's definitely one of his most, because he's obviously came up to prominence in the 2022 kind of era, right after Ari got her rework, and then the RNG winner MSI through Xiao, who's very, very good Ari playing. And again through. Alright, so basically it was a roam down on the bot side, did hit everything, and turns out if Hui hits full combo on you, you have a bad time. Not very happy.
End up aggroing the dragon there as well for a bit of extra damage, which is a bit problematic. Still got out safely.
Yeah, it's because he jumped away from the Q, so he mid-dodged the Q damage, and then Dragon was like, no, I will do damage to you instead, thanks. Oh, God. Yeah, but later into the game, especially once you get Malignance rolling from Ari, you can kind of just run at Hui on cooldown if you have enough support. So if one other person runs at Hui can really struggle.
He can feel one person.
Yes, exactly. One person, not multiple. One of the things I was saying about these compositions, Sam, just filling in on what I've been talking about already. I don't think W have some okay matchups here. I think the overall composition a little bit disconnected. There's no big engaged source. You're basically just hoping that, you know, Shinzao can burst someone and then Nymaera Lulu kind of clean up. You know, Cube's got an okay matchup into the Ambassador, but, you know, it's a volatile matchup which we don't love seeing him on. Bot lane's okay, and hopefully they should protect them from Jackalov and Fengwei being very, very dominant as they were in the first game. But I don't love this composition. I don't really see what they're all I don't see what they're all trying to achieve at the same time.
No, I don't either.
I suppose you have Shinzao Lulu as well. That's another thing, right? Where Shinzao really loves having enchanters. CC traded. However, as you can see, if it's just regular abilities, Hui got a little bit more bang for the buck.
Does indeed. Jackie now gonna have to back away. Does eat a little bit of damage there. Throws out the arrow. Flash forward from Era. Gets the health picks. The slow now down as well from the Arc of Ruin and the Glitter Lance. Jackie still continuing to try and run away. There's the audacious charge into the Wimbledon buddy for another slow. Jackie does everything in his power to back away, but every single slow lands.
Potential dive. Tien does have the ultimate. Here he goes. Sharp flashed away from, but it won't save him. The dog and the fox take down the, well, he's not an animal, but that guy in the mid lane.
Do indeed, and Hui, the artist, ends up being painted with his own blood, smeared across the ground. It's a meat crayon, Alex.
What the hell? What?
Have you not heard of that one?
Sam, that just reminds me of like the meat candle, like the bacon candle.
No, it's another horrible name for roadkill.
Oh no! Why would you tell me that? Oh,
there you go. Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah.
I like we have like the duality of language there. Of like they kill that guy in the mid lane, and it's like, oh, they're painted with a the artist. That dichotomy. You know, sometimes you gotta have.
You gotta suffer for your art, Alex.
Yeah. Well, life is suffering slightly. As it was for who was.
Have people never heard of meat crayon before?
No,
really?
I hadn't. That was really gnarly.
Okay, well there you go. You're welcome, guys.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Grub.
It reminds me of someone's sausage. I don't blame you on that one.
Sure. That was funny. That was funny in the moment. Anyway, Monkey's taking the grubs on the top side. He'll get all three, actually. So WE end up getting a nice bonus there. Now it means that if Yorick is left alone with the tower, we'll do some nasty things. 2 for 2 in kills so far. 1,000 gold leads top esports, mainly through mid lane, actually, because Cream got that kill for himself. Monkey, not actually that far ahead of Tien, though, because he's still on his clear. But basically, Tien, while Monkey was... hang on, why did you just walk into the CC, Cream? Buddy, come on. Unless he was trying to bait out the use of the ult so it's more useful later. Cream does have teleport, I suppose.
Yeah, and Dragon's up, so now that Hui won't have ult for potential Dragon if they want to go play for that.
Yeah, weirdly, that actually, with that in mind, ended up being okay. Tsuyan was quite low HP, so he ults out of the cage.
Does indeed get out of there, but the little ghouls are going to continue chasing him down. Should be able to dash his way through them with a few more cooldowns.
Yeah, Cube getting a good cage there while he was under half HP. He really did not want to take that damage, so he ults out instead of using the flash. And yeah, Dragon is still up. It's not like
DC superhero got to do with anything.
I don't know. All I know, Sam, is he had a really bad movie.
He did.
Really bad movie. Never forget any of, never remember, any of the other, wonderful lineage stuff. Flash had a pretty good run in, Justice League and a couple of the shows and stuff, the animated shows when we were growing up. I'm sad that there's been no real.
TP'd down for this, by the way.
Yeah, he has, because he was resetting anyway, so he was just TPing to see if there was a free play. Sometimes you do this as a particularly early game mid laner, so your Sylas, Akali, Ari, just people that can get involved once their ultimates are in there. LeBlanc as well, where you're heading back mid lane anyway. You can give up 1 minion to look for a potential play. He's gonna lose 1, maybe 2 minions to tower for the chance of getting a kill bot side. That's a fine place to TP. You're still going back to mid lane just by a slight deep draw.
Apologies, I did interrupt your nostalgia rant for that. But I just TP.
No, that's probably more useful. Anyway, I'm just saying I missed the Justice League show. It was good.
It was a good show.
It was good.
I hear Young Justice was apparently quite good as well.
Yeah, there's been a couple of... Okay, I mean, I don't think anything's reached the heights of that, and like the Batman animated
Teen Titans, the OG animated
Yeah,
one.
but then they did Teen Titans Go, and it was...
Not quite. Wasn't quite right, was
the
it?
same.
No.
Okay, Dragon started. Tien's going top side. They try and kill Cube. Like, well, is that or Krog's takeaway? I mean, Tien getting some gold ahead of the Monkey and XP ahead of him is nice. He's almost a full level ahead of him. What's he do? Does he look to stop the recall? He can do. I don't think there's a... Well, he doesn't step into the brush. Now he has no cancel because his Q's are down anyway.
Indeed they are. We should be able to take these Krugs away. Doesn't want to fight that anyway. Kryn did roam into the river, but no one was out of position. I think with Monkey positioning the way he was in the Dragon Pit wall, we've been able to jump onto the Ahri anyway and cause a little bit of threat. But now Kryn's going to take the opportunity to roam top. Arrow flying as well.
This is not going over Vision Seal. Gets spotted by this controller. Does it land? No, it's quite a way off, actually. Cube still wave not on a great spot. Look, now the ult's in there. This is a problem.
Yeah, and the wave is in a bad spot. Cube TP's back in and gets blasted by top esports, who just sit around and know that the Yorick has no real option there but to try and contest the wave because it was in an awful spot.
Your team is not top lane. Your team is not coming top lane. You've managed to get your wave pulled away from your tower, and there's the arrow there, and you still stuck around with flash, and you don't flash the investor roll. This is why I don't like Cube on volatile matchups like this. I don't like him on champions that need to stay safe on weak side.
I do wonder whether Cube's thought process was, oh, they burned the arrow, okay, the plays failed.
Clearly wrong.
Clearly wrong, yeah.
Clearly wrong.
No, I know. But I wonder whether that was the thought process and kind of got baited into a false sense of security because the first ult missed.
Yeah, and I can somewhat understand that, but then it just makes it so bad that you've died after using your TP anyway. You're going to lose about half a wave to tower there, and of course the kill of Suyan means he's 1,000 gold ups then.
That's tough.
I don't like Cube on carries. I don't like him on stuff that needs to be ahead individually. I think he's much better on stuff like the Cassante, the tank frontline duty, where there's much less to be lost if he falls behind.
TM throws over some daggers, murders a Krug camp. Does not have the Hound's pursuit, but worth noting, of course, has picked up the first item. Hubris, we saw Tarzan do this first, and it has gone more towards this upfront pop rather than necessarily the kind of more extended Black Cleavery bleed type build. Basically, you get your first kill with your ult, your second ult is absolutely lethal with the Hubris.
Yep, and particularly because you're just that so single target, it's very likely for you to... Well, look, if you're going to win the fight, you're going to kill that first target very quickly anyway. The problem with the Nymaera is often getting the second kill after that, or like surviving beyond that point. Karras does have ult. This is actually within kill threat range. You might have to ult or flash this.
Quite, he's got the passive stacked. That signature from the artist, a little bit scary, but there's the Hound's pursuit. Now Karras with no mana, needs to try and run away, throws down a Molten Fissure to slow down, flashes away. Now bot lane, there's a dive happening, and down goes Jackulum. Dived in the 1v2. Fongui does a decent job of tanking people up and forcing them to burn some additional summoners, but the turret's not quite enough to trade one back.
Tien and Cream just flashed there, by the way, so Karras presumably was hit even further and still survived. There was a big investment from top east, was they don't get anything, and of course Jackulum does die on bot lane. Monkey has done quite a good job of visiting Jackulov. I don't think it's necessarily Jackulov's misplay himself this time. He's just been... I mean, what do you do is a wave crashing in. Does have arrow, does have encore. I mean, you have a decent chance of outplay here, so what happens? He just charges up the Q3 very easily. Ult comes through from the bow, and right, the Crescent Guard ends up knocking the encore off track just a little bit. I don't know if that would have changed that much, though, really.
Maybe, maybe not. I think it probably would have forced Monkey to take another turret shot, so he probably does die there, because again, he was very close to dying without the encore landing. Maybe if it had, it would have been a different kind of beast. Either way, Cube and Ura, and of course, about now top side, Zuyan in a 1v3 suddenly. Going, what the hell happened? Monkey's also here. And there's a potential to jump onto this Ambess, not the easiest, and overcomes the Seraphine and the Ashe, so everyone's now all top lane. Only one plate or so away from this top lane turret falling.
WWE trying to group up. Of course, they have some real power around the Yunara Lulu. Of course, their composition, we said it's not really that synergistic. What do they really do with it? The Yunara Lulu is kind of a composition in itself. Flash away there from Fongui. Didn't want to get hit by that wind becomes lightning. Cream taking the turret on the other side, so it is going to be a turret trade. However, as you'll notice, the gold lead has gone now from top esports. It's playing back a little bit with that. Come back to with that turret taken in the bot side, but it's definitely not top esports kind of rolling away with it as they did in game one.
Yeah, Jackie Love just looking to see whether someone overstays around that Herald. And in fact, Top Esports are going to move over to this Herald, having lost that top lane turret. Feel happy to make that play. Jackie dodges away from the Wind Becomes Lightning and the Severing Bolt. They really were looking for him there. We've seen a lot of Monkey using the Audacious Charge to get in range for the Wind Becomes Lightning and playing for the slow rather than necessarily getting on top of the Ashe by himself.
Yeah, Herald down to half HP. W could still contest if they wanted. Wow, that just hit itself into the wall. Is that going to kill? It's going to be pretty close, actually.
Oh my god, as he flashed away, does have to, because I think the Arc of Judgment might have been pretty scary afterwards as well.
I think that just hit itself in the wall. I'm not actually sure about the geometry of that, but if some skill shots are cast inside walls, sometimes the particle looks very different, and you don't see it kind of appearing in the center there. So that's actually pretty good mastery from Karras to know that he can get that play there. Jackalov, unlucky for him to get caught by that.
Yeah, they are really trying to threaten the Ashe. And in fairness, what you do have is a fair number of ways to force the Ashe to dodge around in this game between Lulus and Nynaeras and Hueys and stuff. And of course, the Xin Zhao.
I like how we have the duality of opinions of, like, in one chat we have Teen Titans Go was sacrilege, and the other one is Teen Titans Go was so peak. So we've got, like, damn, we found, like, the one Teen Titans Go fan on the internet. Incredible.
It was apparently quite funny at points, but I only ever watched clips. And it didn't take itself too seriously.
No, Sam, no, it did not.
All
Funny
right.
is very subjective. Is going on towards Karras, who's not hit by it. That's the second one thrown topside, which doesn't quite hit.
Nice idea, though. And again, in the right kind of ballpark. This Yunara Lulu hasn't done quite as well as the one we saw earlier on today.
No. It was Assume really wrecking face with that. Svian is going to get himself the top lane outer turret here. Reminder that the grubs are on the side of WE, so they take the turrets quicker. So when Yorick goes towards the spot side, only has the one on the plate anyway, but that'll be an easy takedown for him.
That it will be. Fiend Underbolt's done for Yunara. Not quite second item for Jackie, who's actually down about $1,000 at this point. Been pretty relentlessly pressured, actually. And Monkey has ganked there and basically nowhere else, it feels like.
And then the other thing is just that Jackalov hasn't been given the tower gold. The tower gold's been gone to Cream in the bot side, Svian on the top side, so they've given the gold to their solo laners. I get it. It is, you know, you have Ambassador and Ari who are very snowbally. It does look like Cream's going towards... Is he going for his Horizon Focus next? Huh. It might be the Cosmic Drive as well. Anyway, I don't like the second item. Man, this is one of the reasons why I've gate-kept Cream outside of, like, my top Ari playlist. He does play a lot of it. I just hate his item build, Sam. His item build is so defensive in games where, you know, you're against a very squishy team. You should be looking to one shot where possible, and he goes towards the more utility build when I know he's a good enough player to play the carry Star Queen right now, looking for the jump. Look at this, again, great damage.
And gets out with the Herald as well, very nice. Does get interrupted by the Dark Procession though, so it doesn't actually charge.
No, it doesn't. He could have maybe piloted it to the side, but then the ejection angle would have been very different. But yeah, again, you see Cream, great aggressive angle. Just wonder what would happen if he, you know what, I mean, in this case, he hasn't completed the second time, but just imagine what happens if he builds a bit more damage than the utility. Monkey going forwards, W misses because the heal is cast by Feng Yue.
And that heal actually also allows Jackie to dodge out of the Severing Bolt, which also have been a bit obnoxious. Always managed to get away from that one. Cream clears out the top lane wave and probably look to reset shortly, I would imagine. Dragon about 3 minutes off, so that's not going to be a concern anytime soon. Worth noting though that WE are the team with the 2 early dragons, so Ocean Soul a possibility for them as a win condition.
Yeah, and once they get to that dragon, you know, they are going to have a Yunara Lulu that's on really good PowerPoints. We'll say, you know, 2 items for Ambessa Ari. I think the power spike has now been hit from top esports though. They have 2 items on their top side of the map, including jungle, because Tien's been farming very well. And, you know, managed to get a lot of gold out of the enemy jungle. Not like 2 items from Xin Zhao is bad, it's just that 2 item Neferi and from your solo laners. It's just, it's kind of a level above.
Yeah, especially with that second rank in the ultimate as well. Can get quite scary. Vision looking a little bit dire for W. They have
Cream's going again.
Whoa! Cream does find that charm into the Encore extension as well. Goodbye bot lane. They bring them both down. Tian will call the pack and ensure that Monkey has no one to hit. The dogs are sent straight after the Xin Zhao, who's left bleeding, and then they'll head back over to the Raptors. 2 kills to the good.
Yeah, nice disengage by Tian at the back end. Oh, Sean lands. I don't think this is a kill angle, but it does take half the HP off. And again, Cream, really good aggressive angle. He jumps over that same wall 2 times in 2 minutes. You know, he just basically does it on cooldown, and that will be the 13,000th kill for Top Esports as an organization within the LPL as a region. 6th of all time. Congratulations to Top Esports, one of the most historic orgs within this region now. They weren't there as one of our original crew of, you know, RNG, IG, EDG, LGD, you know, these older organizations that were around since the very start, but they have, ever since they came into the league, really forged a path for themselves. They don't ward this out well enough. Cream basically jumps over that second time. Jackalot's getting ulted.
Does survive for now, and that heal from the Seraphine is ridiculous. Massive deal there. And now Tien, look at Cream on the other side, looking for a bit of damage on the Monkey. The Dark Procession prevents too much more from happening. Ends up being a 1 for none, but the turret falls. Cream looking for more. Flashes to the Dark. For the Arbor Deception Rod, doesn't quite find it. About left low, so is Ura. Ura gets taken out by the Seraphine. Enchanter on Enchanter Violence. Dark Procession again, another bit of rooting. The arrow after, and Jackie gets another. 3 kills in a row for him.
Cream gets the resets and keeps rolling forward. Just the pro about second. How could I forget that item? Yeah, Cream ends up getting those resets, and it works really, really well. Gets straight into the Baron. Cream in the last few minutes has just continually pulled the trigger on cooldown with the ultimate and is making plays happen. WE, they've been far too disrespectful about their vision around the mid lane. They've pushed up too far, thinking that they'd be safe under turret, hiding close towards the fog of war. Right here, they walk up to try and take the mid lane out of turret, and Jackal just stands and fight. They don't kill the tower quick enough, and they don't one-shot him quick enough, because Fengyue gets in there just in time to enchant him to safety.
Man, that got close. And then, of course, Ari TP's in. Might have gone for the Rocket Bell build, but in fairness, if you're going to be going full playmaking in terms of your gameplay, you might as well get some playmaking items and makes the most of it.
You know what's playmaking, Sam? Doing lots of damage. That's what I'd say for that. He gets a really good play in here. He gets the teleport, and you know, at the end of the day, WE spend a little bit too long looking for it. You know, it's just they go for the mid lane turret, then they get a bit ambitious with that kill onto Jackal. Of course, it never happens. Now Jack is 1,000 gold ahead too.
Yeah, he went from 1 and 2, picked up 2 kills into the last mid turret play, picks up another one there, feeling very happy about how things are going. Now Top Esports find themselves up 5,000 gold as the dragon spawns.
Wait, isn't Fengyue the tallest esports pro in tier 1 right now? Isn't he like 195? So
he is tall.
He's slightly shorter than me. Yeah.
That's tall.
And, you know, I'm tall, so that actually means something. The only people that are in casting that are taller than me is, like, Ender and, like, Lexi, Mass Swan.
Yeah.
You know, hang on, Cream's on the flank again. Might be able to get himself into a good playmaking opportunity again. Not spotted here. The Maiden's been summoned. Monkey's going in, Dragon's down.
Charmco wide, left quite low. There is that Tranquil Pool buying some time. The Encore flies across absolutely everyone. Extended for miles and miles. You don't have to flash away. Does unfortunately bring up that Spiral of Despair on top of his own jungler slightly, but it's not the end of the world. Dragon secured, and as it stands, no one is dead.
Yeah, so WE, they managed to soak the Ambassador ultimate. They get the flash out of the Ambassador, so some summoners used, but Erha blows both of his at the same time. It looks like Top Esports are just far more precise in this mid game than WE. You know, their early game didn't go as well as their last game. Remember his last game, you know, everything worked well until the very late game where W could stall them out. I just don't think it's going to get to that point at this point. There's just too much ability to pull the trigger this time. And W are just too squishy to withstand it. We said, look, what does W's team comp do? There's a bit of a question mark there. They have some strong individual champions. You have some combos which are good, like the Shinzao Lulu and the Yunara Lulu. Don't have much of a go button though. And of course, when you got, you know, players like Karis and Cube who are just bluntly outmatched here today by, weirdly, Sweet, I know I didn't think it would be the case, but then Cream as well. It feels like your team composition doesn't play itself. You need to do far too much thinking on the Rift, and it makes the actual execution of it very difficult.
Shadow Flame done for Karis. Maybe he can bring some people down a notch if he gets the opportunity. But again, we sort of have had that conversation about WE's composition being a little Frankensteinian. Exactly the greatest synergies. Like in some ways, you've got like the Yunara, Lulu, Shinzao's a good core. The play's not bad follow-up. Then you've got Yorick on the other side. It's not exactly the most thematically consistent. Though I will say, I don't think Karis has necessarily been the issue. Arrow forces a flash out of Q. Going in.
That's their ultimate. Monkey gets pinged with the ultimate, and the damage is a very, very high amount. Monkey still using that Crescent Guard means he doesn't die. Scary though. Damage check, and the Charm lands Cube. Not so lucky himself.
Yeah, flashed away from the arrow initially, then comes back to maybe come save. This jungler ends up walking back into the trap himself and goes down for the 3rd time this game. I think it was the Ambassador that picked that one up. They're now 3-0 themselves.
So Top Esports explode the gold in again. I think they've been really good at playmaking. I think Cream's had a great game. I think Cream is probably the MVP of this game for his playmaking. Well, to be honest, Tien's been very good too on the Neferi, but really a lot of it's come from that Ari. I'm just so surprised that W let Cream just jump over the same wall like multiple times.
Do it again.
What if you jump over the wall and charm you? Want to see if you do it again? Hey, an arrow landed. Oh, it didn't land. It flashed. Yeah, okay. Hey, Booger, how's it going? Good to see you. Cream potentially jumping forwards here.
Same wall, just the opposite direction.
Yeah. Again, that wall he's determined. I like this wall. This one's mine.
Very clean pick off there onto Cube. Force the flash. Turn around onto him as he tries to come and support his team just after. Can't ask for too much more. Couple minutes till the dragon. Same deal with the Baron. Interestingly. that has gone down a little while ago. It was taken by the side of Top Esports, partly how they extended such a big gold lead.
2-level lead from Jackalov over about
yeah.
You know, it's about maybe 2 wave, maybe just over 1 wave in terms of XP. Well, actually no, it's because he's so far behind. He might be just 1 wave off, but still being down over a full level on Jackalov after having, you know, a great start and a lot of resources invested into him. That doesn't feel great. Jackalov really coming back to form here. I know he died a couple of times in the dive. I don't really think his deaths this game were his fault. Him and Fungi have done a pretty good job of shrugging off what they could. Suyan, real credit to him as well. Again, stepping in for 369. It's a real blessing for Top Esports to have a top laner of this caliber to bring in. You know, when I saw him debut a couple of years ago, I thought, that'll be the last I see of him in LPL. I didn't think he was good. I think he really struggled on Invictus Gaming. But he's come back, has really impressed me. He is on my radar now. Has he had some weaker games? Yes, he has, but I think he has been more than good enough to be here on Top Esports. Destroyed Flandra in the 1v1, which is...
No mean feat.
No mean feat. I mean, in the individual laning, Flandra has got some weaknesses, but to actually take them and walk into a win with that is the big thing, which is a problem to do against Flandra most of the time. And of course, he ended up doing that.
Inner turret's beginning to fall at this point for WH. It's a bit problematic. 8,000 gold down.
Maybe we should put that wall on the fraud wall. You know, is that wall a fraudulent wall?
I don't think it is. It's been a fairly heroic wall.
I think it's like if you put like if you slap a WE logo on it, yes it is, because like, what do you mean you're a wall? You meant it affect the protectors, and it doesn't at all.
I can see that.
Top East was one. It's like that's the hero wall. That's good. Yeah, it's the one with like you have like those really inspiring superhero posters on, like Superman, like Justice League, whatever. So he's getting jumped up by multiple people. The Ash Seraphine are coming down.
Oh, that's the public execution to get onto at the back end of it all. Gets to dash away and will do so. About has now no longer got its ultimate or the wild growth.
Yeah, tried to use the wild growth for CC. I think it didn't work. So Suyan didn't have flash, didn't have to use anything but his ult, though. Well played by him.
Now, of course, both top laners do have teleports. But Zuyan will be coming to, and to this, that arrow lands. That's quite a long distance. That cooldown is going to be real long. CC'd for a solid 2.5 seconds there. Cream's now coming down as well. They've taken the dragon. I think Cube is a dead man. He is about to get square rooted.
It will do. Charm comes out. Cube goes down. Great arrow cross map. I think he got baited in by the fact that he is a Yorick with 2 items of 3 grubs. Ooh, that tower's really tasty. For once, he stopped in that. Gets into that side lane, is 0, 4, and 0. The Yorick pick didn't work, Sam. The pick didn't work.
Okay, now we'll go with the Eviscerate. TN throws out some daggers. There comes that backhand.
Oh, wow.
Pops a few people. The encore after is even more brutalizing. An Eviscerate from TN gets him careening further forward, but they just lose more members in the mid. It goes from bad to worse. 3 members dead in the mid. Cube still dead from that topside play, and Baron in the eyes of Top Esports.
Yeah, so I think the only reason the game doesn't like end is because the waves aren't really at the base yet. Cream realizes they don't need me to take the Baron. I'm gonna go take mid lane turret while it's here. Anyway, it won't really change anything about the macro because W are dead. They can't punish me. So it's an extra kill, an extra tower kill for them. So Tien jumped over, went for the W. The CC missed from Hui there. Mikhail's is used early, and it's a great teleport behind. They don't have any cooldowns to deal with the Ambassador in the backline. I think W panicked when they saw the Neferi fly over the wall. The encore is superb. Fungyue, again, as a guy who, pretty new to the LPL. He's a newer support player. He's really given me a lot to be hopeful for, though. Is he a complete player? No, not yet. But actually, he's not far. He's not crazy far off it. He's very far along his journey for someone so short in terms of time.
He's very tall, actually. Not quite that short.
And yet his journey has only just begun, Sam. Tallest of heights, but the shortest of journeys so far. Or something similarly poetic. Wow. Race is broken. Baron's been used to its full extent. Arrow! Sessions out.
Monkey falls again. In they go for a bit more. Tien now will need to call the back. He's going to go spiral into a despairing hole and does die. That was a little deep from the Neferi, so 1 for 1 as it stands. But still, the Nexus Tower's under siege. Cream still threatening on this side angle. Has got his ult to work with. Nexus turret number 1 goes down. Jackie, Cream doing their best to take out this Maiden, which is doing a decent job of chunking out the Ari. So yeah, will hop forward. Drakehound step back out. 1 Nexus turret between Top Esports and victory.
Someone called the worms. The forts are under siege, and that's going to be a fear onto Cream. Does take some damage on the way out, but the tower's already down. I got Charm.
is good, and the encore after blows up another member, and they should manage to do a huge amount of work there as Jackie murders more and the Nexus falls in short order. Much cleaner than game one. They will not be denied, they will not be stalled this time around.
Top Esports have really deserved the amount of hype they're starting to get now. I think Top Esports are... Look, they're a team on that first series back into LPL. Look poor. They look poor, but now I'm seeing Tien, I'm seeing Jackalov continually get the best of the early games. Jackalov isn't dying a million times. Tien is getting into the enemy jungle, getting ahead of that matchup. And their solo lanes, surprisingly with Tien coming in, right, over 369, has really stood up. We'll see how they look against the likes of someone like BLG, right? But that's going to be the test for any LPL team. It's good until you face BLG, what happens there. Perhaps you can... have a better benchmark there. I'm enjoying Top Esports gameplay. I think they're dynamic, I think they're playmaking, I think they're fairly versatile too, and these players like Tien and Jackalov, who I wanted to see the best of, are giving me reasons to be hopeful for this team, at least on a domestic level.
Yeah. Excellent work from them. They do a good job of finding themselves
a
very convincing
and note to self, maybe don't try and shoehorn in a niche video game, Worms Forts Under Siege pun on the Nexus.
It was nearly brilliant, but I was just like, as the encore landed, I was like, I'm gonna steal this one quickly.
And I was like, oh shit, I've been talking too much. You can tell, like, yeah.
The thing is, I got exactly where you were going. I was like, whoops, not the cleanest takeover ever, but we'll roll with it. I get the problem is, if I then stop, it gets worse. I just have to keep going.
Yeah. Funnily enough, I have seen some casters intentionally just like hear someone make a bad line and just look at them and not even pick up. I was like, you think about what you've done, you know? Occasionally that happens, like you will learn the hard way. Right, Top Esports win. That's the end of our games today. Dominant game from Top Esports.
Yes.
What's your plan, Sam?
I think I'm going to stream because I think I'm going to be going until 10 PM for the next 2 days.
Shit, okay.
So I've got games from 2 the next 2 days until 8. Well, no, third series starts at 8. It'll be on till 10.
Okay. And tomorrow's games, folks, for those of you who want to stick around, and of course, please come and stop by tomorrow. Weibo NIP, that should be some very interesting drafts.
Yeah.
Like I think that'll be the biggest thing from that. And then we have WBLG. I'm not going to lie, that will probably just be a bloodbath. BLG, even if they just kind of snooze through game one as they tend to at points, that's rough. I think that with BLG and their current form should be sweeping away the competition, unless teams have, managed to catch up in terms of some meta stuff. That'll be enough. Well, thanks everyone for watching today. Thank you everyone for tuning. Shout out to Sam as well.
Pleasure.
Can't do this without him. This channel is kind of both ours now at this point. And yeah, if you would like to support us in any way, if you could drop a like, a follow, subscribe, or drop something towards our Ko-fi as well, it makes a difference to us. Thank you everyone for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Righty then.
Well, it won't take that long to do it, right? Okay, I'm going to leave it live until Sam's ready for his stream. I went to go get dinner and ended. Yeah, lots of playmaking for Top Esports. Good game from Cream. Very good game from Cream. He walks away with MVP, I think, almost certainly. Milky Way, what happens now? No idea. Because even though there are, legally... Hello, how's it going? The camera's off. You're okay? But, yeah, legally, even though Milky Way's been cleared by the police, it doesn't necessarily change anything about the LPL's ruling. Because there's a lot of things which are kind of very different about legality. A lot of quote-unquote match fixing isn't illegal in China, per se. It's just... looked down upon / immoral / whatever. Yeah, you know what I mean? So I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I'm not sure entirely what all of it will mean. Anyway, there's an interview with Jack Levin. I'll let you listen to that.
3号赛访环节，我是主持人小玉，恭喜滔博赢下了本场比赛的胜利。在赛后，我们请到了 J Cloud 选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博的 ADJ Cloud。
欢迎杰克，再一次恭喜 喜你们今天2-0拿下了比赛的胜利啊！其实连续2场都给我们带来了不少的惊喜，不管是打线还是团队配合方面，都是可圈可点的。杰克自己对于今天的比赛内容会有怎样的评价呢？
就是我们今天觉得大家状态整体都还不错吧，就是有一点小失误，就是我们在拿到优势之后，可能一些选择上做的没有特别好，这个我们后面还是会好好复盘。
但是属于滔博的那种非常强势的感觉又回来了。杰克也是经过了一个短暂的调整之后重回到了赛场嘛，包括你个人的状态回暖也是有目共睹的。经过了这个过程，会不会回到赛场有不一样的感悟呢？
就觉得更有冲劲的吧，然后就现在就是慢慢找回一点当时就比赛的感觉。
其实第1局比赛啊也是完全大杀特杀了，6级前就已经拿下了2次的现杀的情况。是不是看到维鲁斯带 TP 的那一刻就想好了要去针对他了？
其实也不是吧，就是我们这个组合就是在有装备的时候其实很厉害嘛，然后也是我们下半区可能在前面打架打赢了，然后就后面优势就会越来越大。
但是也很想问一下我们这一位职业生涯超高胜率也超高使用率的维鲁斯好手，大家都会说是不是一个版本陷阱的维鲁斯这个英雄？
就是怎么说呢，就是可能是个好选择吧，然后看每个队需要什么样的风格，我觉得可能是个好英雄。
可能是个好英雄，可能后续还要再看一看，因为登场率也会比较高一些嘛。这一局当中，中期 WE 也是通过自己的双锁，包括 poke 阵容，可能也给你们带来了一些麻烦，因为几波的这个高地攻防战，可能都没有直接把比赛拿下来嘛。最后一波小龙团是怎么去调整思路的呢？因为我看你也稍微进行了一些装备方面的置换嘛。
因为最后一个团就觉得其实装备已经差不多嘛，就想着是反正对面。我们 C 位这么多，对面锁我的话，我觉得就是其他英雄也有伤害，所以我觉得就需要，我们就是团打好一点，然后觉得最后一个团，我觉得队友也打得都非常好。
第2局整体来说前期就比较平静一些了，有一种运营了20分钟，然后在中路2波团就直接结束了比赛的感觉，怎么去找这种先手机会的呢？
我觉得第2把问题就是中路坚哥找的机会找得非常好，因为他是一个就狐狸找机会的能力很强，然后也抓到了机会。
这2场比赛下来，我相信也是给自己包括队伍开了一个好头，对你们来说都是一个慢慢调整的过程。当然了，队友们也提到了，这是一个不容易的过程。今天滔博也拿下了新的里程碑嘛，在这个赛段，杰克可能对于队伍的预期是怎样的呢？
因为就是我跟天成都是就休息一段时间嘛，然后就是也在慢慢找回比赛的状态，然后我觉得也很感谢队友吧，就是也会慢慢就带着我们俩，然后一起去适应版本，然后找回状态。我觉得就这个赛段就先慢慢打吧，觉得时间还长，对。
慢慢调整和慢慢磨合的过程，最后也请你给一直在牵挂你以及非常想念你的粉丝们说点什么吧。
就很感谢大家一直支持我们嘛，我们后面也会就是努力的，就越打越好。
好的，期待你们后续的表现。再次感谢杰克来到我们赛后采访的环节。接下来让我们把镜头交还给解说席。
Okay, folks, I am going to radio over to Sam now. Thank you everyone for watching, and we'll see you next time. See you tomorrow. More games there. BLG are playing tomorrow, so you'll definitely want to tune into that. We'll see you soon. So thanks everyone. I don't see Sam live actually. Oh no, I clicked the wrong one. Whoops, my bad. Yeah, no, my bad. I clicked the wrong thing. Oh, there you are. Gotcha, I gotcha. Okay, folks, see you.